Good morning, everyone. It is Monday, June 8th. It's 10 a.m. You're joining me here at the Digital Rally for Philly Arts. And I just figured I'd introduce myself, introduce the rally, and we'll get into content in a few minutes. We have our first guest hopefully joining us at 10:15. Um, this is an effort that is reminiscent of past efforts in history to create a environment that and platform that gives people voice. We are highlighting and driving the voices of Black, Indigenous, and people of minority description in order to support the effort to defund the PPD and support the arts and humanities in the city of Philadelphia. It is important that we defund the PPD. The Philadelphia Police Department's budget is the fifth largest in the nation. It ranks in size with the military budget of several small nations, and it is entirely too much. The police department is not responsible for the not responsible with its expenditures, and it does not use its money wisely. Instead, it uses its money to attack its citizens, especially the Black and brown citizens of Philadelphia. Recently on 6/1, we had the incident on I-676 where peaceful protesters were attacked with tear gas and rubber bullets. They call them rubber bullets, which is a euphemism for a propelled baton round, and were attacked with pepper spray. All of these items are considered less than lethal. They are considered less than lethal because they are lethal in about 3% of cases. They injure and maim in about 15% of cases. Luckily, very few people were badly injured at the incident at 676. The incident at 676 also showed the propensity of the Philadelphia police to kettle and otherwise interfere with and make protesting and exercising our First Amendment rights unsafe. Kettling is a technique whereby the police drive all protesters into an unescapable area and then fire rounds on them in order to quell them and arrest them all. The folks that were on 676 were driven and ordered up an embankment. There's actual video of a police officer, a Philadelphia police officer, ordering the group on 676 to coming up the embankment, ordering them to go up the embankment, and then they were kettled there, and then rounds of tear gas and smoke fired on them, as well as being pepper sprayed to drive them into that position. This creates a very dangerous situation in an otherwise peaceful protest. To put it bluntly, the police are rioting. It's time to take the money away from the Philadelphia Police Department and keep them from rioting further. Tactics have changed in the last few days for the Philadelphia Police Department, and we're grateful that the PPD has seen to reinstate some of the tactics that they used to use in dealing with protests. we've had peaceful protests in this city as long as it's existed. The city was the founding city of the country, and it was founded on protest. Uh, we need the ability to protest and speak our piece in public, in private, without retribution or calls for injury or retaliation. So the defunding of the PPD wouldn't be valuable to anybody unless we spend the money on other initiatives. One thing I would like everyone to look up in their browser right at the moment is 8 Can't Wait. There is an 8cantwait.org. It is a project by Campaign Zero. It has 8 steps of action that police departments can take right now that have been shown to reduce killings by police and save lives. They are ban chokeholds and strangleholds, require de-escalation, require warning before shooting, require exhausting all alternatives before a shooting, having a duty to intervene, ban shooting at moving vehicles, require use of force continuum, and require comprehensive reporting. 8 Can't Wait is a good start. I, however, along with many people, believe that defunding the police, disbanding the police, and recreating the police in a more equitable format is probably the way we should go. I'm a member of the Philadelphia arts community. I'm a producer. Obviously, you see here, I'm on camera. This isn't usually my position. I don't usually sit in front of a camera. And what I'm doing right now is talking to you as a citizen of the city. It's important to amplify our voice and get our voices in front of those that represent us at City Hall. One thing that you can do today to amplify your voice is to call your city council representatives, call all of the at-large representatives, call your city council representative for your district, and call the city council president, Daryl Clark. Phone them. You'll likely get an answering machine. You'll likely not get an aide or a secretary. But if you do get an aide or secretary, please be nice to them. They have been fielding calls all week, an unimaginable amount of calls. One city council representative reported over 1,000 calls in a few hours to disband the police. I think that we need to keep this messaging up. We need to call them because they are instituting filters on their email systems to filter out calls for defunding the PPD and filter out calls and emails with regard to the Philadelphia budget. They're getting so much information right now that they're unable to process it all. I understand that's a hassle for them, but we need to keep hassling them. So let's call our representatives. The city council represents you. The city council works for you. Later today, I will try to put up some scrolls with information on the city council representatives, who they are, what their phone number is, that kind of information. I haven't been able to set that up yet. I'm sorry. I will also keep that information in the chats and provide links in the chats, and any of my rebroadcasters can help. Another thing that we're doing today is relatively unique. We have a lot of rebroadcast partners. You should be able to see this stream live on multiple people's direct feeds because we're doing a simulcast. We have lots of partners who are simulcasting this information out on their own streams in the effort to get this information to as many people as possible. We're also doing this in a telethon style, so we're going to be live for a minimum of 24 hours. We're going to break that into two parts, but we will be replaying this content overnight while we're not live. We're going to be live until at least 10 p.m. tomorrow night. So if you can join us, give us a call, go over to the no20.art site. It's no20.art. And if all my rebroadcasters and folks out there will share that that address on their chat or to their feeds, that would be great. Go to no20.art, sign up to join us, sign up to send in pre-recorded video, sign up to help folks that may need their voices heard. In addition to that, there are lots of spaces available still for people to come online, and I will be adding times when people can call in and adding Zoom information for people to call in live and give us a shout. You can use that time to speak about the Philadelphia budget, speak to what your needs and you want your representatives to hear. This broadcast will be recorded and saved on multiple platforms, so we can keep this information in the hands of your representatives and keep them aware of it and constantly push it forward to be in the hands of your representatives. Throughout the day, as you see things that you agree with, that you feel comfortable supporting, whenever you see something that you want others to see, feel free to hit a care, a heart, a wow react, and also hit that share button, hit the comment button, provide a comment for the feed, the stream that you're watching, because all of those actions increase the penetration of the stream to not only the followers of the person streaming, but your followers as well. So if we do all those things, click on links in the chats, click on links in the streams, click on links in the shares, this information will get out there. I'd also like to ask that everybody please, get in touch with your representatives during the day-to-day. They are doing their deliberations and hearings about the Philadelphia budget today. They're doing additional hearings tomorrow. So it's important that you get in touch with them. Share these streams on their to their Facebook Messenger links. Call them and invite them on this programming. I'm more than happy to have members of the City Council come on as guests, and I will give them the floor to speak to you as their constituents, to express what they think about defunding the PPD and funding the arts and culture and humanities in Philadelphia. Um, so call them, text them, write them, ask them what their position is, express what you want their position to be. They represent you, and unless they know that you value the arts and that your budget priorities are the arts and humanities services that have been cut in order to fund the PPD, then they don't know anything other than to fund the PPD. So I'd like to address also some of the things that are going on with the Philadelphia budget. Just take me a moment to find that information. In essence, the Philadelphia budget proposal provides more than $14 million of direct funding to the Philadelphia Police Department. In addition to the $14 million of direct funding, it also adds money to the Philadelphia Capital Investments Fund, which is responsible for increasing and maintaining their physical buildings and properties, police vehicles, that kind of thing. All of the PPD's funding is increased, and this is the budget that was proposed by Mayor Jim Kenney. Mayor Kenney, in his statement about the budget, said that he tried to cut a little bit from everywhere in order that every program share in the burden of a large budget shortfall. 600 million, I believe, 630 million. That's a projected budget shortfall, so cities like ours work without lending. We don't. We do issue bonds, but we don't borrow money from banks like businesses or state and federal governments can. So we work with the money that we have in tax receipts, and we work with the money that we have in funding. Unfortunately, that means that when an event like the current pandemic comes around, we lose money. We don't have the money to fund everything that we would normally fund. And that is understandable. It's understandable that the mayor has budget priorities. I think that the past week and a half have shown that the budget priority of continuing and increasing policing isn't a real priority. We need to decrease and defund the police so that we can fund the programs that we need. Programs vary widely that were cut, but some of the more insidious cuts were things like the program that is an oversight committee on the Philadelphia Police was cut by 23%, while at the same time increasing the funding of the Philadelphia Police Department. That seems to make no sense to me, and seems to make no sense to a lot of other people. Some folks have noted that other cities handle this by tying the police department budget to oversight reforms. In the end of the day, we've been trying to overhaul and repair the Philadelphia Police Department for many, many years. The removal of the statue of Frank Rizzo from the city services building is just a reminder that Philadelphia police have been attacking our citizens for more years than most of us have been alive. Really, they've actually been attacking our citizens for more years than any of us have been alive, but that's a longer story. Um, so overall, we have something like 23 million that's been directed towards the Philadelphia Police Department in increased budget on a 600 $650 million budget shortfall. Meanwhile, the Police Advisory Commission's annual budget would drop by over $100,000, causing them to cut a couple of key positions and also causing them uh, to not be able to oversee the police as well. Not that they are doing a great job so far, but they definitely need the help. And this whole budget fight seems to also be somewhat of a smokescreen for a return by Mayor Kenny to what's called broken windows policing. This budget proposal would cut youth programs, especially egregiously. All told, under the proposed plan, just over 9.5 million is allocated to anti-violence initiatives. That's an investment of just 1.2%. Anti-violence initiatives are things that actually decrease the amount of violence and crime in the city. Policing was never designed to decrease the amount of violence and crime in the city. Policing simply enforces the law and comes in after to issue punishments and to pay retribution for crimes that have been committed. Anti-violence being only 1.2% of the policing budget is insane. And the dollars spent in anti-violence initiatives have a higher ROI than almost anything that we spend money on. The only thing that we spend money on that has a higher ROI in actual net income for the city is the arts. We're entering a phase where we're looking at a budget shortfall. A budget shortfall means that we're not going to have as much economic activity in the city because of the pandemic, because of loss of businesses, loss of ability to do business in the pandemic environment. I work for theater. I work for live events. I work in film and photography. All of these require people to gather in large groups. That's just really not something that we're going to do until there is a cure or an effective treatment for COVID-19. So the budget shortfall is one element of the problem. A forward-thinking economic-based perspective would tell you simply that the city, in order to continue expanding and to continue growing, would want to actually spend money where it's going to see the most use. Arts programs garner between 80 and 120% ROI on expenditures in increased economic activity. You'll hear the number 4 million tossed around a lot today. And you'll especially hear it tomorrow evening when we get to an economics breakdown of the tax the proposed budget. Excuse me. The number 4 million is both the amount that the Office of Creative Culture and the Economy, OACCE, and it's the amount of their budget, and it's also the amount that the arts generates in economic activity in Philadelphia every year. That's a 100% increase in economic activity from an expenditure. That's a 100% ROI. Every dollar the Philadelphia City Council chooses to spend on the arts increases economic activity in Philadelphia by $1. And that means that every dollar that the Philadelphia City Council sends out there to support the arts, to support arts education, to support arts programs that help us to express ourselves, to help the youth and minority members of our society to feel included, those dollars increase the economic activity dollar for dollar. The city collects money on that economic activity. When the city spends $200,000, let's say, on a road, they recently spent, I don't know what the budget number was, but let's say a couple million on replacing water pipes in South Philly and repaving the roads. They usually expect to see about a 20 to 30% ROI year over year on that expenditure. So if they spent $500,000, they expect to see $50,000 in increased economic activity. While a necessary and important expenditure, infrastructure doesn't really return money to the city's budget. Another area where we're currently talking about expenditure is policing. And ROI on policing is egregious. It is the worst ROI of any city spending, even though it makes up the largest slice of city spending that there is. So in the past 10 years, the city has increased its expenditure on the police department year over year from in an amount of about 30%. So that 30% increase, you would think, would translate to, say, 30% reduction in violent crimes. It hasn't. Okay, well, what about the resolve rate of violent crimes? Nope, not that either. Violent crimes resolve rate has dropped below 50%. It was above 50%, something around 63% before PPD budget increases of the last few years. And the violent crime rate has gone back up, regardless of the fact that we're spending more money on policing. So if spending money on policing isn't working, why are we spending money on policing? Social programs like violence reduction programs are important. Oh, here we go. Sorry, I'll quote the statistics from the WHYY and Billy Penn article. Homicides rose in parity with the revenue increases, jumping nearly 30% between 2015 and 2019. The clearance rates for homicides, meanwhile, dropped from sorry, lost the stat, dropped from 57% to 50%. So while increasing the budget 30% over the course of 4 years, uh, the the homicide rate rose the same amount. That's a negative 100% ROI. You know, we as a city chose to invest more in policing. It didn't work. It's a failed experiment. It's a failed department. We need to defund the PPD. We need to consider abolishing policing in Philadelphia in the way that it's being done right now. Abolishing policing doesn't mean getting rid of all police. It means something like what Camden did. Camden, if you're from this area, you know, was the violent crime capital of the United States for a number of years. In response to this violent crime, they stepped up policing repeatedly. The city eventually ran out of money to be able to step up policing. So the police force was actually disbanded and rebuilt. All the police who were working for the city at the time had to reapply for their jobs. And they were able to institute policies and procedures that were more community oriented and nonviolent. It's one example of how you can abolish the police. It's one example of how you can rebuild a police force that is completely broken. And it's not necessarily the only example. So, you know, we cite other countries a lot. We can take a look at Nordic countries that have zero incidents of police death. We can take a look at China, sorry, not China, Japan, which also has zero incidents of police death every year, though they have had some in recent memory. We can look at a number of other places and look for examples that lead us to less police violence. The 8 can't wait is a suggestion of things that need to be done right now. But today we hope to highlight steps that, positive steps that can be taken in addition to defunding the PPD. We need to fund the arts and the humanities programs that help lower the rates of violent crime in the city. Following a widely circulated defund the police petition, targeting council legislative staffers have been bombarded with emails about the PPD's budget increase. According to an internal email sent out early this week, the council president's office advised staff to create email filters to block the flood of complaints. That's why I'm asking you all to call and text and write them via their Twitter accounts, direct message, Facebook accounts, direct message. If you know these folks, get them to listen. Get them to listen to us. The protests aren't over. There's protest actions going on today, including this one. And so we need to keep up the pressure and keep up the direct and visible pressure to abolish the Philadelphia Police Department. I'd also like to talk briefly about the Philadelphia Police Union, the FOP. In particular, its head, John McNesby. The the head of the PPD has stepped up his saber rattling. An officer who was caught on video not once, not twice, but several dozen times enacting violence against peaceful people out of the blue, and was suspended recently. He was suspended, and charges were brought against him by the prosecutor's office in Philadelphia. Mr. Krasner's office doesn't usually bring charges against Philadelphia police, even if they've been suspended, because they're very difficult charges to make stick. And so it's considered a waste of time by the people who work for prosecutors' offices to prosecute incidents of police brutality. I could say a lot about whether that's a waste of time or not, but the fact is that if a prosecutor's office decides to prosecute a case against a police officer, you can be sure that they have ample evidence to show that that police officer was involved in a wrongdoing. Mr. McNesby has a lot of political power in this city. He generally wields that power to support Republican candidates and support Republican causes. As you know, the Republican platform has always aligned itself, well, at least since the era of Reagan, has aligned itself with law and order, quote unquote. Democratic Party has never been able to assail that position since the Reagan era. And so it's interesting to note that one of Mayor Kenney's largest campaign contributors is the FOP and Mr. McNesby. The FOP and Mr. McNesby contribute to Democratic campaigns for the same reason that Donald Trump said that he contributed to Democratic and Republican campaigns, and that is protecting their own interest. Without money in the game, you have very little voice. I have no money. So, and many of the folks that are in the arts don't have money. The best we can do is gather our voices together and echo what the best courses of action are that we can to our city representatives. We don't have a lot of money to throw at a campaign. Maybe if Philly Arts and Culture had the money to gather together a couple $1 million and donate it to a campaign's war chest, maybe we would have been better represented in the budget proposal, but we don't, and we weren't. So now's the time to communicate your direct messages to your representatives in the city council. City council does work for you. City council members have sat down with me on many occasions, have listened directly to my ideas and my complaints. and have many times had discussions with me directly. Um, they listen to you. They listen to um, phone calls. They listen to their aides when you get in touch with them. So bringing these issues up, bringing them to the fore, telling your city council representatives, telling your at-large representatives what you need, what you want, is the best way to get action on issues of the day. So it's currently 10:41. I'm expected to be joined by Gabby Sanchez and Power Street Theater at 11, and excited to have them join us. So I see a problem here with my calendar. And I'm sorry to folks who may have gotten an incorrect invite to this event. Looks like my calendar was set incorrectly last night as far as the time zone. Excuse me. And folks should look at the time that they were sent, not the actual calendar date and time as per the calendar that was sent to you. Boy, when I make a mistake, I make a good one. So, at any rate, I'll fix that in a few moments when Power Street Theater joins us. Folks that were asked to join this morning may join at any time. You have a Zoom invite, and you can use that Zoom invite to join at your preferred time. I will resend out the calendar invites momentarily. So for now, I'm going to play Power Street Theater's video for you. They made a video that talks about many of the things that I've been talking about, and let me just set that up for you, and I will play it and let you all watch. Sorry, my multitasking abilities are low this morning. There we go. Okay. And let me just transition to that.
Dear Mayor Kenny, I am a Philadelphian and I am co-artistic director and resident playwright with Power Street Theater. I am asking that you don't defund OA, CCE, and PCF. We artists are not just a collection of small cultural organizations.
We are local businesses,
community leaders,
and ambassadors for the city.
We connect Philadelphia through song, dance, and theater.
And art.
We provide services to our neighborhood like local classes,
programming for kids, and the spaces for expression.
But most importantly, we are a beacon of hope in hard times.
Now, more than ever, our people need connection, and that's what we do. Philadelphia Art Community. That's what we do best.
For the sake of the health of our artists, our community, and our city,
we ask that you retain the OACCE and PCF.
For half of a century, arts and culture organizations have made the case that points out our significant contribution to the local economies. Southern Eastern Pennsylvania's cultural organizations and their audiences have a combined impact of $4.1 billion on the region's economy, supporting 55,000 full-time jobs, generating $157 million in city tax revenue. Also, it is important to highlight the revenue that surrounding businesses rely on from our patrons, like parking, restaurants, bars, public transportation. It's real. At this moment, you have the power to invest in the cultural humanity of Philadelphia.
I understand that in a crisis, the easy answer is to cut arts and culture, but what you are doing is keeping the body alive while taking out its heart. Don't take the easy way out. Now is the time to think outside the box, to show with where the money goes, what kind of Philadelphia we want after this pandemic has passed. Please, make the right choice.
Alcalde Kini. Soy una filadelfiana del sur de Filadelfia y artista, y le estoy pidiendo que por favor no deje de financiar la Oficina de Arte y Cultura y el Fondo Cultural de Filadelfia.
Hi, I'm Melody. I'm from West Philly and Chinatown. The Arts in Philly is a place where I work, where I learn, a place where we build community, and a space where we could tell our own stories. Don't take our funding away.
Hey Mayor Kenny, my name is Elijah Desmore, and I am begging you to please save Philly arts and culture. I am an upcoming actor, and that is my dream, so please save it. That's what I'm asking you to do.
Hola, soy Lorenza Bernasconi. Estoy based en Center City. Para mí, Philly Arts me dio una comunidad en un lugar donde yo pensé que estaba sola. Y me dio la oportunidad de construir una comunidad a través del arte. Salven al arte y la cultura en Filadelfia.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Boyhe, and I live in West Philadelphia. Philly's art and cultural community is the strongest I've ever witnessed in a major city, which means that you can both practice your art and enjoy others as well. It's something that I don't take for granted because this mixing of people, thoughts, and culture is integral to the way we all experience our city.
Hi, I'm Lori. I live in Fairmount. I work as the community outreach coordinator of Power Street Theater, and Power Street Theater is really important to me personally because it provides a much needed resource and outlet for the Latino community here in Philadelphia, especially in Kensington, by providing free local classes and community convenings. It fills a space that otherwise wouldn't exist.
Hi, I'm Tiffany Janelle, and I was born and raised here in Philly. And as an artist and a creative myself, I can express to you the impact that Philly's arts and culture have had on my life growing up. Not only is this important to our city and our people, but most importantly, it's important to our youth. Please, save Philly's arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Brian, born and raised in Germantown. Save Philly arts and culture.
Kiara Alegria Hudes, West Philly. Please, save Philly arts and culture. We're the city that created the nation. Let us continue to create our American story.
Hi, my name's Jose Marquez, and North Philly is my neighborhood. Please, save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Rebecca Fabiano from the Kensington area of Philadelphia. Please help save Philadelphia arts and culture.
Yo, it's your boy Donnell. I'm tuning in from Nicetown. Yes, Nicetown 19140. And I'm just asking Mayor Kenny, please save the arts and culture in the city of Philadelphia. Please, man. It is a valuable asset to this community.
Hi, I'm Jacqueline Goldfinger, and we love arts in Philly and culture in Philly. Hava, what do you love arts in Philly?
I like the art museum.
We love the art museum, including all their free summer programming. We love going to the Academy of Music.
Yeah, it's awesome.
It's awesome. And they do their kids' concerts. Do you remember when we got to touch the violin?
Oh yeah, that was so cool.
That was so cool. And the storytelling in the Kimmel Center on Saturday and Sunday mornings.
Yes.
So we are asking both for the big people and the little people who will be big soon. Please save arts and culture and Philly. Thank you, Mayor Kinney.
Thank you.
Me llamo Tanequil Márquez. Soy directora, artista y creativa en el sur de Philly. Por favor, salva los artes y la cultura de Filadelfia.
Save Philly Arts and Culture.
My name is Adrian and I live in South Philadelphia. The arts are the reason that I love living in this city, and I can't imagine being here without them.
Hi, this is Jeanette in Northeast Philadelphia. Please support Philly's arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Tamania from the Fishtown, Kensington part of the city, and I'm going to talk about saving Philly arts and culture. I am in the city because right out of college I came here to join the vibrant arts community, and that is why I stayed here to make a family. I am so excited about theater companies like Power Street Theater that democratize arts education, create a space for artists like me to control our own narrative and create beautiful plays, and also who bring our community together. When you're weathering a storm, you don't pull up the trees by the roots. They hold this community together like all of the arts and culture institutions, and we have to protect them. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hiberto, and I live in South Philadelphia. Save Philly arts and culture.
Good morning, my name is Teresa. I'm from Port Richmond. Save Philly arts and culture.
Save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Freddie Emil. I'm from North Philadelphia, born and raised. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hello, my name is Lisa Nelson Haynes. I'm Executive Director of Philadelphia Young Playwrights. Please continue to support Philadelphia arts organizations. It is vital that we expose our young people to art, to encourage their creativity, for they will make sure that our cultural ecosystem is sustainable in the future.
Hi, I'm Karen. I feel Karen Smith. I'm a percussionist playwright. I feel like I work with just about everybody in the Philadelphia area. So it really has an impact on me, even just being this still with my art. It's trying, it works on you in every possible way, physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically. I feed off of people, and that energy I see is needed. When I play outside, I see the people that want to gather around. They feel the rhythms and whatnot. So it just can't go away in any possible way. It just can't.
Hi, my name is Victoria Lang, and I live in Fishtown. Save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Julia Terry, and I live in West Philly. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Erisa Ann Riley, and I am a Philadelphia theater artist, and I am asking you to save Philly arts and culture.
I'm Maurice from Center City, and I can't stress this enough, everyone. We have to make sure that we save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Kate Davis, and I live in Germantown. Mayor Kenny, please save Philly arts and culture. Do not defund the Philadelphia Cultural Fund and the Office of the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy. These institutions provide millions of dollars to local arts organizations in the city of Philadelphia. Now more than ever, it's the arts that help us through these tough times. It's the arts that help bring our communities together, and it's the arts that will help save our local economy. Please don't do this.
I'm Gabrielle Corsaro. I'm in Center City, Philadelphia. Please support Philly arts and culture.
Hola, es Virginia Sanchez, Ainalo de Save Philly Arts and Culture.
Hi, my name is Jacqueline Wills, and I'm a resident in Center City. We need to save Philly arts and culture and not slash any of the funding to the OACCE and the PCF. I have personally worked for organizations in the city of Philadelphia that are supported by both of these institutions, and they are incredibly vital, especially to smaller organizations. Please do not slash the funding for either of these institutions and support the artists that make the Philadelphia cultural scene what it is.
Dear Mayor Kenny, my name is Benjamin Cuss. I live in West Philadelphia. I moved here about 4 years ago, to pursue theater acting because the city has an amazing reputation for indie, underground, community-based theater, and that's exactly what I found to be true. I've been in dozens of productions. I've met amazing people. I know things are challenging right now, but when we get out of this, and we will, we need the arts and culture. We need our imagination. We need hope. We need our dreams. Please do not cut funding to the Philadelphia Cultural Fund. Almost $3 million, a tiny amount, produces world-class art. Please don't cut it. Thank you for listening.
I'm Val Dunn, recording in Kensington. Save Philly Arts and Culture.
Hi, I'm Angela Longo. I'm from South Jersey, but the Philadelphia theater community is a big part of my career and who I am as an artist. It's really important to me that we save Philly arts and culture. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kat Ramirez and I live in West Philly. So many small arts organizations in Philly are doing the work to make sure that art and community care are synonymous. Cutting the Philadelphia Cultural Fund and the Office of the Arts, Culture, and Creative Economy is dealing a devastating blow to arts organizations who are constantly making space outside of their performances, even, to make sure that audiences can imagine, can feel held, can feel seen. It is imperative that you save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Nimisha Ladva, and I'm a writer, storyteller, and playwright. I live in Wynwood, Pennsylvania, just outside Philadelphia. Every opportunity I have had as an artist has been because of my proximity to the city of Philadelphia. Please save Philadelphia culture and arts. Pennsylvania is better for it. Philadelphia is better for it. We are all better for the arts.
Hi, I'm Carly from South Philadelphia. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Mindy. I live in Lansdowne, PA, and I've been the Director of Education at Philadelphia Young Playwrights in Center City for almost 10 years. Our organization alone serves around 20 Philadelphia district schools in upwards of 40 classrooms, and our on-site programs host students from all over the city. Arts are one of the vital ways young people engage with their community and find their civic passion. Save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Rebecca Wright and I live in West Philadelphia. I'm the Artistic Director of Applied Mechanics and a freelance theater director. I moved to Philadelphia because it is one of the world's great theater cities. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, I'm Emily. I live in Pensport in South Philly, and you need to save Philly arts and culture. Simple as that.
Hi, my name is Pax Wrestler, and I live in West Philly. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hey, I'm Sarah. I live in the Northeast, and the arts community is my livelihood. There are just so many small organizations that I rely on and that need support from the Cultural Fund just to continue to exist. Theater companies, arts education, dance, circus, cultural advocates, music venues, visual arts, these all inform my work. And when I scroll through PCF's grant recipients, like just for 2020, there's got to be about 100 organizations I personally would miss if they weren't part of the city. And I'm one person.
Hi, Mayor Kinney. My name is Chris McDowell. I moved to the neighborhood about 2 years ago when I moved to Philly to take a tech job down at the Navy Yard. I love the city, and part of what this makes the city great is all the arts and culture here, and I really hope you don't defund the arts and culture that make this place one of the coolest cities in the country. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Ross.
And I'm Brenna.
And we both live in South Philadelphia.
And we're both working artists.
And we are asking you to please save Philadelphia arts and culture. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kira, and I've been participating in Philly Young Playwrights for 4 years. They've not only helped me grow as a writer, but as a person, giving me valuable skills and, most importantly, a supportive community of mentors and friends. Save Philly arts and culture.
Hi, my name is Pratima Agarwal, and I'm based in Kensington, Philadelphia. For me, the arts means the ability to create a sense of community with other artists and share the work that we create with the city of Philadelphia. Without arts funding, it makes it incredibly difficult for artists to survive and share that work for people to enjoy, which they need as part of the fabric of their lives. Save Philly arts and culture.
My name is Valerie Tracy Santiago. I live in the Old Brook Farms section of Philadelphia. When everything is lost, there's always music. These are the things that keep us strong and inspire us to keep going, to contribute, to help others. If we lose our arts and culture, it'll be very difficult for us to come back after that. We should and can never lose the arts and the arts and culture in Philadelphia.
Hi, my name is Catherine and I live in West Philly. For the past 10 years, I've been an actor, a teaching artist, a facilitator, and a mentor in the Philadelphia arts community. I miss my students terribly. I miss being in the rehearsal room terribly. Please save Philly arts and culture. We need it now more than ever.
Hi, Mayor Kenny. My name is Mel Crodman. I'm a resident of Philadelphia and South Philly, but soon I'll be living in West Philadelphia. I'm so excited. Mayor, please, please, please do not defund Philadelphia arts and culture. I know that you know this, but we can't afford that. I know that there have got to be a million things I don't understand about how city budgets work and how to dig oneself out of this incredible economic hole that this COVID crisis is creating. Thank you for your leadership. But Mayor, we can't afford to cut off arts and funding culture in a city like Philadelphia at a time when people need the arts to help deal with the psycho-emotional trauma that this COVID crisis is creating. People need art to help understand, digest, process their world, and feel excited to live in it. The arts and culture sectors offer people life.
My name is Jay Kimberly, and I live in Overbrook Park. Please save Philly arts and culture. Will be our stance for why it's important to support arts and culture. We provide, obviously, a service to the community, but the service that we provide is healing to the mind, body, and soul, right? So we are teachers, we are healers, we bring joy, and in this particular environment, everyone's concerned about health and human services, and justifiably so. But once you have those basic needs met, it's been a very depressive period for a lot of people. And people need to be able to have their spirits restored. Not everybody has money to sit on the sofa. Not everybody will, with the libraries being closed, have an opportunity to learn. And I think what we bring to the public, right, is joy, healing, and learning.
Hey everybody. So I have with me here now Power Street Theater Company. I'm going to hand it off to Gabby, and she'll handle this part of the video here.
Thank you, James.
Thank you, James.
Awesome. Hey everyone. Hey ladies. How y'all doing?
What up?
It's Monday? Yeah, Monday morning.
Is it Monday? Okay, cool.
Yeah, another Monday.
The questions of the universe, you know.
Is the time lost its meaning?
So thanks for joining us, everyone. Power Street has been just really grateful for all the support we have received with this digital rally, and also our PST emergency action meeting, and also the videos that we created. So just thank you all for just being a part of amplifying our work and the work of our city, y'all work, right? And so I just wanted to kind of first start off with, before we I'm going to go into some like just highlights of what got us here today. But let's first start off with just introducing ourselves, right? So for my wonderful friends here, if you can say your name, your gender pronoun, and your favorite food during quarantine.
I love that you and Asaki are in 2 different rooms, even though you live in the same house. Elena Ortiz, she, her. My favorite food during quarantine. What have I not eaten? God, I don't know. I kind of have had a diverse diet, to be honest. I think I mean cheese. Yeah, I think that's about like anything with cheese on it has been, unfortunately, my quarantine comfort food. I've gone times before where I haven't eaten cheese for months at a time, but once I break open that floodgate,
the Pandora's box.
Yeah, you can't. It's just like, oh, geez, everything is better with it. So, but I'm also learning that sauerkraut is really good. Not replacement for cheese, but it like adds that extra punch of like weird, slightly rotten flavor that we're looking for. You know, that's like what cheese is. It's like something that's slightly rotten. Anyway, I don't know. That's
kimchi.
That's where I am today. I'm feeling really weird today, so I feel like I'm gonna be really weird on this call. So just prepare.
Let's embrace our inner weirdness. I love being weird. I love claiming that I'm weird, along with all my other identities. So let's do this together.
Hi, I'm Asaki Kuruma. Gender pronoun she, her. I don't know. So, when the quarantine started, I was still in grad school. So I was still busy doing everything. Then the school done, and I have nothing to do. So I started cooking, which is good. And so Gabby and I, we live together. So we started kind of like a cultural food exchange. Like we cook for each other. And we discovered a lot of like different things from each other's culture. Like I made like a Japanese dumpling that she really loved. We made aso pao, or like a aso pao / what is that, like that version you made? Because aso pao is a Dominican.
Well, no, it was like an aso pao, but I kind of added my own twist to it.
Well, that was like a huge hit for me. What's that?
Bibimbap.
Bibimbap, yeah, because I'm Korean, Korean Japanese. So I made a lot of like Asian food, and Gabby has been making a lot of Spanish food, and it's been a lot of fun actually to like, as a theater artist, like a meal is not really like a priority. Cooking is not really a priority as much as we try. And now we have time to like cook and enjoy barbecue. I'm being Americanized here. I don't know if I'm okay with that.
But is it cool if I go next to Saki?
Yeah.
Cool. So I'm Gabi Sanchez. And yeah, she, her, hers. And something that I really enjoyed during quarantine. I think the same thing. I have made a plant-based, really banging ass burger. And have done barbecue, and it's really been healing my soul. To have something to look forward to and to nourish my body during times where I think my body's releasing a lot of pain and sadness and all of those things. So, and water. I'm trying to remind myself, as Saki's a good reminder. She's always reminding me to drink water. I encourage everyone in this moment.
I always have my water bottle with me next to me, no matter
if
what.
Y'all have a water bottle. Drink some water with us, y'all.
Yes, let's take a cheers to some water.
So yeah, it was important that what today is going to look like with Power Street for this hour is kind of our structure of how we gather, how we love one another, how we have going to learn about one another, and we're going to ask each other questions. But a big practice of ours is always starting with your name, your gender pronoun, and a prompt question when we're in a rehearsal room, when we're organizing a meeting, when we're having, any type of event. That's kind of, we're always facilitating opening circles and closing circles. And that's a big part of our practice. And so that's something that we just wanted to model today. And we're also going to just model friendship, because that is a big part of what's made us exist in this world as artists. I'm here today because of these two women here that have stood by me and held me up at the hardest times when I wanted to give up and I didn't find a place in this industry. And so I hope that today brings you a lot of joy to just kind of also be in the room with us and be friends with us and kind of get to know Power Street a little bit more and to get to know us a little bit more. So one of the things I wanted to start off with was, why are we here today, right? And so James did a wonderful job talking about all the ways, the potential defunding of the arts and culture budget, what that can have on us. And there's going to be so many people that are going to get on this call and talk about it. We have someone, Asaki's going to be doing something tomorrow around like the budget and really breaking it down. So for us, we're not going to go too much into the budget today. We're really going to use this platform to amplify each other and our art and talk about why we love art so much. But I did want to read something that James posted because I thought it was really important. So this was a quote by James Jackson, who has been one of the lead organizers on this, and kind of this was the inception for him. Like, this idea came from James. Does anybody want to share where this idea came from? Alina, Saki?
We were on a call that the emergency action call, which was really just kind of a way to be like, let's get together. We think we have an idea of something we want to do. We want to get these videos together and create sort of like some compilation that we can share and send to folks in power. And then from that call, we were also very much like, we don't know, like, we're just trying to do what we think we can do. And so from there, James was like, what about this idea of like a digital rally? And, of course, it's changed slightly and it's moved around a lot because, we can only do what we can do. But it was really exciting because basically from that meeting, Gabby and James and everybody else, a couple other people, Danny Orndorff from Vox Populi, a couple people that are going to be on throughout the day today, were like, yeah, let's make it happen. And that was like maybe 9 days ago or something. So it's kind of like when things are just like falling apart, there's this sense of urgency behind, like, and a lot of people we knew that people would come out and that people would send videos in, and we knew that people would participate because we see how affected people are by what this mayor and what this city thinks it wants to look like next year, which is not, I don't think, not at all the Philadelphia that we want. So yeah, it was really, it's from there, kind of just was like, okay, it was very much like, although Gabby and James have been the main leaders of it and have done the brunt of the work in terms of like getting the technological things, a lot of other folks were like, I'll do this, I'll reach this part, I'll do this part. So it's really been a community effort and a real display of like what can happen when the community comes together. So that makes, I'm not breathing. That makes me really excited.
I'm glad you're reminding yourself to breathe. Yeah.
My lungs were like,
yeah. Just echoing that, man. I know that folks are giving me shout outs today. And I thank you for that, and I receive that, and I'm always here to receive affirmations and love from folks. But this has been a community effort. This would have not been possible without so many folks that have just been willing to submit. Even you participating today and watching this, you are a part of making this possible. So this is a communal effort, and so thank you for being here. And so I'm just going to read real quick what James wrote. And I think Erlina kind of already talked to this, but I just kind of wanted to bring James' voices into the table with us today. So he said, in case you're not aware, the reason we are rushing, I'm rushing to have the first digital rally for Philly Arts today and tomorrow is because there are public hearings for City Council on Tuesday at 3 p.m. So tomorrow, Due to the pandemic, they are only allowing a small group to testify. I believe everyone who wants to should be able to testify. This digital rally can be shared with the city council and repeatedly amplify the voices of those who won't get to publicly testify as the value of Philadelphians with regards to the budget priorities. So yeah, so like this is also a platform to have all of our voices heard. And so make sure you're tagging Mayor Kenny on this. Make sure you're tagging city council folks, your state rep folks, like everyone, you know, and even arts organizations that you love and adore, artists that you love and adore that may not know that this is happening. Tag them. Cool.
Yeah, one thing that came up, sorry to interject, but one thing that came up while I was doing the meeting for my tomorrow segment, breaking down the budget with my friend Casey and Professor Arapis. Sorry, he's Greek. It's like an unfamiliar kind of last name. Was that it's very much it's mayor who is going to be spending the money, but it's council who has that, you know, power. So, you know, not only mayor, you have to pressure that councils, all those people who are working for the city to like, hey, this is important. Culture is important. Art is important. And there's a lot of people whose life is depending on you, whose wellness is depending on you. So it's like, make a better choice, please. Well, maybe not please, like we demand.
And so one of the ways that you can support this effort and right now and between today and tomorrow is make sure you make sure you heart, make sure there's a new care button, right? Make sure you share, create a watch party, right? Instagram will not be one of the platforms where we can actually synchronize like this live streaming. So take a phone. I think I have someone, I think my boo right now is like screening this on our Instagram from a tablet I have, or we're trying all the ways to just have our voices heard in the city that we love, right? And the city that we have been dedicated to share our art and culture with folks, right? And make it a more powerful and beautiful place to live in and exist. So now we're on to the fun and juicy part. So a part of me wanted to start it with some, we're trying all the ways to just have our voices heard in the city that we love, right? In the city that we have been dedicated to share our art and culture.
Oh, I'm so
folks,
sorry.
right?
That was me.
Sorry. Thank you. I'm like, I'm hearing myself. So another fun fact real quick before we start is that, you know, this is new. So there's going to be some hiccups in the road, right? And we're going to embrace that. We're going to embrace the hiccups. We're going to embrace all of it. I really am a firm believer, you know, as we're shifting onto Power Street and how we all met. When I decided to create Power Street, I also decided that I was willing to fail, right? I was willing to put myself on the line and say, you know, if maybe this will work and maybe this won't. And so I think I've always been someone that's been willing to fail. It's uncomfortable to fail, right? And what is even failure, right? It makes me also think of what is failure, what is success, right? And having to like really ask myself those questions as an artist and leader throughout my career. But I'm so happy that I said yes to Power Street. And I'm so happy I said yes to this rally because that willingness to just take risk, right, allows opportunity for innovation. And so now we're going to talk about the innovation that we all created together, right, in this place that we love. But before, I kind of wanted to just shift a little bit. I wanted to show y'all a fun memory. Y'all down for a fun memory?
Yeah. Is this a surprise?
This is more of an embarrassing thing for me, but I was like, you know what? Let me just do this. I'm gonna screen share and show y'all memory, and then we can do some commenting on it and talk a little bit, some questions. Y'all cool with that?
Okay.
Again, this is probably more embarrassing for me than anyone else. Right now, and y'all ready?
Oh my God. You did not.
In a world with a local university. Oh my God.
One ensemble.
One ensemble.
Oh.
Asagi echoes what it means.
Oh my God, this is such a display.
Asagi, look at what it means to be a community.
No, you're not saying it in the voice that it needs to be said. What it means to be a community. Oh. Somebody needs to tag Jeff.
A catalyst for change.
Oh my God.
Wow.
You went so hard and so extra from the start. That's why we're here.
So how do y'all feel watching our first trailer ever? By the way, I created that on iMovie 8 years ago.
Oops.
Is that me?
I think so.
I think there's a video still playing on your browser.
Sorry, y'all. I told you there would be hiccups along the way.
Yeah, I think that's like a perfect example of like being willing to fail, being willing to just be like, all right, we need to make a trailer, and like I don't know how to do this, but I'm gonna learn. I'm gonna teach myself how to do something, and it's out there. It's everyone will see it.
Yeah, our entire journey has been like that. Like, all right, there is a thing we have to deal with, but we never learned how to do. Let's learn right now. Like from, like creating a little trailer to reserving a space to, oh wow, we have to get an insurance now, to set making, to
joining the culture works and like getting that infrastructure in place. That was a huge step forward.
Y'all need a physical sponsor as artists. Talk to me, reach out to Culture Trust, Culture Works, man. They're awesome.
Wonderful.
I love having a physical sponsor. I can talk to you about the benefits that I've seen having Culture Trust as our physical sponsor, but I think it was one of the best decisions we've ever made as a company. And so yeah, if you're interested in learning about physical sponsorship, let me know. Cool. So I just wanted to do a little throwback. I'm gonna have a little bit more videos for y'all. Okay. I think that one's so hilarious. I've more and more I love it, but I remember just being like, never show this. This is so embarrassing. But I think it shows us our roots and where we come from and how far we've come, man. So one of the questions I had for y'all was like, beyond just Power Street, right? We all met through Power Street. So maybe we can share a little bit about how we met. So that's my first question. Like, how did we meet? And maybe it wasn't initially just through Power Street. Like, what was, I guess, a part of me is like, what was our first impressions of one another? Or like, what was our first impressions of one another as artists? Did we see each other as artists? I can say something if you want me to take the lead, or one of y'all can.
I kind of want Asaki to jump in on this one.
Oh, really? I was gonna say Arlena because you were the one who said Gabby first, but okay. So, I graduated as Arlena and Gabby was coming into Temple, so we never actually met, even though we went to the same, university. And I was just working professionally, but at that one time. What was I back in 8 years ago? 2012?
2012.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Damn. I was just like, at the time, I was like really in a low place of my life. It's just like, broke off this like huge relationship, lost my job, so just trying to figure out what is me as an artist, trying to figure it out. And then I saw this post on that Theater Philadelphia, like a mailing list, like, if you think you're a minority in any way, come meet us. And I was like, okay, I'll come. So I still remember that church on the Christian Street. No, it's not Christian Street. somewhere.
Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Bainbridge.
Yeah,
because I worked
yeah.
worked for somebody that I was like renting out, a freelancer life. I was like renting out rooms in a church to make money on the side. And so I had access to this random church. Oh my God, wow.
And there they are. There's two Latinas. I don't know them. Just like, hey, so we're gonna play and explore. And I was like, okay. And that was pretty much the audition. I think we did some theater games and some improvs and talked about each other, and then they eventually reached out to me and said, like, we're trying to create this show called Minority Land, like, are you interested in, like, be part of us to be in the Fringe? And I was like, well, I'm not doing anything, so might as well. And then this lady, Arlena, gave me a role named George. It's like literally nothing but his name and the fact that he works for this like a Chinese takeout place. There was like a blank. Like, I don't know who he is, and he goes to the community college. That's pretty much like the only thing that was in his like a profile. And I was like, okay, anything else? And she's like, well, you can create it, and we're gonna improv and we're gonna write a script out of it. So pretty much the entire summer we improv the hell out of those characters, and that's how kind of we fleshed out that play. And I was like, well, this is fun. Might as well. Yeah.
And I would say just real quick that my first impression of you, Asaki, when you came to audition, I just remember like you just being so funny. You were so talented, especially with improv. Like, you had this special gift that even just like doing improv with you felt so effortless and fun. And I felt like you were full of surprises. And I also remember you being a good mover. Like, I remember when it's weird that I remember your first audition. It's crazy. In that church. And I remember you just moving, not only being funny, but moving your body, like that you were a mover. You were not only just an actor, you knew how to move your body in really fun, dynamic ways that was really interesting to watch.
It's so funny you said that I'm really like talented with the improv, because I was terrified of improv because of my language. I took a class in Temple about improv, and I literally pushed myself in because it was at max capacity of the numbers of the student that supposed to be in, and I just like pushed and she let me in. Bobby Block from
Diana's joining us.
Diana.
Surprise guest, y'all.
Oh my goodness.
You're muted, Diana. You're muted, Diana.
Let me unmute. Diana, you're muted.
I'm here.
If y'all didn't see Las Mujeres, this is Frida making her beautiful.
She's here for the tequila.
Yeah.
Diana, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Wait, let Asaki finish talking about her improv.
No, that was pretty much it.
Oh, okay.
Just introduce yourself real quick. Your name, your gender pronoun, and a food that you've loved during quarantine.
Name, Diana, pronouns, she, her, and food I love during quarantine. Tacos, pretty much. I've done tacos with everything, pretty much.
What kind of tacos, right? Because you're a vegan, so.
Yeah, vegan tacos, but literally we have done everything, either a taco or a burrito, pretty much, and that's what we've been eating this whole quarantine.
Awesome. Right now, Diana, we're just kind of talking. We're asking each other questions. We as we always do, we're going with the flow. Feel free to jump in the conversation.
Yeah.
We were just talking about what our first impressions of each other were, and so I just shared that Asaki is really funny, amazing mover. For like just remembering that. So yeah, if any of you want to jump in.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at first impressions, this is sort of like Power Street lore at this point. My first impressions, Gabby and I had a class together. I believe it was theater history. I believe Ed Sobel was the teacher, and we did not, you know, I don't think we enjoyed that class. I don't think would be the word to use. And
Let's keep it real.
And yeah, and you know, we were, I guess, probably both feeling very just like over learning about so many white playwrights, and like but I was feeling over it, but I was still very much in the phase, and you know, a part of me that I'm always fighting of like pleasing everyone. So I just, you know, and Gabby didn't have that at all, and I remember thinking like, wow, Gabby doesn't give a fuck, and like, oh excuse me, that's the best way to put it though, I think.
No worries, this is marked as an adult performance.
Okay, good, okay.
I was like,
oh yeah, I didn't give a fuck.
But in the best way. Like I remember just thinking like, she has her priorities straight right now, and that was kind of my impression. But also in a sense that like, she doesn't care, she doesn't give a fuck, and also because of the way that I am, she probably doesn't give a fuck about me. So like, I was very intimidated about like approaching her or being friends with her, until she approached me, and finally, I guess for whatever reason, was like, let me go talk to this weird girl. And I was like, oh my God, she's talking to me. And I had seen Gabby at an event once where she was dancing salsa, and she looked so good, and I was just being like, oh my God, like, and I'm a terrible dancer. That's like one of my weak spots. So I was just like so impressed, and so like, wow, this girl is cool. And then, yeah, I guess from there, after Gabby reached out to me about, you know, being a part of Power Street in some way, I had already seen so much theater in Philly by that point. I'd already been interning in different theater companies, and was feeling very just like, ugh, like, I don't know, like what's out here for me. So actually having a place at the table, having a place where I'd be like, oh, the decisions that I have a voice here, and I can say what I think this story should be, and have a say about what this company could be someday, like, or collective, because now that's what we call ourselves. Please stop like using the word company. So yeah, it was just I think that I fell in love with Power Street before I fell in love with Gabby, because we were more like, we realized that we worked really well together as business partners. And then after about a year of that, after Minorityland, after all of it, we were like, oh, and we also like each other as people, so this is gonna be great. So yeah, I think that was I think that us building the relationship and being like, we're also going to be friends through this, because this is going to be really hard, was an important aspect of like why we're here today, 8 years later.
Yeah, thank you for those nice words. That was so nice. Can I say my first impressions of Diana real quick? Because me and Diana's history is really interesting, y'all. And I just want to use this platform also to amplify my other work beyond Power Street, right? When Power Street was founded, I had just graduated and got a job at Talla Puertorriqueño, right? I don't think I even had gone to my graduation when I was already got my job with Talla Puertorriqueño, being the cultural enrichment and facility manager there, which I'll be highlighting some of their work later on today. So stay tuned. I got some great footage. But I met Diana through a friend that was working at Talla Puertorriqueño. And Diana actually worked alongside me for the summer program that we were doing with the Delphi program with the Philadelphia Arts Museum, Esperanza en Talla Puertorriqueño. And so Diana and I worked together for a whole summer. And I remember like the first impressions was like, you were really quiet. You kind of like, I think you kind of stood to yourself.
Retracted, like,
yeah, but also you had just came from Puerto Rico, so
yeah.
So I can understand looking back now why you were like, because you are not quiet. I was like, if you really know Diana, she is not quiet, okay? But I remember like, yeah, I remember one of the things that Arlena did a speech not too long ago at a Delaware museum, that speech you did in Delaware. And I remember Arlena saying a moment talking about our friendship. And she said, there was a moment that we could have not looked each other in the eye and not saw each other and just passed each other by, and Power Street would have never existed.
because we were both so focused on our individual careers and like, how am I going to be able to act? How am I going to be able to act? How am I going to be able to make a living in this world? I'm like coming to the reality. But like, thankfully, instead of just continuing to look forward and like not realize that we were standing right there next to each other, and that if we came together, we could actually have a lot more power.
And the reason I think about that in relation to Diana was me and Diana worked together for a whole summer. And it kind of made me sad that, like, you know, I don't know if we ever really looked at each other in the eye and was like, I didn't really know that she was an artist like that, a theater artist. I didn't really know all of her background too much, I kind of knew some of it, but I didn't, you know, ask questions. I didn't make that time until after the summer. I remember we were looking for a costume designer for Mori Soñando. And I remember being like, I worked with this woman who like, who said she was kind of interested. She was a theater artist. Let me reach out. And so I had to spend a whole summer with Diana. And, you know, I always think about it sometimes that was such a missed opportunity, but I remembered and I reached out to her. And from that point on, Diana was a costume designer for us, has been, I would say, you know, Power Street's stellar actress. She would steal the show because she's that good. And I really mean that. Like, you're an amazing actor. I love directing you. I love working alongside you. But yeah, my first impressions was like, yo, like we went a whole summer without really fully seeing each other eye to eye. And so this is also encouraging y'all as artists, like, you know, but it wasn't a missed opportunity because I still reached out, and look at where we are. Diana, you joined in 2014. 14. So you've been with us for 6 years. So like, you know, like amazing, you know, thank you for saying yes to when I reach out to you, and thank you for staying on board.
Thank you for letting me, you know, for opening up the doors of Power Street to me, because I did kind of like reach out and say like, hey, you know, I can help, but I didn't know if you needed me or if you wanted me to be part of Power Street. So it was really nice of you that you actually kind of like let me be part of the family. And for that, I'm so grateful for all of you guys to just kind of like bring me in with open arms.
And I would say, I would just shift the we didn't let you, we asked you, right? We don't let people join our tribe and our family. We just ask people to join us. So I just
and we've asked people in the past to be a part of Power Street who were like, actually, this is not the path for me, and who are still people who are huge supporters of us, and who, you know, that we're continuing to work with throughout the years. I think that there's sometimes though when you just, as an artist, you need a home.
Yeah. That's pretty much what I was looking for. You know, I came here and I just wanted to work as an artist. It didn't matter how I started. I just wanted to be part of the artist.
Now, did you know that Philly had a strong art scene? Was that part of the reason that you came to Philadelphia?
I didn't know a lot of Philly when I came here. Like, I came here out of the blue, very randomly, just looking for a change. I did a little bit of research, or I had a little bit of background around, Philly do have an art scene, but I didn't know to what extent or how, you know, broad it was until I got here and until I started working with you guys. I didn't know anything. So pretty much being in Power Street was a learning experience for me, and just kind of like, it was pretty much the fundamental, you know, thing for me to learn and to understand and to be part of the Philly art scene.
Awesome. So is it okay? Did anybody want to give an impression for Elena? I want to make sure we get at least an impression for Elena, and then I'm going to move on to the next fun question.
One word impression, maybe.
I thought that you were very quiet at the beginning. Because like
Me?
Gabby is the one, Gabby's the one who is like, no shade, but like loud, taking up a space, and almost like a yin and yang in a way. But then, you know, all those like drafts from Minority Land comes in, then we were changing the script until like pretty much last minute, weren't we? Right?
Yeah, I think the script was changing right up until we were in tech.
Yeah, and we were like, oh my god, this lady's driving us crazy. But then, you know,
my first impression from Erlina, it was as we met, or the first time I saw Erlina was for the Dorney Park
oh yeah,
trip that we did with the summer camp. That was the first time I actually got to see it, and my first impression was like, is she a model? Because she was so tall.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
That was my first impression, actually. Then I started like, okay, no, I mean, she's too wild because I mean, you weren't quiet in the trip. I don't know. That wasn't my impression. For you, it was like, nah, she's cool. She's not a model.
She's cool. She's not a model. Real quick, Erlina, my impression of you was just like, honestly, I remember just being like, wow, she's organized. And I remember thinking also, like, echoing what Asaki said, I was like, I feel like she's going to be the yin to my yang. Like, she's thinking in ways that I'm not thinking about that we're supporting each other. So I think instinctually I knew that we were very fundamental, like we were very different. And we've grown so much since then. But I think at our core, we just amplified each other's strengths and supported each other. And I think because we were different, we didn't always agree at times. And I think that that's what also made us better. Was like, even like they create an agenda together. You introducing me to an agenda. Thank you, LTA, you know, for that. Is it cool if I move on to the next question, y'all?
Yeah.
And I also want to show at least one more video to where we are. So we're talking about the history. A lot of Minority Land is coming up only because that was like our first production. And we also remounted it this fall 2019. So we're going to show you a cool video that we have in a little bit. But I wanted to ask a couple of more questions. So this is a hard one, or maybe it might not be. What was your favorite production with Power Street? Like, what was your favorite production? Or maybe
I think that's an easy one for me. Even though I love every show we have ever worked on, something about Las Mujeres was just like really special. Every one of us was involved in it in some creative way, you know, which hasn't always been the case for every production. It was an all team of, it's just such a diverse team and so many women and women of color. And it was just, it was a very dynamic space. There was so much that went wrong, but like still somehow we just kept figuring things out. And it was just also, I think, the first time that like our community in North Philly and the theater community of Philadelphia came together. And I saw like, okay, this is the next step for us, because we had already had a lot of support from the community in North Philly, but I felt at that point like no one that I knew in Theater Philadelphia had actually come out to support anything that Power Street had done. So that was the first time that I looked in the audience and was like, oh, okay, all right. So that was really nice to be like, okay, like the vision of this is starting to come together a little bit, that it's about us coming together, and it's about that it doesn't have to be separate, and it doesn't have to be, you know, that just because this company is doing shows in North Philly, it's not going to resonate for someone who lives in South Philly or something. So I think that Las Mujeres just like really left an impression, and there were so many amazing people that we have since continued working with from that team as well. Tamania joined the advisory board, and yeah, just that production was a lot of really fun.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you, Erlina. Like Las Mujeres. Why did I say Morisoñando? Las Mujeres, like, it was the first time we actually had like a professional design team, and we built the set, and we were in like a non-theater space. So there was a lot of figuring out, like you were saying, and it's just so special as a costume designer. The moment I saw actually Diana as Frida on the first day of tech, I literally teared up. I was like, she's here. But at the same time, the first time around Minority Land is just so special for me too. Because, Fringe, there's a lot of competition. And we were doing the show in the old tire space, which is like a little off center from where most of the Fringe shows are happening. So I was worried if there's going to be anyone coming, anybody's going to be, watching or enjoying. And then after the first night, people were like, we had a standing ovation. They were ecstatic to have their story told, and we have so many times heard from our audience, like, I've never seen somebody like me, like my family, like someone I know being represented on stage. So thank you for telling the story. Thank you for breaking the silence. Thank you for being here. So that was super special for me. And that honking,
oh my God,
remember that, right? So give your context. Give your context, Gabby. Give your context.
Can I piggyback off of that? Because I do think, I think Saki, you just pretty much said everything so beautifully and exactly how I feel. Like, Las Mujeres definitely, I think Las Mujeres, like you said, Erlina, was like that next level for us. I think it was kind of like, we're here to stay. We've been doing this. We had new resources. We had funding from the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, y'all. So if y'all like Las Mujeres, you like Power Street's work, right? Gabriela Sanchez wasn't pulling couches from my living room. Actually, that couch behind you, that small little couch, point at that small little couch behind you. That small little couch behind you was a set piece. That was a set piece.
That one?
Yeah, that was a set piece for Minority Land, for the first Minority Land. So I was pulling, set design Minority Land with whatever resources I had out of my mom's home, okay, and my home. And fast forward with Las Mujeres, we were receiving funding from the Philadelphia Cultural Fund and other funders. Philadelphia Cultural Fund was our first funder ever, which is really powerful, which is why we're here today, which is why we're advocating, because this funding isn't going to affect a lot of, communities of color, and no, this is us demanding no. We are here to stay, and we will be here. We will stay here. We will continue the art, but we need the support. We've already been doing this art for free long enough. Mm-hmm. We've been doing this work for free long enough. I can't tell y'all how many times I'm asked to do work for free. So you know what? We need the Philadelphia Cultural Fund to still exist, okay? Yeah. And so just real quick, Minority Land. My favorite moment was, I didn't think I was going to be a producer. I thought I was going to be an actor. I thought I was going to go to Broadway. I was very, I had my own ambitions of what my also white culture trained me to think in my training. It's very individualized, like, right? And when I went into community work with Dayo Puertorriqueño, I learned very quickly, and even my work always taught me that, what Adrienne Maree Brown talks about is co-creation, right? And the power of co-creation. And so I learned co-creation, beyond like the ensemble work, was when we put up a sign for Minority Land at the end, and it says, honk if you can't pay your rent. And I'm Mama Julia, and this is my first time really acting. This is my first time ever producing anything, set designing, alongside people who just said yes to me. And oh my God, I'm like about to cry.
You're such a crybaby. I love it.
I am a crybaby because this is the power of the arts, and it's real, y'all. Like, these tears are not fake. This is not like, right? Like, but co-creation looks like this. Change looks like this. When you put up a sign for a show, you do a protest show for the first time and say, I belong here. And the community starts to honk with you. Our audience, that Fringe never went to that community, never went to North Philly because it was too far. Our audience honked with us and gave us a standing ovation. And that memory has fueled my work forever, because I had, I had students in there, there was the diversity in that room. If you think that people of color don't come and support art. You haven't seen a Power Street show. You haven't seen a Theater in the X show. You haven't seen a Papa show. You have not seen the work that actually has been done from grassroots organizations that have put their blood, sweat, and tears. And there's so many other organizations that have been doing the work forever, even before who paved the way for us to even do this work, right? We were able to do this work without Taller Puertorriqueño, without their space, without that resource. And so, you know what, like, that moment was life-changing for me because Minority Land was a protest show. You know, it was, you know, Otis is getting people to sign petitions, you know, and 8 years later, here we are, and we reproduced this show with the biggest budget we've ever had through William Penn, right? So that moment, I think, fueled me in a way of understanding co-creation on a whole nother level, and understanding that, you know, it's going to be hard, but it's going to be worth it. It's going to be worth it every time we get that standing ovation from our audience, every time we get that beep, every time we get that hug, every time we get that testimonial of someone breaking silence about domestic violence, about rape culture, right? About gentrification, about immigration, right? About all of these things that we talk about. So I'm, you know, I went off on a tangent there, but
beautiful tangent, don't worry.
Thank y'all for listening, you know, and I hope y'all know that these tears are real because I care about the arts. The arts saved my life. The arts saved my life. Arts and culture saved my life. Mm-hmm. It's been a tool for healing for me, and empathy, and to do better. I still have a lot of work to do too. So when I'm holding people accountable and I'm calling people out, I'm also calling myself out to do better. I'm calling out all of y'all on this call, Power Street leaders, to do better, because we can, and we have that power. And so, and our community has shown us that. So, Diana, memory.
What is the question?
The question was, what was your favorite production? I almost know Diana's answer.
I mean, obviously for me, Las Mujeres was one of my favorites, but also She Wore Those Shoes was one of my favorites too. And it was because of, I mean, like the bravery that we had to just kind of like call out rape culture in the military so bluntly. And it was something that it was needed in the community to know about it. That really got me. So definitely that's one of my favorite shows, and for obvious reasons. But yeah, those two are my favorite shows. And for like memories that I have from both, like, you know, that She Wore Those Shoes, we actually did it with very little budget. Like, we were just kind of like starting to just get funding or add an actual budget with She Wears Those Shoes. And how we were able to come up with what we came up with, like how great it was also, and the response from the audience, how it touched people that saw the show in terms of they didn't know, or just kind of like just being a beacon of light to them, to just know like this actually happens, and that they really actually wanted more stories like this, or more theater, more plays that does tells the truth of what minorities actually have to go through in all spheres in society, whether it's military, whether it's economic, whether if it's housing, everything. And that's what we need, and that's what we do. And I believe that, yeah, that She Wore Those Shoes was one of those shows that really did resonate with the audience like that.
I agree. I'm doing a little bit of timekeeping here. I really want to show this video that is one of the most coolest things I think we were able to get throughout also this big production we did with Minority Land. So I just wanted to highlight it before time's up. So I'm gonna kind of screen share it, and then we can kind of maybe end with an appreciation for one another, because we're ending at 12. So I'm gonna screen share, give me 1 second, and we'll watch a really cool video. Screen share.
Oh my God.
So unapologetic.
Comunidades conectadas.
Yes. Bilingual. So yeah, this was at the Puerto Rican Day Parade. Some of this was filmed there.
The moment that Gabby came up to me in class and was like, I'm starting a theater company. With a letterhead. With a letter. Very professional looking letter with a logo. And I was just like, who is this woman?
I'm gonna mute myself because all you can do is hear me laughing.
Gabby, I think that
you can't mute yourself though, Gabby.
So that letter was really my act of revolution to saying I belong here. And does anyone else feel this way?
Part of what makes Power Street is an openness to continue learning and growing, but with this root of like what is at the core of everything is making sure that the community, whether that be a community of artists or a community where you're presenting the show, is involved and engaged and happy and joyful to be doing the work.
It was no longer just about me performing. It was about also who was experiencing our stories. And that you're meeting people where they are, ultimately. Like when we're talking about access and when we're showing up into the communities we care about, that we're honoring those spaces, that land, and honoring the expertise that other folks bring.
Oh, I love that hug. We getting beeps all the time, y'all. I think that banner's still there.
Basically, these
seriously,
a lot of people being educated, especially the students who are coming in about what's happening in the neighborhood, and learning to work together or learning how they can make an impact.
I represent a new generation.
I represent a new generation. I represent
Otis learning that just because all these terrible things are happening doesn't mean that he can let himself become bitter or angry, that he has to always figure out a way to keep fighting and keep moving forward.
I need you to stop denying and start acting.
So yeah, it's about gentrification in a neighborhood and what that really does to a community.
My favorite part is not only the actual play where you get to see these real life situations and just empowering Latinx communities, women, and just empowering in general. I love the talk back afterwards, actually being able to dig deep and see where the story is more than just a story.
Oh.
Yeah, that's important that Power Street always have a talk back to share so that the audience can share their voices and experiences, and that's like one of my best favorite moments.
Us to have a home where it's like this, where people can come in and out, where the youth, even if it's frustrating sometimes to have a lot of people in the space, to know that it's a space where people feel welcome and where they know that like the work that we're doing is for them and that they're creating the work with us. If we can continue to build a strong foundation here in North Philly and continuing to hone and figure out what works, what doesn't work, and take that model to different communities and to keep thinking about the ways that we can do this movement work and really cause social justice change through the arts, that's what I'm really excited about. We have already these adult workshops. We're thinking of other types of workshops that we can continue to do that is beyond, beyond. Our mission statement is a we can beyond.
one of the things that I really learned is that everyone is actually interested in creating change. We all just don't know how to. And everybody is facing similar issues and similar adversities, but no one knows how to actually tackle it. I learned it's really important for me to learn how to advocate for myself, how to create change, live for change, and change my community for my community, rather than complaining about the issues and not having knowledge on how to fix the issues.
Pienso que sí, que ayuda mucho, especialmente a la comunidad. Porque se puede involucrar y se va a poner la voz a las personas que no están haciendo nada en las calles, las personas que quieren algo para su vida bueno. Y yo sé que es bueno. Y que esto va a ayudar en gran manera a la comunidad, desde las familias hasta los más adultos todavía.
I want to be well, and I want to do my part. And I want joy to be at the center of that. So that is my form of disruption. That is my form of resistance. All right. Yeah, y'all. So what was it like? You know, we're already almost at time, but that's a video about Power Street. Maybe we could just say one word real quick that we want to claim for this digital rally. Power.
Change.
Justice.
Community.
James, you want to claim a word?
No, I'm okay for now. I've got lots of words and I was not prepared for that.
It's okay. I'm known for putting people on the spot.
Sorry. Yeah, I was in my head actually while you guys were going through that, planning the transition into the next little bit here.
No worries. Do you need us to still? We can still keep chatting it up.
It's up to
We
you
can talk
guys.
for like 5 more
I
hours.
will let you have as much time as you want. I know you guys have stuff that you have to do. I have some videos that I'm gonna present to the live stream, and they're ready for whenever you are.
Are we on live stream right now?
Yeah, we are.
Cool.
Okay. Okay, well, bye. Thank you, everyone. I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
Yes, and stay tuned tonight at 5 o'clock. I'll be on with my best friend Tiffany Janelle, and we'll talk about our friendship and how we met, and we'll also talk about the Creative and Performing Arts High School where we studied, and our future work and her as an artist. And then I also will be highlighting, following that, from 6 to 7, I'll be highlighting all the arts organizations I've worked for throughout my career. Well, not all of them, but a majority of the ones that have had huge influences on my life, and the ones who will be impacted by this Philadelphia Cultural Fund defunding. So stay tuned. You'll see more of me later on today. Shout out to James for making this happen.
Thanks, guys.
Tomorrow at 7 o'clock, I believe, me, my friend, and my professor are going to break down the city budget and see what is going on there, how horrible, I have to say, it is. So if you have any question about the budget, what's going on, shoot me a DM, and then we'll try to incorporate that in our panel.
And I believe Diana will also be performing with Teatro Sol, no?
Yes. Tomorrow from 7:15 p.m. to 9:15.
Yo, we about to have it's gonna be live?
Yes, I do believe it's going to be live.
Yes, we about to have a live performance up in here, y'all. Featuring Diana Rodriguez with Teatro Sol. I'm through Teatro Sol. Okay. Yes. Make sure y'all tune in. I'm gonna tune in, okay? For a live performance. What? We can't go see theater, but we can see theater on this live stream, y'all. So get it together. Make sure that if you want to have your voice heard, you hit up me, James, right? We'll make sure we get you on here. I believe there's still some slots available for tomorrow, right, James?
There are a ton of slots available for tomorrow, and anybody who wants to sign up and give testimony or perform or do anything else related to this protest are I'm more than happy to have anybody on. As I said, I would love to hear from people all over the community and get everybody's opinion expressed and get them out to city council and get them out to the world. Make sure people hear and see this broadcast, hear and see our voices. So right now and thank you guys. I'm gonna transfer the live stream back to me, and you guys can head out whenever you need. You can hang in the Zoom chat if you want. You won't be able to see what everybody else is seeing, unfortunately, because I'm gonna stream out some video playbacks on from my computer.
Cool.
So thank you to Power Street Theater Company for joining us. I'm gonna go live with some videos, and if I still have time, at 1 p.m. Almanac Dance Circus Theater is going to be taking over. And if I have time before they come on and take over, I'm also going to show you guys a little bit of what I've been doing in the background while the takeovers are happening. So here's our first video.
Dear Mayor Kenny, my name is Anita Holland. I am a resident of West Philadelphia, and I have been a member of the artistic community for the last 17 years. I am a theater maker, a deviser, a dancer, a healer, a teaching artist, a children's book author, and a human. Today I'm here to talk to you about funding the arts and culture. Why is it important? You know, why is culture important? I'm pretty sure it's because it helps give folks the tools, provides them with the tools to define the meaning of the world, to create a space for evaluation and self-reflection and community, a chance to explore curiosity, space to develop discipline, to cultivate compassion in, and also the tools to recognize when there is a need for change. And now more than ever, a need for change is upon us. I wouldn't say upon us. We're in it. We're in a time where change is inevitable. So I guess my question for you is, are you ready, Mayor? Are you ready? Are you ready to be at the forefront of change? Are you ready to be the vanguard city of the nation that says, yeah, I'm going to defund the police. Yeah, I'm going to fund the arts and culture. I'm going to support the people of this city. I'm going to fund housing. I'm going to acknowledge that Black lives matter, and essentially acknowledge that Indigenous lives matter, and acknowledge that, well, these people have been here for so long, and they're still here. Even though we have plaques up that say that they're long gone, they're still here, and they're not going to stop being here, no matter how hard we try. So maybe it's time to put those funds to work for change. Or, you know, you can keep supporting systemic incarceration and slavery. You know, it's up to you. I mean, it feels like, I know it's hard, but I think you can do it. I think you can make the right choice.
I feel very lucky to be in this room of artists. Everyone's blown me away by how game they are and creative they are and willing to dive in the deep end.
I knew I wanted to do a project about something that happened behind closed doors that could benefit from being brought into the spotlight. And so walking around the neighborhood, I saw how much of the city was residential, how much there was an aging population in that neighborhood, and also that there were social service organizations devoted to causes revolving around care. And I realized there's all these organizations devoted to caregiving in one way or another who don't often get to meet each other. And it's a topic I've been interested in for a long time, in part because it's such gendered work in our country and such underpaid work, doing the physical and emotional labor of caring for someone who's vulnerable. So I became really interested in models of civic and social practice where theaters are actually providing a creative forum for members of their community who wouldn't normally be in those spaces to have an outlet or to share their stories or to meet others in like-minded situations.
I was telling here in the group that, you know, a week before I started with the rehearsals was the 3rd year anniversary of my dad. So I was in a horrible place. I don't want to say I was getting depressed, but I lost a lot of motivation. I just wanted to go home from work and just lay down in my bed. And coming here and finding this group where I felt safe to talk about my feelings and to talk to other people that also have the same kind of, you know, situations that I went through with my dad, it was very helpful. And it's still, that is why every time I know that I have to come here, it's like, oh, you know, it's like my therapy session for me.
Pretty early on, people were very enthusiastic about the idea of bringing these stories out into the open. And the more leaders I talked to at different organizations, the more they would say, oh, you have to meet Ivan, or oh, you have to meet this person. And so I started holding story circles where we would gather people in a room, we'd have snacks, we'd do some cultural mapping, which are just sort of games to see who's in the room, where people are coming from, what they're bringing with them. And caregivers started sharing their stories about what that term means to them, how they've been doing it, the challenges, the misperceptions people have about it. And I talked to people about the process of making a play and what it would look like to see if they'd be interested in being involved.
We often talk in figuring about what's hot, right? And that could just mean like, what you just saw as hot in that it resonated with you, or it felt surprising or risky, or like a path you want to go down further. So what felt hot to you?
I think if we're going to be working with people who aren't trained actors, then it's really a missed opportunity not to have there be authenticity in their stories and what they're doing, and to have them be forming the characters. So it actually felt very natural. It felt more natural to develop characters and stories based on what they were bringing into the room, instead of there being a separate fiction that we then had to fit ourselves into. So I think devising is actually a really perfect model for community engaged processes, because it's literally making work with the people in the room. We did a week-long workshop in March to start figuring out ideas. Again, that was also a way of us getting to know the ensemble and seeing who was game for it, and give them a chance before signing on to really see what this process would be like, because not everyone actually wants to make a play. And then we started having rehearsals that were once a week on Saturdays for about 2 months, until the week before the shows, where we would rehearse every evening.
That's my dad.
This is my chocolate life raft. Especially at dinner time. I need it.
Why dinner time?
Because my elderly parents, who are 95 and 91, have lived with my husband and I for 14 years. And every night we have dinner together.
And he says they feel like lead that's sticking to the floor. So it's really hard. And also he has a little tremor, and he might even be drooling a little bit. So we want to get him up. He can get up to a walking level and rock him back and forth a little bit. If you blow too hard, he'll fall. So we just have to very carefully get him into the bedroom. I already checked, and the hallway is clear, the bed is clear, everything's ready for him to be able to get into bed. So I come around this way, and you're going to use your leg muscles to get up, your leg muscles. There you go. Really good. Now stand up straight and tall and rock at the same time. Bill calls this our dance. He calls it our dance.
Boy, but you best be careful, careful. Might catch your tail end in a circle, circle. The ocean, how she moves and ripples, ripples. In flashing lights, I swear she was an old film. Then the color bleeds and she becomes an angel, angel. Calls out to me like a siren to a scoundrel. I say, come on, child. And I say, come on, child. Blanket where she hides by virgin light.
I love it. It's just fun. It's so much fun. It feels so good.
It makes you feel so proud that this is something that you were a part of creating.
Doing this was very therapeutic for me as a caregiver, right? So it was a chance to talk about my experience, but also to work it out.
There are laughs that you didn't know existed until the audience hears them and laughs. So it's really incredibly stimulating and exciting to finally put it on in front of people.
The gift that I hope everybody will receive, if they ever have to take care of a loved one, that they would do it with love, passion, and just joy.
I remember when I came here, I was afraid to share my personal story, but after all the rehearsals, I learned everybody's stories, and it helped me a lot to continue healing from losing my father. It was just amazing, and seeing all the reaction from people, it make it more real, it make it more wonderful. I think for me personally, I feel like I'm helping others also who are going through the same thing. So it's definitely the best experience ever.
I'll miss creating with them. And I'll also miss the people involved. I think it felt like such a big thing in all of our lives. We're all reeling a little bit about what happens next.
My name is Ty Verley, and I live in North Philadelphia. I am the new artistic director of Revolution Shakespeare. I am a Black woman. I am also a freelance actor, director, and I'm also a teaching artist. The Philadelphia arts community, and that includes a lot of people, ticket sellers, actors, singers, musicians, builders, designers, so many more. That community is full of diverse, smart, and passionate human beings those multifaceted, brilliant beings are teaching the kids in the Philadelphia region and beyond. Those kids are seeing these unicorns of pure delight, seeing people who look like them be successful, patient, fun, and giving. And they are mimicking their actions. The Philly arts community is literally helping the future. It is teaching those children to activate their emotions in positive ways, to learn from history, to improve their surroundings, and to create things that are absolutely wonderful. Please save Philly arts and culture.
Hi everyone, I'm Damon Benetti, co-founding artistic director of the theater company, the Philadelphia Artists Collective.
Hi everyone, I'm Charlotte, and I'm an artistic associate of the Philadelphia Artists Collective.
If culture,
And I'm
Julia! And that is our son Julian. If culture is the heart of a city, then these small theater companies, these small arts institutions, these companies make up the lifeblood of this city.
Theater is all about telling stories, and we need to tell stories more now than ever, especially the stories of Black, Indigenous, and people of color. Help us do that. Please fund the arts.
Fund! Don't defund the arts. Fund the arts. Art is community, and that makes up this city. Thank you to Light Thief Productions for putting this together, and also Power Street Theater for putting this together, and all the other companies that were involved in organizing this whole digital rally for the arts. We thank you, and we thank you. And we thank you for all the support. All right.
Thank you for the support.
Anything else you want to say, Jules?
I love the arts.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. And next, going out on the stream will be a replay of Viv is for Vengeance by Theater in the X. I'm gonna replay this for you all, and please watch it, appreciate, enjoy. This should be about an hour and 27 minutes. Which should take us to 1 p.m. and so we should, or excuse me, 2 p.m. and at that point we'll be joined by Paper Doll Ensemble. So please enjoy Viv is for Vengeance.
Viv is for Vengeance, a parody inspired by Euripides, Medea, and The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air by Lindsay Hope Perlman. Setting: the set of The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, circa season 3. A spiral staircase, lush shrubberies, a couch. Perhaps there are hints that this is a television set. Lighting instruments, cameras, craft service table may be visible. The year, 1993. Characters: Jeffrey.
You rang.
Viv. Carlton.
Hello there.
Ashley.
Hi.
Hillary. Uncle Phil.
Hello there.
Jazz.
Yo, baby, yo.
The chorus. Hey. Supreme Style. The prologue.
Oh dear. I don't know if this story is entirely true. I only wish that it may not be so. If only my beloved mistress had never set foot in this house. How I wish this cursed mansion had never been built at all. If only she had simply ignored the call of Bel Air. For then would my own mistress, whom we now know as Vivian, or dare I say, Aunt Viv, would never have left the East Coast, her soul ablaze with adoration for Master William, her entire being lured by the lifestyle of the rich and the famous. No, now our family bonds are loosened. The tenderest ties are weakened. Now that Master William's star has risen, he no longer wishes to endure Viv's callous severity. He is the prince, after all, and what he says goes. For now that Master William has betrayed his very own Aunt Vivian, conspiring to exile her and replace her with a brand new auntie, who knows what catastrophe shall befall us? And such a rounder, fluffier, lighter, yet heavier auntie, no less, while making my own Vivian, our heroine, the helpless, abolished matriarch, overtaken by rage, threatens the peace of the entire lot. I'm certain that at this very moment she lies facing, fasting, yielding her body to grief, wasting away in tears that she will not rear her own newborn son, Nicky, in our 4th season. She never lifts her face from the ground, bemoaning the loss of her reputation, her dignity, her very identity. And now she hates her children and feels no joy at seeing them. I fear she may contrive towards some unnatural behavior, for her mood is dangerous, to say the least. I know her well, perhaps more intimately than any others in this wretched house, and I dread she will find some violent calamity even more awful than her own expulsion. Her wrath, madness even, is not to be underestimated. For this is the story, all about how all of our lives got flipped and turned upside down. But oh, here comes the bank's children fresh from the mall. Little do they sense their mother's trials, for the ignorant soul of clownish youth is no friend to sorrow.
Scene 1. Carlton, Hillary, and Ashley enter, toting baby Nicky and a baby character, and arms full of shopping bags.
Here, Jeffrey, hold this. Oh, I have so many amazing designer options for Demi and Bruce's party tonight. I have no idea how I'm going to choose just one. Ugh, life is so unfair.
Don't talk to me about fairness, Hillary. You weren't the one schlepping around a baby carrier at the mall. It completely ruined my chances with any actual babes.
Well, I actually thought it was kind of fun. Baby Nicky's first shopping spree. Look, Jeffrey, we even picked out a cute new outfit for him.
It would have looked way cuter on me, but they didn't have my size.
Well, Jeffrey, where's Mom and Dad? I wanted to show them the new boombox we got for the pool house.
She produces an enormous 90s boombox. Whoop, there it is! Plays, and all 3 Banks children erupt in a coordinated dance. Whoop, there it is! Whoop, there it is! Whoop, there it is! Jeffrey clicks off the music.
You may wish to keep your volume to a minimum. Children, your mother is rather under the weather this afternoon. She's not quite herself.
Uh-oh. She hasn't gotten into the frozen pizzas again, has she? You know what microwavable cheese can do to her mood.
Yeah, remember Will's birthday party last year?
No, I'm afraid her current mania is not dairy-induced this time.
Well, I hope she calms down soon. When Mom gets upset, her hair goes flat.
Well, guard yourselves. I fear this situation will decline before it improves.
Will!
Why don't you children go upstairs and stay out of your mother's way for a while?
Will!
At least until she sorts herself out.
It sounds like she's facing the classic dilemma of Yves Saint Laurent versus Chanel. Oh, wait, that's my problem.
Run along now, children.
Sounds like Will is in some serious trouble.
We're all in serious trouble, I'm afraid.
Oh, wretched, suffering woman I. Oh, would that I could die.
Hey, that sounds just like Euripides, my favorite.
Children exit.
Such sweet, stupid youth. What a pity. You know, I'm glad to be this family's supporting character as opposed to the star of this charade. I can humbly serve without sacrificing who I really am beneath my tuxedoed exterior. The pursuit of stardom is most superficial. I've never really been more content with my own life's lot. Simplicity above all. But oh dear, I hear my mistress approach. I'd better make myself scarce. I don't want to step into her line of fire just yet.
Oh, me. Oh, me. No, no, please, I beseech you, do not applaud this travesty. This house is a monument of pain, a shrine of betrayal. Cheer not the house that Will built. Banishment, exile. Is there any fate more cruel? I am cast out. Now another woman shall shall sleep in my bed, raise my children, cook in my kitchen. A lighter-skinned woman, no less. Apple cheeks, big eyes, breezing through my living room, laughing, smiling, wearing my silk scarf? No. This I cannot abide. This I will not allow. This pain of losing one's family, one's place, this pain is too great for just one woman to feel. I cannot, this pain, baby, all by myself. I need the wounds of all you women out there. I need your bellies to become round with sorrow. I need you to feel the kick of agony from within.
A chorus appears. 3 people dressed as Supremes. Hold me. Oh. Shooby-doo-wop, shoo-bop, shoo-bop. Shooby-doo-wop, shoo-bop, shoo-bop. Shooby-doo-wop, shoo-bop, shoo-bop. Shooby-doo-wop, shoo-bop. Ship tears of sorrow. Cry for tomorrow. Bop, shoo-bop, shooby-doo-bop, shoo-bop. Go on my happiness. Bop, shooby-doo-bop, shoo-bop. Go on, I guess.
I'll just have to cry again. So I'll wait until then. I'll just have to cry again. I'll just have to be alone. Tears of sorrow, cry for tomorrow. Cry again. Oh, tears of sorrow.
Tears of sorrow.
Thank you, thank you. I always wanted to be on Broadway, you know. I could have made it too. Ladies, I have the same dream every night. Isn't that strange? I dream that I am in the original Broadway cast of Cats. Yes! That crown jewel in the pantheon of theater. And me. There I am. I dream that I am waiting in the wing to go on as a dancer. And I'm dressed in a silver lycra unitard. I'm covered in fur. My makeup is feline divine. All of a sudden, the stage manager turns to me and says, "You there, Vivian Banks. Grisabella just fell off the stage into the orchestra pit. She can't go on. And then they toss me out into the limelight. The theater is packed. I hear the caress of the violin's bow against violin's string, and that lilting melody carries me upward to heaven. Memory, all alone in the moonlight. I can smile at the old days. I was beautiful then. Yes, I was beautiful then in my dreams. Now look at me, haggard, full of hatred, a pulsating blackhead on the lily-white skin of this Bel Air mausoleum. For heaven's sakes, I have a PhD. I designed the Black History curriculum at my children's school. I sheltered Will in his time of need, and this is how my ungrateful nephew repays me. If only we hadn't fallen victim of a predator none of us saw coming. A wolf in sheep's clothing, if sheep's wore Air Jordans. We've all been seduced by stupidity. A stupid so stupid it could only go by one name. Will.
Will!
Oh, my beloved husband, Philip. He will save me from this cruel fate.
Will! Hello, dear. Have you seen Will?
No, I haven't. Thank heavens.
Oh, well, when you see him, can you please tell him that we're going to do poker at my apartment this weekend instead of the usual spot?
Poker?
Mm-hmm.
Apartment? What are you talking about, Philip? You're certainly not going to play poker with Will. Setting a terrible example.
Janet, my name is James. What are you doing here?
What do you mean? I live here.
Oh, no, sweetie. I feel terrible about what's happened. Really, I do, but...
I can't make heads or tails of it either.
It's put us all in a very uncomfortable position, dear.
I'll say.
But don't you think you should just, not come around here anymore?
You want me gone too? Oh, tell me, is the knife in the front or in the back?
Of course not, dear.
I just need to speak to Will and to tell him he's acting foolishly.
I agree. Yeah, he's been rash, but what's done is done.
Excuse me?
My lawyer explained the situation. It seems as though your replacement is already under contract, dear.
My replacement?
Yes, dear. Daphne. Oh, this is so uncomfortable.
I refuse to accept this or to understand it. I need to speak to Will.
I don't think that's wise.
You can speak to him then, on my behalf.
Well, I tried. Believe me, but his mind is made up. And you know how hard it can be to reason with the boy.
But you're the man of this house, not that petulant child.
Listen, well, when I get my own show, I'll be happy to have you on as a guest. But you know as well as I do that I don't have that kind of pull around here.
That is ridiculous.
It is what it is. Now, I don't know how you got in here, but it may be best for you to make a graceful, discreet exit while there's still time.
Where am I supposed to go? I'll be the laughing stock of Bel Air. You can reason with him. He respects you.
Look, Janet, you're a passionate woman. You're so talented. You'll bounce back. Go back to New York. That's your home. That's where you belong.
I belong with you, Phil. I belong with our children.
Dear Janet.
Well, Will can't handle a little tough love from his Aunt Viv? Pathetic.
You know, I'm not sure I'm comfortable discussing this with you right now. Oh, here, on set, Janet.
Who is this Janet? Isn't she your new hoochie on the side?
No, that's your name, sweetheart.
It is not. I'm Vivian Banks, your wife.
Okay. You know, I think a break from the pressure of this show will be a very good thing for you, dear.
So you agree? You want to see me gone, too?
No, of course I don't want to see you.
You do. You're conspiring against me.
Honey, no. You've been a real pleasure to work with. A little volatile, perhaps, but a pleasure nonetheless.
You've been cheating on me all along.
What?
You're lying son of a bitch.
I'm married, sweetheart.
Of course you're married. We're married.
No. I mean, yes, of course. You know what? Never mind.
Who is going to look after this family?
I'm certainly that Daphne will be up for the task.
Daphne?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Oh, she...
The new you, yes.
No, Philip. That's where you're wrong.
Okay, dear. I may have to call security.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Philip.
James!
Philip, James, whoever you are, don't play mind games with me. You know I'm prone to vertigo.
Okay, would you like me to call you a car?
No! I refuse to go anywhere until I can at least have an audience with His Highness.
Wouldn't a phone conversation be a little less awkward, or just, go through your representation, talk to your
If he is going to banish me and ruin my life, he needs to do it to my face.
I see. Well, have it your way. Despite my better judgment, I will not call security on you just yet. It might get ugly.
Thank you, Philip.
Just relax a bit until Will arrives. When you two do have a heart-to-heart, let's just not make it a big scene, okay?
Absolutely. I should lie down now.
But only for a little while. Now's a good chance to say your goodbyes, right?
My goodbyes? Yes, my goodbyes. Yeah.
Oh, so lovely talking to you. I'm very sorry for the way this all turned out. Take care, dear.
He kisses her on the cheek and exits. Viv lies down on the couch.
Wake up. Viv, wake up. This is a terrible dream.
Scene 4. The chorus, dressed Supremes, emerge from behind the couch.
Oh, poor you. Poor you. You never knew what these men could do. Poor you. Doodly do. It's over, it's through. What you gonna do?
Ladies, I'm at a loss. If you can't trust your very own family, then who can you trust? I never saw this coming. I put too much faith in the integrity of my fellow men once again. And now, I can't just roll over and beg and do my little tricks, hoping that the men in charge will throw me a bone like a good little doggy. I'm tired of crawling around on all fours, wagging my tail. I've got to do something. What to do, what to do. Jesus preached an eye for an eye. And like the Son of God himself, I must right the wrong done unto me. I must rise from my own ashes like a phoenix. Bad news, bad news. I feel like I could murder you.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Bad news, bad news. If only I could kill you.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
No.
Scene 5. Jazz enters holding a wrapped package. The chorus disappears.
Sup, Mrs. B? Or shall I say, former Mrs. B?
I am not in the mood today, Jazz.
I knew you were going to say that.
Did you?
That too, damn. Damn, you are looking fine. If only I was 60 years older.
Not today.
You're real sexy when you're angry.
Please.
All right. Well, is Big Eye around? Will is looking for him.
Will?
Yeah, he's wondering where the poker's at.
No. No poker. I don't know.
Even though I already know where the game's gonna be, I see y'all.
Shall I expect His Highness home shortly?
Well, I don't know. He's got a hot stone massage appointment this afternoon, and you know how long that can be.
I see.
So, what's new with you, besides getting exiled and everything?
You know, I'd really prefer to be alone right now.
I feel you. This must be a pretty rough day.
Oh, no. No, I'm fine. Never better. Fantastic. I've been studying Portuguese.
Tá legal.
God bless you. But it seems this is my last day in my very own home.
That's tough. It hurts to be tossed out the front door of a fancy mansion just for a cheap laugh. I feel you. I'll leave you be. See you on the flip side, former Mrs. B.
He turns to go then.
Forgot. Will told me to tell you if I saw you that he's sorry.
Excuse me?
Yeah, he feels real bad.
Really?
Yeah, he expressed his deepest regrets about what happened.
Well, that's very nice of you to deliver the message on his behalf.
Yeah, I mean, if I may. I don't know what you were thinking. I mean, leaving a fresh, unopened bag of Doritos lying around. I mean, a man's got to eat.
Will, sorry because he ate my chips?
Yeah, I helped.
You. Get out of here. Tell me, are the cameras on? Am I suddenly on American Funniest Home Video? Is Bob Saget going to jump out of a window and tell me I've won Publishers Clearinghouse?
That'd be dope.
Dope. Dope. No. It would not be dope. Exile from your house and family is not dope. Constant subjection to humiliation is not dope. Disrespect and clownishness is not dope. Are you feeling me?
Yeah, easy. Look, I didn't mean to upset you, for real.
Well, Will put you up to this, didn't he? You're just another cog in this machine. I'm trying to keep it together, but I'm sick of keeping my mouth shut.
I get it. I'll leave you alone so you can think your thoughts in private.
I'd appreciate that.
Just take it easy now.
It's nice knowing you, Jazz.
You too, former Mrs. B. It was real. Oh, before I forget, this is for you.
For me?
Yeah, going away present. Bon voyage or whatever.
Jazz, that was so thoughtful. Oh, an embroidered sweatshirt. That's very nice of you. I got wild at Hannah's bat mitzvah.
You're still sexy. Keep it.
He hugs her.
Ooh, I sense Jeffrey coming.
He turns to exit. Jeffrey enters.
What's up, G?
They high five. Jazz exits.
Madam.
Oh, Jeffrey, hello.
Lovely day, isn't it?
You're joking, right? I thought so. Here, make this go away, would you please?
Of course. I got wild at Hannah's bat mitzvah. How thoughtful.
Not now, Jeffrey. I'm nearing the end of my rope.
Madam,
Don't.
My heart is breaking for you. Truly, it is.
You'll never know what it feels like.
But believe me, I want to.
Oh, Jeffrey.
I want to know.
Stop, please.
I want to weather the storm with you by your side.
You have no idea the pain, the humiliation.
Beyond comprehension.
I want to scream so loud I lose my voice forever. I'm throbbing with...
Yes?
Anger.
Oh.
Seething with...
Tension?
Yes. I've never felt so.
So...
violated.
Oh, dear.
They embrace. Viv, passionate.
No, Jeffrey. We mustn't.
I don't want to be apart from you.
Will did this.
Hush. Don't speak of such things now.
But...
now that we've stolen a moment alone. Please, let's recall happier times.
What happened, Jeffrey?
Remember last Thanksgiving?
My sister was in town.
We are all so happy then.
You made my favorite mashed potato recipe.
Delicious, so smooth.
So buttery.
And then, during the dessert...
No, Jeffrey, please.
In the guest bedroom...
Oh.
While the guests were enjoying their flan below...
Please.
I had you.
Those potatoes were so fluffy.
There's been so much tension between us for years.
How could I have known you'd be such a tremendous
lover?
Oh, Jeffrey.
Nicky is mine, isn't he?
No, please. Can you see? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a crisis?
But my heart.
My heart is breaking too. Look at me.
I'm the only friend you've got in this world.
No, I've no friends left. I am a stale, half-eaten roast beef sandwich.
We can flee to London.
Don't be crazy.
I can't condone what they've done to you. The betrayal.
I should have seen it coming. I can't let you fall on your sword.
We'll get to our own little flat.
It's impossible.
We'll ride the tube. You do plays again.
I've always wanted to act in plays. I have this dream over and over. I'm the star of Andrew Lloyd Webber's Cats. I can smile at the old days. I was beautiful then.
We'll take care of one another.
I'm so scared, Jeffrey.
Put your faith in me.
I never thought it would come to this.
It's shocking. Absolutely.
I don't want to be alone.
You won't. I'll be there with our child.
Nikki.
Yes, your real family.
Stop tempting me.
I want to steal you away from here.
No.
I want to save you from yourself.
Hush. I need to think.
Well, why don't you run along upstairs? I prepared your afternoon bubble bath and Earl Grey tea just the way you like.
Care to join me?
Ooh.
Well, what was that? Cry?
Well, I didn't hear anything.
Oh.
My darling, I think it's best we avoid any more trouble this afternoon.
Yes.
Go upstairs and think of all I've said. Think of London.
Oh, yes. London.
She staggers off, a frail diva.
Let me be perfectly clear. I know who and what I am. My real name is Joseph, and I was born in St. Lucia. I trained at the Royal Shakespeare Company, and I have not now, nor have ever been, any sort of professional domestic. It's just nice here. And it's fun playing pretend. Who amongst you wouldn't want to be immortalized in syndication? Be honest. I suppose some might think me a fool to give my heart to such a mad woman, and you may have a point. But a life in London with my lover has so much to offer. My mistress could begin to build a new life for herself, and I could make my triumphant return to the stage. We'd live humbly, sure, and perhaps find peace. Still, I have grown accustomed to a certain lifestyle. I now own my own horse, practice polo on the weekends, and hobnob with the likes of Queen Latifah and Heavy D. Can I turn my back on Bel Air for a life of obscurity? And dare I say, poverty? Is my love durable enough to weather such a storm? And what of my mistress? Shall I tear the veil of madness from her eyes? Insist she accept reality that she is not now, nor has ever been Vivian Banks. That Nikki is merely an invention of a writer's room, a figment, a fiction, though the love we made was quite real indeed, and perhaps yielded a human life? I should try to save her from herself. Serve these harsh truths are ice cold, but when I look upon her, my heart breaks. Her elegance, her passion. I want to protect her, though I fear I can't. Will my chivalrous instinct lead me to heaven's gate or to catastrophe? If only there were an oracle to reveal the future to me.
Scene 7. Jazz enters.
Mr. Jazz.
You rang for the Oracle?
Sorry?
I know you would.
Beg your pardon?
Yeah, Oracle. Sunglasses. Hello? I know it can be hard to recognize destiny even when she slaps you across the face.
Are you suggesting that you can tell the future?
Duh.
Forgive my skepticism.
None taken.
Very well.
I know you're planning to run off with Mrs. Former B, and not because I was eavesdropping just behind that door over there.
And tell me, if you are the seer you claim to be, what do you foretell?
Don't do it, brother. I wouldn't. She's totally hot when she's mad, no doubt, but I don't.
Preach.
But you got a good gig here with the Banks family. You're America's favorite butler.
Am I?
I mean, nobody even remembers Benson.
Who?
Exactly. And you're definitely Will's favorite. He told me himself.
Did he?
Don't let me change your mind, you. But I can see the future, and I'm telling you right now, running away with that crazy lady to England is just plain insane, man.
Well, I'm compelled to loyalty.
Loyalty, schmoyalty, dude. This is America. Hollywood, no less.
You've got a point.
Look, don't take it from me. Take it from this fictional flash forward scene we're about to do.
I can see it now.
The set fills with fog. Vivian appears, dressed in tattered rags, cradling two babies on each arm. Impeccably, she speaks in a Cockney accent.
Jeffrey, we're plumb out of milk. Again. I've nothing to feed these little uns.
Terribly sorry, dear.
You
the bread line
promised.
run dry.
You promised we'd find our way here in London. Now everything has gone to shite.
Well, I only wanted to help.
Well, putting a bun or three in the oven was no help at all, you wanker.
But
Now go and don't come back till you found us something to bloody eat.
will do, dear.
Who you calling dear, you limey bastard?
Now, there's no need to be rude, dear.
You see what you've done? You've woken them. Would you shut up? Your daddy and I are just having an argument.
I'll be on my way.
And don't come back until you put some food on this bloody table.
Yes, dear, right away.
The scene shifts. Back to the present. Jeffrey is hyperventilating as if in a bad dream.
Yes, right away. On my way, food on the table. Please, sir, may I have some more?
You see, I wasn't playing. Women ain't nothing but trouble.
Thank you. Thank you, Jazz. If what you've revealed to me is to be believed, you may have saved me from disaster.
Anytime, homeboy. That'll be $39.99.
I beg your pardon?
Nah, I'm just playing.
I see.
But seriously, you got $40? I got debt to settle, and I prefer not to discuss.
Very well. I suppose it's the least I could do.
Thanks, homie. Remember all I've shown you.
Jazz exits.
Oh my. A truly shocking revelation indeed. I've much to reconcile. I require just a pinch of whiskey to clear the mind. Pardon me.
Jeffrey exits. Scene 8. Viv re-enters in a glamorous silk bathrobe.
Jeffrey, the water is too hot in the tub. It scalded me. I'll just have to wait for it to cool. Oh.
The chorus appears also in bathrobes.
Do, start your life anew from our point of view. That's what you should do.
Ladies, London might be just what the doctor ordered. Who needs the illusion of television familial bliss when you can have the real thing? Isn't that what we all want in the end? A warm embrace, a warm fire, the embrace of a handsome, eloquent former butler turned husband. This could be quite the spoonful of sugar indeed.
Ashley enters, trying to cross the space undetected. The chorus disappears.
Ashley, dear.
I'm not stealing ice cream from the fridge before dinner, I promise.
What?
Nothing.
How was your trip to the mall?
Oh, it was fun. I picked out a really cute outfit for Nikki. I think you're gonna love it.
I've no doubt. I've raised my daughter to have impeccable taste.
Yeah, how was your day?
Well, dear, quite a lot has happened. As it turns out, this is my last day in the house.
I know, but I don't understand.
You will when you get older, dear. Hell has no fury like a woman scorned, as the saying goes.
Oh no, you've been scorned?
Very much so.
Who will scorn you?
Well, I'd rather keep you out of it, dear.
Am I gonna get scorned when I'm older?
Only if you're not careful. Remember this. Men are the devil. Do you hear me? Women are the goodness of the earth. If we rise in harmony and learn to lift each other up instead of scratching and tearing each other down, then peace will reign all over this earth. Instead, we live in a world where masculine values are the golden rule. So women are kept apart from one another, coveting each other's garden. But you listen to me, Ashley. It is up to you to change the world. You and you alone. After I'm gone, you are going to have to carry on my legacy. And I want you to know I am so proud of you.
Have you been binge watching Oprah again?
No, Ashley. This is a force even more powerful than Oprah. I'm talking about woman power. Women are the creators of life. We don't destroy it. What could be more divine than that? But men have penises flopping around between their legs. So unfortunately, they dominate every time.
Oh my God, please don't say penises to me, please.
I'm sorry, dear, but penis is a word you're going to have to hear sooner rather than later.
No.
I'm only trying to raise you up, right? If I'm not careful, another mother will be saying penis to you every damn day.
Stop, just stop. This day has been enough as it is.
I couldn't agree more.
No, I mean, something happened today.
A tragic moment for both of us?
No, to me. I mean, can I tell you something?
Of course, dear.
Promise not to tell anybody.
You have my word.
Okay, so today, while I was in class, I got this really, this intense pain, like, in my stomach. It felt like I was, like, being attacked by an alien or something, and it was super intense, and I really didn't know what to do. So I thought maybe my appendix, it was something happening there. But then after class, when I went to the bathroom,
What, dear?
It was in my underwear, and
Oh, Lord. Ashley, sweetheart, did you?
It was disgusting.
Oh, come here, baby. Menstruation is a natural, beautiful thing.
It's so gross.
There.
I mean, will I still be able to go horseback riding?
Of course, dear. You can still do everything you want to do. Nothing's changed.
Everything's changed.
Now, don't talk nonsense. It's perfectly normal.
But I don't want to have my period.
Hush, child.
I don't want to have a baby, and I don't want to get fat like you did.
You can learn a lot from my mistakes.
No, I was so scared. I didn't know what was happening to me.
You're just going to have to be brave.
It's not fair.
I know, dear. Being a grown woman can be very unfair.
I don't want to be a grown woman. I don't want to pay taxes or have my heart broken.
I don't want that for you either, dear.
When you're grown up, bad things happen. Like, look at you, leaving. Where will you go? What is going to happen to you? I'm scared. Everything is changing so fast now, and I just want to die.
Stop the tears now.
When you're all grown up, you can be pretty and smart like you and do so many great things, and still bad things can still happen all the time.
That's true, dear.
I just don't want that risk. Promise I won't ever have to grow up.
I promise, my love. My love.
I love you.
I love you too. So much.
Thanks for, talking to me about this. You're the only person I've ever told.
Who else would you tell?
Do you have to leave? I mean, I don't want you to leave.
I have no explanation, but soon there may be another woman here to look after you.
Like a new babysitter?
In a sense, yes. A backstabbing, chunky Uncle Thomasina babysitting bitch.
Stop, Mom. You're scaring me again.
I'm scaring myself, dear. I scare myself. Why don't you go upstairs and take a nice, hot bubble bath? Jeffrey's drawn the tub. You'll feel good as new.
Okay, thanks.
They embrace. Ashley exits. Scene 9.
What in Hecat's name was I thinking? Leaving my beloved youngest daughter at the time in her life when she needs her mother most. Turning my back on my beloved Ashley just as she teeters on the cusp of womanhood. Here I am, planning to run off with my own butler to avoid the shame and embarrassment brought upon me. I can't go to London and entrust Ashley to some other woman whom I've never even met. Insane. Oh. But what choice do I have?
No choice. No choice. No choice. No choice. No choice. No choice.
Sisters, the decision has been made for me by unhappy fortune. I can't behave as Will does, caring only for my own interests, selfishly fleeing sunny California to gray skies and biscuits in London. Wouldn't that be convenient for our freshly baked prince? I could just disappear into thin air without so much as a goodbye party. No Carvel ice cream, no cheap drugstore balloons. Oh, that would be nice, wouldn't it, Will? Wouldn't you love to see me just disappear? Well, you know what I'd love? I'd love to make you disappear. No. Make this entire family disappear. Yes. If I won't sleep in my own bed or dine in my own kitchen, nobody will. That's it. Erase the entire story. Pull the plug right out from beneath Will's skinny feet It's so wonderful and so terrible at the same time. Grant my babies the gift of eternal slumber. I, who bestowed life upon them. Perhaps it's best to poison them all. As a woman, I naturally am an expert at that. I'll protect Ashley from the humiliation of contemporary womanhood and the condemn Will to the life of sorrow and regret. I can see it now. He'll awake in the middle of the night, stumbling down the corridor, madly scrubbing the blood from his hand, but it will never be cleaned. Ever. He'll be haunted by the faces of the family he destroyed. Here is where my legacy shall live on forever. I shall stand tall as a redwood tree. I can feel my roots growing deeper, deeper into the earth, planting me in this spot. You want to chop me down? You want to extricate me from my own forest? You better come at me with something stronger than a buzzsaw, my friend. You'll have to burn me down. And when you do, I'm taking the whole forest with me when I go. Strike a match, motherfucker.
She lights a cigarette. Off stage, we hear the wail of a baby. Scene 10.
Mom! Nikki's crying.
Son of a bitch.
Mom. Jeez Louise, Mom, are you smoking inside the house?
I'm sorry for you to have to see me like this, dear. It's an old habit. I never quite kicked it.
I'm shocked. Don't you know that secondhand smoke kills?
Now, not now, honey.
Oh, so I suppose in addition to ruining your own respiratory system, you're more than willing to take down my lungs in the process?
Carlton.
I can feel my larynx tightening now. I'm choking.
Carlton.
I'm being gassed to death by tobacco smoke.
That's enough.
I can see my own funeral now. Carlton Banks, cruelly suffocated by his own mother's carcinogenic habits. It was lung cancer that got young Carlton in the end. No more seeing Tom Jones for Carlton. It's not unusual. It's not unusual. What a beautiful voice he had. Such a radiant charm. Everyone said he was going to be the next Brian Gumble. But no, his selfish mother just couldn't help herself from sneaking an occasional ciggy inside the house, setting a terrible example. Now look at Carlton, lying in his grave, lifeless, robbed of his potential by his...
Vivian puts the cigarette out in Carlton's palm.
Oh my God, you burned me.
That'll teach you.
Ow. Oh.
It's just a little singe. It'll heal.
Why'd you do that? Why?
I've no excuse.
No, it hurts, Mommy. You hurt me.
There, child. I can make it all better.
I was only trying to guilt you because I love you.
I know. Come here.
Say you're sorry.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry. Come here. I don't know what came over me. Everything is upside down and backwards today.
It scared me to see you hurting yourself like that. You know, I look up to you.
I'm not proud of myself. Let me see your hand.
Will it leave a scar?
No, dear. No, I promise. It will heal. Everything heals.
Everything?
Well, no, not everything. I wish I could shield you from all the pain and suffering on earth. I wish I could make you immortal, but you will die, and so will I. But what will outlast all is the impression we leave on each other and the good we do in this world.
Are you my real mommy?
Of course I am, dear.
I forgive you for impulsively burning me.
I forgive you for forgetting my birthday 2 years in a row now.
I forgive you for giving me life, birthing me into this world, which is nothing but anguish, despair, depression, and disappointment.
Oh, Carlton.
Oh, Mommy. Mommy, Will said something uncharacteristically weird the other day, even for him. I can't stop thinking about it.
Well, what did he say?
It was utterly bizarre. We were eating Philly cheesesteaks.
Yes.
And he just exclaimed that Vivian was not your real name.
Excuse me?
He told me your real name was Janet.
Now, why would he say a crazy thing like that?
And he told me that my name isn't really Carlton. It's Alfonso.
Alfonso? Please.
Yeah, he was being particularly cruel. He also finished the last of the 7-Up in the fridge, even though he knows it's my favorite.
Your cousin is not the most gracious house guest.
Some guest. He's been living here for years now.
He may have overstayed his welcome.
Oh, Mom, I've been waiting so long to hear you say that. I don't want him around anymore.
Now, Carlton.
No, he stole my thunder on the basketball team. He's always seducing girls away from me. You and Dad are going to let him move in the pool house?
I could see how that would be painful for you.
I'll say. How many height-related jokes can be made against one man in a lifetime? I may be short, but I'm attractive, goddammit.
Of course you are, dear.
And now he's resorted to cruel name games? Alfonso? Janet? I mean, come on. What is this? An episode of The Twilight Zone?
I can't make heads or tails of it either.
So what are we going to do, huh? Just let him continue to pillage our groceries in the refrigerator like a Viking?
I'm not sure. I'll think of something.
Alfonso. Who would name their child Alfonso? What kind of cruel joke is that to play on someone? I mean, Will's name is Will, isn't it? He's Will Smith. Mr. Smith. The talented Mr. Smith.
Yes.
And I am Carlton Banks.
Yes.
And you are Vivian Banks, right?
Yes.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I don't like the idea of someone named Janet posing as you, Mother. Nor do I like the idea of someone with my handsome features and immaculate taste in sweaters posing as some hooligan named Alfonso.
That's the spirit, honey. That's the I can do attitude that I love.
Show me your driver's license.
Oh, honey, you know I don't have a driver's license?
A credit card then?
I typically use your father's account.
The plot thickens. I shall have to launch an investigation.
My brave boy.
Uh-oh. I think I left my wallet in my car. I'm going to get to the bottom of this. I'm going to prove to Will that my name is Carlton Thomas Philip Winchester Banks III if it's the last thing I do.
Be careful, son.
Carlton exits hastily. Scene 11.
Oh, what have I done? Who knew I was capable of such an awful deed as to mercilessly squeeze the burnt hot ember of my Marlboro Light into the tawny palm of my eldest son? I marvel at myself, and not in a funny way. I'm vicious. I'm despicable. Oh, heck it. Make me not evil, please. I may need to run away after all. If I stay, I fear what may befall us. For if I can harm Carlton, what next? Who's to say I won't bludgeon Ashley with a sledgehammer or drown Hillary in the bathtub? I will. No, I won't. I will. Hush, mind. Quiet. If I get caught, I'll go to jail. Everyone will know. They'll put me in the electric chair. No. Put away these thoughts. I must teach Will the ultimate lesson once and for all. He's a coward. All men are cowards. Women, we possess real bravery.
Hillary enters.
All right, Bruce, I'll bring some Gouda cheese for the plate, no problem. Oh, well, you remember what happened to Rosie the last time we tried playing Twister? Okay, whatever you say, darling. See you tonight. Ciao. Mother, I have finally found my calling.
That's wonderful, dear. What is it?
I've decided I am going to be a runway model. Coach.
A what?
Yes, I'm going to perfect my Fashion Week strut, and then I'm going to teach those girls how to work.
I've never heard of a job like that before.
Well, you see, Mother, I am an innovator. I'm breaking new ground for fashionable women everywhere.
I'm proud of you, honey. Do you have a job lined up?
Oh, Mother, you know Fashion Week is not for another 7 months.
Well, we have a lot of time to practice then.
I think the key to a flawless runway walk is in the eyes.
Absolutely.
You need to look out at the world like I'm in charge, world.
Yes.
Of course, you also need a fierce heel toe.
And an effortless poise of the collarbone.
Exactly.
You know,
Liv and Hillary launch into a diva-esque walk-off.
You know, I used to be a catalog model when I was your age.
Really? Well, who did you model for?
Caldors. LL Bean.
Who?
They sell camping clothes.
What?
Calm down, sweetie. Some people like the outdoors. There.
Oh, Mother, you know I don't like scary stories.
Of course not, dear.
And cut! Whew, thanks, Janet. That was really great.
What?
I really feel connected to you in that scene. It's been so great to work with you over the years. You know, I feel like I've learned so much from you.
Work.
Listen, I know today is probably not your best day. It's none of our best days, really. I can only imagine how hard this must be for you.
You can't imagine.
Oh, believe me, I can. I know how hard you worked to get here. It's amazing. You've been so honest with me over the years. It's like staggering. You always say exactly what's on your mind. And between you and me, that's something I really admire. Geez, the number of times a day I swallow my tongue, smile, giggle through the humiliations and insults. Like a few weeks ago, that episode where Hillary gets a job as a weather girl. Ugh, what a script. I mean, the implication of that entire storyline is founded on the premise that Hillary is employable because she's fuckable. I mean, what kind of a message does that send? You know, when we shot it, I didn't even really think about it. I couldn't. I just did it. I can't allow myself to think about it too critically because fundamentally, I mean, it's not that deep, right? I'm just a rich ditz.
Right?
If I really consider what I'm doing, I go a little nuts too. But America loves it. They love her. So I find ways to love her too, even though she's like the complete opposite of me. Like if I met her in a bar or something, she would be the last person on earth I'd ever want to talk to.
What are you?
Have I ever told you how much I actually hate shopping? Like, I hate it. Is there anything on earth creepier than a mall? The tile, the bad lighting, ugh! It's like where hope goes to die.
I always thought you loved going to the mall.
And there are so many times I want to say, hey, you know what? I'm smarter than this. Why don't we see something happen to Hillary that's not just contingent on talent for accessorizing? But this is my role to play for now. And it's really not all that bad in the grand scheme of things. But when you would speak up about what they had you doing, I'd never seen anybody do that before. I don't think any of us had. I wish it had been received with more generosity.
I don't understand you.
I guess I really want you to know that I get it. It's hard. It's hard to always play the role that they want you to play, some stranger's idea of who you are and what you represent. It sucks having words put in your mouth that you would never say otherwise. It sucks to have to dedicate decades of experience and hard work towards lifting up some kid rapper who's had it so much easier than you. And I get it. You want to tell stories that matter. I want to tell them too, so much. But the thing is, this story, this family matters. It just maybe not in the way you might have imagined it.
This family matters more to me than anything on earth.
I know.
What are you saying, dear?
I'm just trying to say goodbye.
Goodbye. So you want to see me gone too?
I wish it didn't have to be like this.
It doesn't have to be like this. We can fight back.
Look, I'm in the door, okay? And I want to stay in the building. It's easier to bring about change from the inside. I'll speak up if I need to when the time comes, but that's not now.
Coward.
Oh, come on now.
We need to stand together, raise our voices up and say it's time for us.
Listen to me. I know this is hard for you. But
you do not interrupt me. You have no idea what it's like inside my skin. You pass the brown paper bag test. Do not interrupt me. You have no idea what it's like inside this skin. You pass the brown paper bag test. You can skip your way through life, little girl. Not me. You're a feather. I'm a stone.
I don't want to upset you, but
it's nothing for you to get what you want. You never know what I had to go through to get here. How much more exceptional I had to be. Flawless. I didn't just come out of nowhere. I worked. And if I walk out that door and do nothing, it's gonna slam behind me and lock forever. You think I'm just gonna let that happen? Destroy my reputation?
please just stay calm. Relax.
Relax. Don't tell me to relax, young lady.
Young lady? I'm 30. You've got little more than a decade on me, okay? So don't be such an ageist.
How dare you speak to your mother in that tone?
Okay, no. You're not my mother. We're colleagues on a television show.
Hush up.
In order for you to have been my mother, you would have had to give birth to me when you were 12. 12!
Stop.
I tried to stand up for you once, you know? I tried to defend you. That was a big risk for me, and it wasn't even worth it.
Here's your big round of applause.
You know what? Nobody asked for your opinion, okay? This business is the way it is, and you alone are not going to change it. You should have kept your mouth shut.
I'm a college professor.
You're an actress. Do you understand? An actress. Look, I love you. I really do, but I can't take any more of this. It's crazy and it's bringing me down.
Well, I'm sorry that the worst day of my life is so hard for you to endure, Hillary.
My name is Karen, okay? Karen Parsons. Hillary Banks is a character invented by a couple of Hollywood Jews.
Shut up! Shut up!
I'm telling you this for your own good, woman.
No! No!
Viv flies into a rage. The music we heard earlier in the walk-off plays. Viv grabs the porcelain dog from the mantle and smashes Hillary over the head. Hillary passes out.
Oh, no. Oh, no. No, no, no.
Scene 12. Jeffrey enters.
I'm sorry, dear, but I've been evaluating our situation and...
Jeffrey! Oh, my God. You've got to help me.
Dear God.
I know. This doesn't look good.
Help! Someone help!
No. We need to handle this.
What happened?
She was getting fresh. I got a little upset.
I know CPR.
He begins performing CPR. Jazz enters.
Oh my God.
She fainted, Jazz. Calm down.
I did not see this coming.
Look, I can explain.
Get your mouth out my woman, G.
I'm trying to revive her.
I know you did not just make out with my passed out on-screen girlfriend in front of my face.
I'm performing CPR.
Jazz, Jeffrey, she's not breathing.
I'm doing my best here.
Poochie too?
Somebody, do something.
What does it look like I'm doing?
Jazz, call 911.
911! 911!
On the phone, you idiot.
I can't run away to London with you. What was I thinking? Give up my health and pension? I got decent residuals on this job, for Christ's sakes. I own my own horse. I play polo, woman. Good riddance. What sort of evil wretch could harm such a lovely young girl?
She was talking back. She wanted me gone.
You're not to be trusted, you fiend. I wouldn't feel safe in a home with you.
And our son? What about our son, Jeffrey?
What?
Yes, Jazz. Nikki is Jeffrey's son. I have made a cuckold of my husband.
I'm choosing my sanity and safety over sexual satisfaction this time.
Oh, don't be such a drama queen.
Well, that's certainly the pot calling the kettle blacktress now, isn't it?
She'll come too. It'll all be water under the bridge. Soon.
Help! Help!
What's going on in here? Oh, Janet, you're still here. Did you steal that wardrobe, that bathrobe from wardrobe?
I can explain. I can explain. It's not what it looks like.
Karen, has she been starving herself again? I thought she was seeing a nutritionist.
Don't talk about my woman like that. Those rumors are unfounded.
Get a grip, Jazz. You know Karen is married to an actor from Young the Restless.
And this monster was practically on top of her while she was unconscious.
I beg your pardon.
Gentlemen, please.
I was performing CPR.
Oh, is that what the kids are calling it these days?
You're all acting like children.
You're to blame, my dear. If you weren't such a troublesome female with such a short fuse.
I'm desperate. Can't you see that? Someone, take me away from here.
We want you to leave.
You're on your own now.
Philip.
Not again.
Philip, listen to me.
Security! I should have had you kicked off the set when I had the chance.
Nikki is Jeffrey's baby, Philip. He's the real father.
What?
What? I may have been intimate with the lady.
I thought you were gay.
Yeah, definitely thought you were gay, G.
Sexuality is a spectrum.
Does anybody have an aspirin? Ugh.
Don't squeeze me into a heteronormative box.
Nikki is our baby. Tell him, Jeffrey.
Nikki isn't real! We work with 6 different babies from a baby casting office.
Really? Baby casting?
Well, where do you think TV babies come from, Jazz? I mean...
Ew. Gross.
I think you should listen to reason, Janet. It's true, we were once lovers, but Nikki is an invention of writers who had to justify your pregnancy, which you knew was outside the terms of your contract.
No, Jeffrey. Not you two. No.
I think it's time for you to make as graceful an exit as possible, seeing as you may have already caused your colleague to concuss.
I did nothing of the sort.
I'll do my best to keep it quiet.
Yeah, we don't want entertainment tonight hearing about this.
Don't you threaten me, you cheesy DJ.
Hey, whoa, don't throw me through the front door of your glass house.
I think we could all just try to remain calm here.
There is an unconscious woman on the floor, and she may not be my actual girlfriend, but she plays one on TV.
He hurls himself onto Hillary's body.
And I will always love you. Wake up, baby. Come on, wake up.
Carlton barges in.
It's true. Dear God, it's true. I am Alfonso. Alfonso Lincoln Ribeiro. I found this in the glove compartment of my car. I was an actor before I became a student at Bel Air Academy. I'm 33 years old, even though I play a guy who was still in high school.
Oh, honey.
Everything I believed in, everything. It's a lie. A lie. Do you hear what I'm saying? This is all fake. This is a set. These plants, they're fake. This couch is fake. This fake painting is fake. When I sit on this couch to watch TV, there's no TV here. It's a fake TV. People watch us on TV through a hole where our TV should be.
Oh, not you too, dude.
No, Father, please. I understand everything now. The writing is on the wall. I wanted to escape. I wanted to live inside the comfort of the wacky weekly scenario. What pickle jar will Carlton squeeze himself into this week, America? Carlton loves squeezing inside salty pickle jars. I wanted you to be my father. I wanted us to be a family. I wanted Carlton Bakes to go on forever, being lovable, adorable, and having an audience go, ooh, every time he kissed a girl. But you know what? There's no beeping live studio audience in the beeping real world. This show is going to end eventually, and you know what? I'm never going to amount to anything more than creating this character. I will always stand in the long shadow cast by this fancy house. You want to see a man who's past his peak? Well, you're looking at him. Here I am, over the hill, greatness behind me. The Carlton dance, did I do that? Huh? No one is ever going to see me as anyone or anything else ever again. You know what great achievements I have to look forward to? Dancing with the beeping stars.
Calm down, dear. You're a wonderful dancer.
No, you do not get to pretend to be my mother anymore. You're insane. Your insanity rubbed off on me. Your crazy is contagious, woman. I'm a mentally ill man now because, of course, it's my television mother's fault.
Okay, well, why don't you and I just go somewhere and have a drink together, okay?
Who do you work for, huh? Did the network put you up to this?
And I will always love you.
I do.
Carlton produces a gun.
I didn't want it to come to this.
Carlton points his weapon at Viv.
This is all your fault. You could have just smiled and gone with the flow. No, you had to ruin everything.
Carlton!
You can call me Alfonso now, mother.
Jeffrey pulls out a gun and points it at Carlton.
Well, don't make mountains from molehills.
Jazz pulls out a gun and points it at Jeffrey.
Didn't see this coming either.
Uncle Phil pulls out a gun and points it at Jazz.
Oh, hell no.
Vivian produced the gun and points it at Uncle Phil.
Try me.
Woman, you are the root of all evil.
If I don't get to be Carlton Banks, nobody gets to be Carlton Banks.
Son, put the gun down.
You're not the boss of me, fake butler.
Security!
Can't all this be settled with a little conversation?
I never wanted any of this. Not for me. Not for any of us.
Janet, listen.
Call me Janet one more time.
All right. All right.
My love was real.
Oh, you're pathetic.
You're the monster mommy here.
This has escalated rather quickly.
Everybody thought I was just going to vanish without a trace. Ludicrous.
I should have never let you sneak around here. This is insane.
Listen to me. There's no need for us all to resort to these extremes.
Maybe you put Will up to this all along.
But you're hot. Honest. The new bitch looks like a human cheesecake.
A likely story.
Baby Nikki starts crying off stage.
Let's just all take a deep breath.
No, it's too late. Will's life will be paved in gold, while the rest of ours... No, it's too late. Will's life will be paved in gold, while the rest of us will grovel for his meal scraps. Look at us. It's humiliating. You're right, Carlton, my eldest son, my Princeton man.
Oh, Mother.
You could have been the first Black president.
Now I'm just a joke.
No, you're no joke to me. You'll always be my prince, Carlton.
Let's just end it all once and for all.
Let's all just calm down and put our guns down.
No, they're out now. We have to shoot them.
What?
I am a woman of misfortune.
I just want to be loved.
I don't want to live another day. I'll die a noble artist's death, and my legacy will live on.
We shall be the ruin of one another.
Are you happy now, Janet?
Is this what a happy woman looks like to you?
I should have seen this coming.
Take a look at yourself, woman. Take a look at yourself. You're pushing us all over the edge.
Hush up, Philip.
My name is James.
Oh my God, she's not breathing.
Sweet mercy.
Don't leave me, my love. We have so much to live for.
I will end you all.
Go on, fake mother. Turn your legacy into infamy.
Security! Security!
Call me a lioness if you wish.
Takes aim at Viv.
Do not make me pull this trigger.
Oh, yeah? You scared?
Don't test me.
Go on, you big, ugly coward. I've nothing left to live for.
Weeping, falls on his knees.
Oh, my love. Oh, my God, why?
Kill me, mother. Not him. Run, father.
Janet, I will end you.
Call me Janet one more time.
Just put the gun down.
Stay away from me. Sucker.
Uncle Phil charges her, but Viv is too quick and shoots him. Jazz leaps up next, only to be shot by Aunt Viv. Jeffrey stands dumbfounded. Viv points her gun at Carlton. Carlton, shocked, drops his weapon.
Let's do it the tragic way. Off stage.
Carlton and Viv exit. Gunshot! Jeffrey stares blankly. Lights shift dreamily. Fog. The chorus enters. Darling,
forever. You can break my heart. If you want to, I'll play the part of a fool just to be with you forever. Darling, forever. You can torment me, take my love for granted, but I'll always be just a fool if I could be with you.
Scene 13. During the song, Hillary and Carlton rise like angels. Viv appears atop the staircase as if riding a chariot of fire. Hillary and Carlton join. Jazz and Uncle Phil arrive in agony.
You loathsome, vile, hateful woman.
I had no choice.
What on earth?
Will's gonna be pissed. We're all dying now.
It was for your own good.
You destroyed our family.
What family?
What shall become of us now?
I shall ascend to heaven with my children by my side.
They live, alas, as souls that shall torture us all for eternity.
The gods know who started this quarrel.
It was you. You alone.
I couldn't take the abuse any longer.
Your bitter mind.
I had to fight back.
Hateful woman.
Keep hating me. I hate your bitterness right back.
Hate begets hate. That's how wars persist through generations.
I've taken your future away, man. Look at me now.
Enjoy it while it lasts.
This vile deed shall be your greatest achievement.
I ascend to Helios. I shall live among the stars.
Indeed, this defies all logic and reason.
I took action. I took a stand. You jealous?
No.
Liar! Everyone marvels at the assailant, pities her, hates her. Sure, but don't you wish you had the courage to stand atop the staircase in a blaze of glory? I'm done here. It's over. I've set you all free from your pathetic existence and grant my beloved children immortality in heaven.
The faces of the innocent souls you've murdered will not haunt you.
What's wrong with you, woman?
This evilness is beyond reproach.
Truly, awfully. Help me. Help me. I require medical attention.
Yeah, G. It hurts so bad.
I don't love you, Vivian, not anymore.
Be gone now, Jeff. Goodbye.
Jeffrey drags Uncle Phil and Jazz off stage. The chorus appears.
You're alone now.
So alone.
Poor woman.
Pathetic.
What a wench.
What a waste.
Are you happy now?
Are you satisfied?
Sisters, kiss me goodbye. I've had my final word. I don't give a damn anymore. My legacy lives on. I'm taking my babies with me. I, who gave them life. We're immortalized in heaven. Listen to me, Will Smith, wherever you are. Nobody fucks with Vivian Banks.
Vivian ascends the stairs as the house begins to catch fire. Ashley enters.
Wait for me. No, don't leave me here. No.
Blackout. Some years later, Ashley appears in the spotlight cradling Nikki.
I finally got him to stop crying. Turns out, he likes it when I make this face. After the house burned down, it was just me and this little man. Jeffrey joined the Peace Corps, and Dad, well, I don't really know where my dad is. Jazz moved to Austin, Texas, and opened an artisanal cheese shop. Will still sends me a couple $100 each Christmas, usually in the form of some sort of gift card. I try to spend them before they expire, but I don't always find the time. It's hard raising Nikki on my own. I feel lonely a lot. I often wonder why I was spared that day, why she didn't come back for me too. You know, I wish I knew what this all meant. I wish I knew why this happened and what it was all for. This whole thing, I just don't know. Maybe I should have done something. It is better to stand up for what you believe in, or just put your head down, stay out of trouble, and play the game. What will my life look like now? Thanks for being here and for bearing witness. All characters who appear in this work are fictitious. Any resemblance to real persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental.
Jeffrey.
Akeem Davis.
Aunt Viv.
Hi, I'm Beverly Gunn.
Carlton Banks.
Hello, Keith Illich.
Ashley Banks.
Hi, I'm Amaje Hardy-Jones.
Hillary Banks.
Tasha Canales.
Uncle Philip Banks.
Hi, Ryan Anthony Wilson.
Jazz.
How y'all doing? Abdul Cisse.
The Chorus. I'm also the narrator and setting reader. I'm Carlo Campbell.
Lanish Miller-White in the chorus.
Walter DeShields.
Naya Colbert.
Rich Bradford.
And thank you all for joining us.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
So with us now on live broadcast, we have Paper Doll Ensemble. They'll be doing a broadcast takeover of our digital rally for Philly Arts. You guys are mostly muted right now, but I will give Grace the co-hosting duties, and you guys can take it away from there.
Thanks so much. Thank you, James, and thank you for doing this. Hi, everyone. We are Paper Doll Ensemble, and thank you for joining this digital rally to save the arts in Philadelphia.
So our company was established in 2018, and we create devised absurdist comedies that combine dance and visual art into a multimedia wonderland, as we like to call it, in an effort to redefine traditional stories of the female experience.
I'm Amanda Jensen. I'm a co-founder and managing member.
I'm Gracie Hoffman. I'm also a co-founder and the external relations manager.
And I'm Sarah Vaness, also a co-founder and the artistic director.
And we would just like to start by saying very clearly that we appeal to Mayor Kenny and the council members of Philadelphia in saying, save
art and culture in Philadelphia.
Speaking all at once on Zoom is, not ideal, but save arts and culture in Philadelphia, please. That is why we are all here today. So just in case you couldn't hear that as we overlap over each other.
We're a co-producing partner with Plays and Players Theater in Center City in Rittenhouse Square. This theater has been greatly supported by the Philadelphia Culture Fund over the years. And without the city's funding, we and countless others who use this space wouldn't have a place to create our art.
We serve hundreds of patrons each year, ranging from age 18 to 65 and older.
Our most recent production was Mary Mary Quite Contrary, a world premiere tragic comedy produced in January of this year. The show follows three women who form an alliance on a reality TV dating show akin to ABC's The Bachelor.
We took the idea of I would kill for love quite literally and pried back the masks that we wear in public. The metaphor we used and then transformed it into the piece we ultimately created to reveal the cracking pressure of maintaining our personas.
Mary Mary Quite Contrary deals with some really powerful issues and some things that are difficult to talk about. And those include racism, eating disorders, violence, women against women, men against women, violence in general, as well as self-harm. But with all that in mind, the number one thing that we heard about this show was how funny it was. So we believe satire is really a great medium to talk about issues that can sometimes be really difficult to deal with.
Here's some direct feedback from our patrons regarding that show.
The theater was beautiful. The show was so funny, all caps. We laughed the whole time. The girls were incredible, and we can't wait for the next show. Please keep the arts in Philadelphia funded so that we have a place to give audience what they ask for, another show.
The show was wonderful, and those at the front were really helpful in guiding us. I look forward to seeing more Paper Doll Ensemble performances to even bigger audiences soon. From front of house staff to production staff to administrative teams, arts and culture organizations provide 55,000 jobs that would be devastated by the proposed cut to funding.
One patron said that they loved the top theater and the attached bar. If you've ever been in Plays and Players, you know that Quig's Bar and Pub is a big asset to that venue. The patron continued, I hadn't been to this location before and loved it, would definitely see a show here again. So we just kind of wanted to use that to point out that the arts generate revenue for restaurants and bars all across the city. So defunding the arts would not only hurt our businesses, but those as well.
Another patron said, it was an amazing show. My husband and I both laughed obnoxiously the whole time. When we're once again able to socialize without distance, don't you think we're all gonna need a good laugh?
I mean, I think we all could use a good one right now, but I'm just
this afternoon, we're going to bring you some excerpts from our work, which we affectionately call a new genre that is hilarious and terrifying.
First, here's a monologue created by actor Juliette Gobin in Wilder, the first piece we created together, inspired by the Brothers Grimm fairy tale, Snow White and Rose Red.
Yes, the blanket. That was so
I miss Jules.
I always wished that I was the type of person that had a little corner and a quiet forest. You know, like the romantic version of beautiful girls just going to their own little space to be at one with nature and to think about everything going on in their lives and to self-actualize and become a better person, because a private corner in a forest can do that for you. It's so wholesome, it makes me want to die. Ugh. Instead, I'm in my bed. Don't get me wrong, it's safe and warm and I crave it all the time. It's just so nice. It's my favorite place. But the point is that things can still disrupt this space, like a text or bad news or a UTI. I mean, it isn't always paradise. It isn't a remedy either. At least not always. Maybe it's because I never had access to a forest.
So that also points out, we as a company are ready to get down and dirty, and we're gonna make a monologue about UTIs. So arts and culture in Philadelphia, because it's so affordable, we're really able to do that and take those risks. So Sarah, thank you for that rendition. And again, credit to Juliette Gobin, who was the creator of that monologue for our original piece, Wilder.
Yeah, we worked on that piece in 2017, which is when we all met, and then continued workshopping that for a whole another year. And that piece became our first full-length production called This Is How Girls Die. It was a show about three sisters who, after the death of their mother, locked themselves away in a cottage. They fill it with plastic, childlike wonder, and they remain until one sister can't take it any longer. We're going to do an excerpt from that. I'll be reading the part of Ray, which was originally played by Simi Toledano, and let's get started on that.
Sorry, I slept in a little bit.
Oh, it's fine. Did we wake you? I'm sorry, we were arguing.
No, we weren't.
Yes, we were.
Oh no, I slept just fine. I had Judy play beach sounds last night.
They're so soothing.
Yeah, I love the sound of the water, the birds, and I feel like you can almost smell the sea salt,
I heard the beach still exists.
I'm sure it's out there somewhere, like way out there.
Well, there's oceans.
Well, aren't they eroding land?
That's true.
They also have thousands of species living inside of them.
Yes, like sharks, or let's see, a great white, hammerhead, tiger shark.
Or whales, belugas, humpbacks.
Killer.
What about dolphins? They can recognize themselves in a mirror.
Yes, they're the only other species that has sex for pleasure, which is why they rape people.
Willa Joe. Well, so obviously we take risks and, also discuss dolphin rape. So.
My absolute favorite thing about being an artist in Philadelphia is that it is possible to create thought-provoking and challenging art that inspires conversations. These aren't just things that are impacting people during the hour and a half that they're inside a theater. There are things that bring up topics and issues that they'll take with them and continue those conversations at home. And, my parents have seen many a show, and there are so many things to this day that have really helped me open up conversations with an entire different generation of people because of our art.
Yeah, art isn't just entertainment. It's a medium to give voice to the voiceless, to gain perspective on others' views. And our company, we really try to focus on telling traditionally female stories like that of sisterhood, dating, and love in ways that are contemporary and relevant to the time we live in today.
We also use comedy to expose double standards and hypocrisies in our society. So right now, as we work on developing our next show, hopefully for April 2021, we acknowledge our privilege as a white female-led organization and recognize this moment as an imperative time to be vocal and very specific about our allyship.
Yeah, so we wanted to let you know today publicly the things that we are committing to. We are committing to host forums to hold ourselves and our white supporters accountable for racism. We're committing to increasing the number of people of color involved in our organizations as collaborators on and off the stage. And we are committing to involving more people of color in our community in general, to more accurately represent the stories of all women in the Philadelphia community on stage. But to do that, we're going to need to keep making art, and unfortunately that doesn't happen without funding.
For our full statement, you can visit our website, which is paperdollonsemble.com, and you can see a more detailed plan of how we're going to combat white supremacy in our company.
So as an arts organization, it is our job to have these conversations and to be active in social change.
And I know everyone is very aware of what's been happening in the city and across our nation and the world right now. And I just want to ask Mayor Kenney if you think this is a good moment to take that platform for conversation away, because I think that is actually really counterproductive.
So we are so excited to continue working on the current projects that we have and to ultimately share them with the Philadelphia community. And as Gracie said, to do that, arts need funding. So we're just going to take a little trip down memory lane and share some of our past Paper Doll production images, some little behind the scenes shots of our process of how we create a show. We are a devised company, and just some fun moments that we've had.
Great. So I am attempting to share my screen. Let's see how this goes. We put together a little slideshow. Do it. Share. Desktop. Perfect. Oh, not that way. Present. I can share it with you later if you'd like. Oh, it says an error. Well, that's not great. Come on.
Load.
If you'd like, I can share this out to the stream, but you guys would need to control it also on your end, just so that I can match your movements.
Okay, great. So if you share it out, then I can just kind of click when we want to go through.
Yeah, or tell me to change. One moment, please. I just need to catch up to you.
Technology.
Technology.
Want us to do it.
Let me just find your. Can you just paste the link in your chat?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yep, absolutely. All of our lovely faces while we figure it out.
Great. I will. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, folks watching the live stream, you'll see these. I'll transition for you to the on-screen source, and.
Okay, perfect. Great. Obviously, we're a Paper Doll Ensemble, so we can head on to the next slide. Great. So this is a still from our production. This is How Girls Die, which we were mentioning earlier. As you can see, we have a little bit of a quirky collection of props and costumes. We're very big on doing bold colors, even with our tea, including this
That was my favorite.
tea. We can
Fun
thank
fact, it's Gatorade.
It is. Teal Gatorade.
And there in the red is Simi Toledano, who played the original part that Amanda just read an excerpt from. So there is Simi in the flesh, and our pineapple upon our table, because what else would you have? Salt and pepper? No. You can head to the next slide, James. Awesome. So this is our collaborator, Taiwo Sokan. Taiwo, if you're watching, hello, we miss you. She is holding up a piece of my ear that I burnt off. It is actually beef gelatin. So we can peel back the curtain here and give you a little insight. Everything okay, James? Awesome. Wonderful. You can head over to the next slide. This is Juliette Gobin, who did the original monologue that Sarah so beautifully did a rendition of for us, holding what we affectionately call our hornet balloons. I can pretty much hear this picture. They gave out the most incredible shriek when this actor let them all go. And you can see our balloon trees in the background. Thank you, Amanda.
Of course.
But yeah, I feel like this is a great picture to sort of describe our style, playing with unconventional things, topics, and refashioning them in a familiar way, where you know, like, oh, I know that that's a tree that's made of all plastic. So I think that that's a great sort of way to sum up Paper Doll.
Wonderful. I'm ready to hit the next slide. This is our wonderful resident dramaturg, Paige Zubal. Paige, protesting right now, but we love her dearly. And this is her with our stage manager at the time, Chelsea Sillinger. Shout out to Chelsea. Some notes. And she's always provided some really wonderful feedback and kind of helped us to synthesize our crazy, wild balloon thoughts into narrative structure, which none of us are playwrights by trade, so it's always been wonderful to have her, and we're really grateful that we have been able to afford to pay for such a wonderful dramaturg, and we hope to continue to do so in the future. Next. Thank you, James. I'm sorry, but this is wonderful.
I love this shot, the three of you guys.
Yeah. We're also incredibly lucky that we can afford to pay amazing photographers like Emily Krause, who took this picture. So you want to talk a little bit about how much we love Emily?
Absolutely. It's just wonderful to have artists who come from performance background be able to also capture our work, right? So what we love about working with Emily in particular is that she understands our thought process and is really able to capture these moments like this. And it's also, this is a great depiction of stuff that we love to do, the very bold strokes of the colors with the costumes. And then if you notice in the deep background, there's all the like little succulents and kind of plants that are also made out of balloons. So that sort of evolution of our work, from the balloon trees to these balloon plants. And yeah, we so appreciate Emily beautifully capturing that.
Wonderful. We can hit next. I just love this picture. This is like, you know,
OG, original.
Yeah.
Original founding members of Paper Doll Ensemble, including Jules Gobin, who's there in the red. They're an incredible non-binary performer who moved to New York shortly after we founded the company. But they've been a wonderful support from afar. And we hope to, you know, in this digital age, we're hoping to bring back some of our wonderful collaborators that might have moved on to different cities across the country.
This group actually, we were brought together originally due to a grant from the Revamp Theater Collective. So another way that arts funding was able to even incite us meeting. So in the way that Revamp provided a grant and an opportunity to us to create something, we hope to be able to perpetuate that and keep creating art and providing opportunities to other artists.
Yeah, that was the Beyond the Surface Artist Lab, and the entire point of that project was to pair artists of different disciplines that might not usually work together to be lead artists on a devised interpretation of a Brothers Grimm fairy tale. And they so fortunately paired together Sarah, whose background is in, devising and clown work and performing, and Amanda, whose background is in light design, as well as, now set design and build and all sorts of wonderful things. So we're very appreciative that we had that opportunity, because we wouldn't be here today as a company without them giving what was it, $500 to put the show together?
It was $500, and then I can't remember how many rehearsal hours, but rehearsal space and performance space and box office support. So without that, we wouldn't exist. And it really made us able to really explore and make something really interesting and fun.
Right. But, in what other city are you able to say, we're going to take a couple $100 and we're going to, invest in the egg that will become an entire organization? So it's really, really important to fund those grassroots organizations to grow. Okay, next, enough on this picture. Thank you, James. I love this behind the scenes. This is, we filmed a video in West Philadelphia in Panorama.
Yeah. Yes.
And they are another incredible organization that gives homes and studios and really affordable rates to artists. And this gorgeous white studio from head to toe with, room for very beautiful lighting, where we made our first ever promo video. So there's some good memories there.
And you can see one of our collaborators, Maya Nell, who also was part of the transition of the show Wilder into becoming This Is How Girls Die. So her voice was really wonderful and important to that show's growth.
And then Maya moved to LA. So bring Maya back, digital world. But we're incredibly excited about all the wonderful things that they're doing. All good show ideas start with very stuffy business meetings, also known as margaritas and Jose Pistola.
Next.
Sarah, you want to talk a little bit about, this is a workshop image.
Goodness gracious.
The wigs are flying. Tywell there in the middle is Marilyn Monroe. Beautifully.
What are we wearing? So, yeah, so the way that we create is we will think about sort of things that are of interest to us at the time. So we currently are working on something involving witches, maybe, and women in politics, maybe, right? So those are the general pools that we're playing in. And then within that, we will dive deeper and do research. So the photograph you're seeing is the next stage of that process, where we've done all the research, we've had lots of table work, we've juiced all of these ideas, and now we just play. And we really are so blessed that we have the ability to just play for hours and hours on end, see what works, see what tickles us, what makes us laugh, maybe discover something that we didn't realize was there, an underlying issue that we discover is the sort of essence of what we want to explode into the full piece that we're creating. So this is a image from when we were doing workshops for Mary Mary Quite Contrary, and we developed this idea of, we knew these women were trapped somewhere. We knew that they were in something like the Bachelor Mansion, if you've seen The Bachelor, the TV show, and we played around with that. So, you know, we tried a bathroom, we tried closet, we tried a car, and just, you know, we have good laughs and a lot of hard work and, you know, mental spinning of how to connect all of these dots. And we're so lucky to be able to have artists like Taiwo Sokan join us for these workshops, to be able to pay her for her time to join these workshops and to be fair to all of the artists that we are lucky enough to bring into our process.
As well as the space you're seeing here is provided by 11th Hour Theater Company. And 11th Hour is a recipient of the Philadelphia Cultural Fund every year. They are very fortunate and they are very generous in allowing us to use their space. And we, you know, are very grateful for that because we need a lot of room to spread around, to work, and to percolate our ideas. I think we're ready for the next slide, James. Quite a different venue is this is Amanda Jensen's bathtub.
This was when we were taking our initial promo photos for Mary Mary. This one used on Instagram.
Yeah.
I included this. It just really kind of reminded me of a big moment of joy where we all, that's real wine and we're all in the bathtub and there's no better way to get to know a character than to create them from yourself. And I think that our bond as friends and performers and artists is what makes our group so special. And so this was just a really clear moment of that bond to me. And so I just wanted to kind of share that with you and with the council members and with Mayor Kenny. So I think we're ready for the next slide. Speaking of wonderful artists who also take photos, this was taken by Seamus McCarty. He took all the images for our first production, Wilder, and captured that beautiful lighting that Amanda did. And this is just a little piece into the weirder, darker side of us. Maybe Sarah, you could kind of elaborate on that.
Yeah, I feel like this is also just a great example of visual art is such a strong inspiration for us as well. And being members of the Philadelphia theater community, it's amazing because I think that we could all say we've experienced that things like this are desired and celebrated. And so to be able to say, you know, this is sort of like a visual dance theatrical piece that is sort of an experience and have people be gung-ho about it is really cool. So yeah, again, something that Amanda and I at that time, before we were able to bring in Gracie and Juliet for the piece, we had been discussing things that inspired us, and we came across all these pictures of unconventional materials being made into nature. So that sort of man-made into nature and then the reverse. So yeah, Amanda, I don't know if you have anything to add on to
Yeah, we found during my research when we were starting out, I found this photo of another artist who I unfortunately do not remember their name right now, but it was a tree trunk, like a real tree trunk hung in the space and then surrounded by red balloons. And I brought this in when we were doing our table work and we were like, that is our forest. It's not real, it's made but plastic. And so we made all of these trees out of balloons and plastic, and we stuck little fluorescent lights inside of them so that they would change color depending on the mood of the piece and where we were. So they went from white to green to red. And I think white, green, and red were what we really had. And it really gave the piece this like magic to it that if we didn't have those, it wouldn't have been the same.
Ready for the next slide. Taiwo! And this was a great crying moment. Sarah, and you can see the great sets for Mary Mary. I think we can head to the next one. This was just a fun image. Again, thanks to Emily Krause. The paper doll. paper partners.
Yeah.
This was at the Barrymore Awards. So we're just so lucky to be part of this theater community and part of this city. And the Barrymores is obviously a great night and event hosted by Theater Philadelphia that gets to celebrate that, where we get to dress up. You know, we talk about how scrappy we are making trees out of balloons and plastic. And I thought of this very nice class picture that kind of reminded me of a great moment in our community. Did you have fun, Amanda?
I had a great time. I think we sat next to each other too. We like switched seats with someone else.
Did. Again, here's Simi Toledano. This moment is when she is being sneaky, putting some tequila in the Jell-O that goes in the birthday Jell-O cake for three sisters, and this is how girls die. And being in quarantine, we were like, wow, we wrote a quarantine play before quarantine happened. These are stuck in a house because they're afraid of bears. And they stay there for years and years and years. So I never quite understood what that meant until we experienced this social isolation and distance. So
I heard the ocean still exists.
Still exists?
Yeah,
I don't know,
but like way out there.
Right.
Pretty far. Simi was ahead of her time because the tequila aspect is has been very important in my quarantine experience. Next.
Oh, that's our artistic board.
Yes, this is our artistic advisory board, including, see, Evelyn's not there.
Evelyn's not.
Shout out to Evelyn Schuker. She's also on our board, and this is Marcia Ferguson, who was the head of the theater department at the University of Pennsylvania when I attended. She's still a professor there. And Chad Haddad, who is a wonderful friend and nurse. So I wanted to make sure that we included a picture of him to thank all the essential healthcare workers. And just to kind of show that it's not just this theater bubble, but, you know, theater is for the community at large, healthcare workers and teachers. And we also provided access tickets to all Philadelphia citizens who have an access card. They can get $2 tickets to our shows, which is a really great program for the that, you know, art really is for everyone. Next. Here's a better shot of Maya Nell, our former collaborator, in the pink there. Again, in that beautiful studio in Panorama at Grace Ferry. Wanted to make sure we got Maya's face in there. You know. Yeah. Yet another artist that we were happily able to employ. Next. I love this image, and this was actually captured by the Philadelphia Inquirer. So shout out to the Inquirer for this moment.
I don't think there's anything else to say about it. I think we get it.
No. Yeah. Perfect the way it is. No words.
Next.
Wow. Look how that tablecloth, getting ready for a party. Another great moment captured by Emily Krause in Plays and Players. The wonderful black box space, which they recently renovated and we're so fortunate they were able to afford to do that. Next. The bear.
The bear.
This is this is actually
there was a time when we thought we might see the bear And this is how girls die.
This is a costume that was formerly used in an interactive theater company show in For Me For You while I was an apprentice there. And I bought that costume off of the designer at the time. It's mine. So it just, I love seeing this bear head come up. I use it a lot, and it just reminds me of how much the theater community gives to each other. We've been having a meeting of a lot of the arts leaders in Philadelphia every Thursday as like a happy hour. And we've been talking about how we're going to create a list of props and costumes and everything that we have so that we can further share our resources in a more effective way. And that's one of the reasons that I'm thankful for this pandemic, because we're finding the time to connect even further as a community. And, you know, I didn't think that I would need a bear costume, but it turns out it's a lot more useful than you think. So shout out to Interact Theater Company. Thank you. We can go to the next one.
Fight choreography.
So important. We had a wonderful fight choreographer, Ren Williams. I got from recommendation from Theater in the X, so I'm forever grateful to them for recommending Ren to us. Ren did an incredible job doing all sorts of wacky fight choreography and making sure that we were super safe, including ripping this bandage off my head, some good punches, slaps, gotta have the slaps. And it's a role that's often overlooked in productions, but you know, we really need to be safe, and their fight and intimacy choreographers are so important. And just another line in the budget that needs to be considered so that we can make these shows as safe as possible.
And also, it was just so incredible to be able to collaborate with Ren, to be able to say what the emotion that we wish to convey, and then have Ren come back and say, you know, here's how we could use fight choreography to even elevate that further than what you've written. So just having more voices in the room, we, you know, feel so lucky that we were able to bring Ren on.
Next. Cara, our resident stage manager, Cara Franz, also stage manages for 11th Hour, for Shakespeare in Clark Park. She stage manages all over. And I just, that she's part of our community. You can see we got our little prom pose there, but we shout out stage managers as another crucial component that we need to be able to afford to put on the show. Thank you. The blanket, Sarah, there it is.
Yes. The original blanket, Juliette Gobin. But I feel like this, you know, is a great way to look at how this stage then became the This Is How Girls Die stage. The table layout, right? So the evolution of those things is really fun to create.
Great. Our radio interview. This was very exciting. We were interviewed by A.D. Amorosi for Theater in the Round on Philly Cam, which is a wonderful arts organization in the city that provides all sorts of media for the people, by the people. So they're regular Philadelphia citizens who are able to have radio shows and different multimedia productions. And we're very lucky to be a part of that. Go Philly Cam. There is in all her glory. That was our fight choreographer, teaching what will ultimately become my curling iron
incident.
It's call it an incident, that ultimately ends up in the lovely piece of skin we saw in the beginning that Taiwo is holding up. So again, yay, thank you, Ren. We need fight choreographers. That's one of the other 55,000 jobs that will be lost. This is a great still from our cocktail carnival, which was in October, that we do to raise money, but also to, thank our patrons. We featured magicians, Lindsay Noel and Francis Minotti. And, we can't forget that magicians are also one of those 55,000 jobs that are created in the city that are very important and make you want to dance like this. Again, Chad Haddad there, our artistic advisor. I just thought this was a nice parallel of cocktails in the fundraiser, cocktail illusions in the show, and our costume element there.
And the beautiful set that Amanda Jensen designed. It was forced perspective and glorious.
Yeah. My favorite was the sparkly wallpaper, I will admit. One of my favorite things that I found.
So good.
And this is actually a really good opportunity. The vanity you see in there and the chandelier that's been in a couple photos were borrowed from the Art and Theater's prop department. Thank you, Chris Haig. Without their help, we would not have been able to make this set like this amazing. They have been really great in letting us borrow or rent on the cheap props for our show. They actually also helped us with This Is How Girls Die. The table and the chairs in that show was from the Art In, and it's just a great example of how some of the larger organizations help out the smaller organizations to help us be able to produce the things that we want to produce. This is such a good photo.
I love this image. Emily Krause is is a wizard, and this is kind of an insight into the physical dance way that we represent some emotions that you can't talk about. The feeling of being restrained by society, the feeling of being trapped, this feeling of wanting something more, that reaching is really kind of conveyed all in this one motion. And it's just something that words are a little bit more difficult to use. And that's why we are theater artists. We want to be able to create a different platform, the voice for the voiceless, in a way where I'm also a teaching artist. And when I go into a classroom, sometimes kids can't tell you exactly how they feel, but they can show you. Another wonderful opening night. Thank you to Linda Grin at Play Some Players. She is a big part of running things over there. And another key to the puzzle. And Chelsea Cylinder, our stage manager for This Is How Girls Die, and Simi again in red. She always looks so stunning in red.
Yes.
This is from one of our workshops for This Is How Girls Die, and I wanted to show you this version, which is our blog, we affectionately call it, in rehearsal, and then what it looks like with all of the production elements. So if you go to the next slide, I think James had to step away. Oh no. Oh, wonderful. So this is the blob then fully realized. And we obviously need that. Sarah, why don't you talk about that? Amanda, talk about your beauty. While I figure this out.
I mean, talk about a great way to look at Amanda Jensen's lighting design capabilities. You can see that the whole tree trunk even glows with the light. Again, something that was inspired from that one artist, Amanda, the fluorescence in the corner. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it was, I think what I was trying to do when we were developing this piece was to really have our forest, our artificial forest, to have a life of its own and be its own character, which I think is something we've been trying to do in all of our work since this. Like the spaces in which we put our characters in are a character within themselves that really help push the story forward and really help reveal the theme and the dichotomies that we're trying to expose. And I think this is a great photo for that. This is like our pink and red trees glowing in this beautiful silhouette. I love this photo so much.
Are we able to go to the next one, Gracie? Or
Yes.
James? Great.
Yeah, just a couple more. Wanted some peep lasagna. Delightful image about the weirdness and things that we talk about in terms of expectations of women and what it means to be feminine in our society. And you know what? I can eat an entire lasagna made of marshmallows, and that's fine. Thanks. Next, the last image is our lovely Sarah Vanessa pointing right at you because it is your responsibility to help us save the arts in Philadelphia.
Yes.
So with that, we would like to end with a written testimony that was sent on Thursday, June 4th, 2020, to be read at the city budget hearing tomorrow, June 9th. Gracie?
To whom it may concern. My name is Gracie Hoffman, and I'm a resident of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, in zip code 19104. I am an arts educator, an administrator, and performer, and I'm writing today to provide testimony advocating for the proposed budget increase for the police department to instead be reallocated to community services and the arts. I have witnessed firsthand the critical importance of the arts in creating a community, thoughtful discussion, education, growth, healing, and perhaps most importantly, cultivating empathy in audiences and students of all ages. Now, more than ever, we need to prioritize the ability for every generation to be able to put themselves in another's shoes, to see different perspectives, and to have a platform for their voices and their stories to be heard. Arts and culture are the foundation of what makes any city and this city so great. And by defunding them, you would be making a grave mistake. Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for your consideration. And please consider our appeal.
Thanks, guys. I always forget which mute button I press. Thank you for Paper Doll Ensemble for joining us. Is there anything else urgent that you need to communicate? I'm going to go ahead and close your slides here, and we are next going to be joined by, sorry, one second. Million screens open.
James, yes, no, of course.
All right, we're next going to be joined by Ernest Owens, writer for the Philadelphia Inquirer at Large. He has written several things with regard to the budget, and he's been doing a lot of research on the budget recently. So, if you guys want to head out, you can hang out in the chat, or you can head out. It's up to you. And I'm gonna switch to a single feed here. Hold on one second.
Thank you so much, James. We'll head out. Thank you.
No problem.
Thanks, James.
Thanks, guys.
Great. Have a good day.
You too. All right. So switch to the single feed there. I don't have a short video handy. Let me see what I have handy. Right then. Okay. So I am going to show you guys a little video by the Lady Hoofers Ensemble. It'll just take me a second to set up here. In the meantime, hopefully you folks enjoyed that that presentation and that bit of information. We're doing our best here. Okay, that file is still downloading. May take a minute. Okay. Let's see if this works.
Hi, my name is Kat Richter. I live in South Philadelphia. I'm a mother, an artist, and the co-founder and artistic director of the Lady Hoofers Tap Ensemble, based here in Philadelphia.
We provide employment to over a dozen local artists and free community performances throughout the city of Philadelphia.
We produce 2 main stage concerts each year at the Suzanne Roberts Theater, where we premiere new choreography that centers the work of women and artists of color.
At our most recent concert, our patrons almost broke the record for the theater's highest bar tab. So yes, the arts do contribute to the economy.
For 7 years, we have offered free tap classes and free tap shoes to the entire 5th grade class at Moffett Elementary School.
We provide mentorship to young dancers from PA, New Jersey, and Delaware from our youth ensemble.
And we're using our voices and our feet as artists to fight for social justice and racial equity.
keep our overhead low and do all of this work on a shoestring budget, thanks in large part to the support of the PCF and the OACCE.
The arts community in Philadelphia is invaluable. Please, Mayor Kenny and City Council, maintain funding for the OACCE, particularly its Neighborhood Arts Program, and for the Philadelphia Cultural Fund, both of which support so many small and mid-sized organizations like ours. Defund the police, fund the arts. Thank you.
Defund the police.
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 Fund the arts.
Fund the arts.
Fund the arts.
Fund the arts.
Fund the arts. Thank you.
Okay, folks, while we wait for Mr. Owens, we will just take a quick look at a few things here. Let's see here. In all of the chats, I have placed a series of links to information and resources, as well as different petitions that you can sign. Sorry, I was looking for the word petitions in my head there. I'd like to address, there's an article by Billy Penn, 10 times that the Philly police were on the national spotlight for bad behavior. In one 2015 incident, officers were cleared in the killing of a black man pulled over for a traffic violation. Let's just go down the highlights real quick for everybody. Sergeant shoots himself, blames imaginary black men. A month after Sergeant Robert Ralston reported he was shot on patrol in West Philadelphia by an African-American male assailant in 2010, he admitted he'd made the whole thing up. Ralston did sustain a gunshot wound to the shoulder, however, it was self-inflicted. His tall tale led to a significant search effort for the culprit and earned the city at least one lawsuit after an overbooked family said officers burst into their home at gunpoint with no warrant looking for the non-existent suspect. The case was settled The case was settled out of court on confidential terms, and the family's lawyer told Billy Penn in an email. Why did he do it? Officials at the time speculated Ralston wanted an assignment change or some sort of heroic recognition. Instead, he was condemned by top brass, fired, and forced to repay the police department for the cost of the manhunt. Ralston wasn't charged criminally, though, because his confession came in exchange for immunity. An officer was dismissed for misconduct and got his job back after suing the city. PPD social media videos now regularly go viral, but Lieutenant Jonathan Josie II stars in an early, different kind of example. In a clip titled "The Philadelphia Police Brutality," Josie can be seen striking a woman to the ground during the 2012 Puerto Rican Day parade. Police reports state a group of people were spraying drinks at officers, and the woman involved can be seen holding a water bottle in the video. The woman, Aida Guzman, was arrested and charged with disorderly conduct, charges that were ultimately dismissed. She also won a $75,000 settlement against the city for Josie's actions. Josie, then a 19-year PPD veteran, was dismissed from the force and charged with simple assault. He was acquitted. In 2013, he was reinstated as a police officer in the Philadelphia Police, and then battled with the city as he pressed for promotion. In the years that followed, in 2018, Josie sued the city in federal court, seeking damages for emotional distress, among other things. That case was dismissed. As far as I know, he still actually works for the PPD, interestingly enough. Arrested and acquitted 6 narcotics officers subject of FBI investigation. In the summer of 2014, the FBI charged 6 PPD narcotics officers with drug dealing. I'm just going to finish reading this this story, Mr. Owens, if you'll give me a minute. The officers were described as having operated a ring of criminal terror targeting drug dealers. They were alleged to have stolen $500,000 in property and cash between 2006 and 2012. Proceedings unfurled dramatically, but none before then DA Seth Williams sought to dismiss hundreds of cases that hinged on work from the NARC crew. Hey, Ernest, you're muted. You can unmute yourself if you like. Thank you.
Yes.
How you doing? Let me just go ahead and switch views here one moment. How's it going?
Oh, I'm good. You know, making it the best I can.
I was just reading from some of the incidents published by Billy Penn, and I believe Billy Penn and KYW, of the 10 times that Philly PD ended up in the national spotlight for bad behavior. Some interesting tales here, and really good examples of why the police, in my opinion, need to be defunded. But I invited you here because you've expressed some interest in writing about and talking about the Philly PD and the defund the police initiatives and the current budget, and we're talking about the budget today in an online rally for the arts. So I'm just going to switch to camera view of you and just let me know what your thoughts are.
Sure.
And you can go ahead anytime. You're live.
Yes. So, hi, everyone. My name is Ernest Owens. I'm a journalist in Philadelphia. And I cover a lot of issues around race and social justice issues and politics. And really, you know, have been having conversations with my colleagues and also to the general public around Philadelphia's ability to defund the police department or work towards that, right? And what's interesting is that, you know, we have seen progress already happening on the city council level. We're seeing it happen. I'm talking about in Minnesota, where we're seeing, you know, their city council have a veto power block that allows the majority of them to work towards those solutions. We're also seeing school districts and other places across the country begin to cancel like multi-million-dollar contracts with the police departments in their areas. Yesterday, I had uncovered and found that the Philadelphia Police Department updated their budget, which was on the city's website, which is accessible to everyone. But I tweeted it out and I shared it on my Facebook page. And my Facebook is open and Twitter, so you can see the link. And it breaks down their entire budget, which was something different because most of the city, you know, they'll make a proposal, but they never really do every line item. But what was baffling, and some of the other baffling things, but they're putting only $300,000 in that $14 million plus budget increase. They're only going to put $300,000 against gun violence. Another interesting thing is that they have $1.2 million going towards dry cleaning and laundry. And that was the biggest shock to me because of the fact that we look at a lot of the budget proposals and a lot of the initiatives, you're seeing budget cuts for like the African American Museum, which is like $270,000 cut. You're seeing arts grants that could be going out to community for youth enrichment go down, and we're talking, $4 million, $400,000 getting cut from different types of city projects. There's no pools open for the summer, and all of these things are getting cut. And as much as people think that's not a big deal, it only makes up a small percentage of the city's overall big, huge $1 billion+ budget. But those small little $1 million or hundreds of thousands of dollars that get cut out will do nothing to really change the budget, but will make the biggest impact in the community. Which, when you think about that in retrospect, how much they prioritize the dry cleaning of the police department over funding, diverse museums, arts grants, and projects for small cities. And so this conversation around defunding the police is something along the lines of just reevaluating our priorities. And to many people who have tried to figure out how to have those conversations, that are kind of on the fence of confused of like, what does that actually mean? Does that mean a lawless city? No, it doesn't actually. It means really taking a step back and looking at how much money goes into the police department and how much have they been able to accomplish with as much money they asked for. Another story came out this week is that the police department, while all of these cuts were happening during coronavirus, and this is before everything happened with Black Lives Matter and these new protests, while everyone else was getting cuts, the city was giving people in the police department, still giving them their salaries. They didn't really feel any major cuts. Officers didn't, compared to other departments. Like you got the office of representative.
Sorry, didn't they get a increase?
Yeah, they got an increase, and then now they're asking for another $14 million increase. And they also kept certain groups got raises, certain people got certain paid, overtime and other things that even city council staffers are not being given. So the police have a strong fiscal backing and support of the city. And, again, some would argue that there was needed to be an increase because of COVID and the need to keep people protected and yada, yada, yada. But in reality, arrests have went down during COVID-19. So the idea of increasing policing and even spending more money towards it would be counterproductive.
So I saw an article, and I'm not sure if this is true of Philadelphia or just the nation in general. I saw an article that said, while crime went down, police shootings and police-related shootings went up.
Correct.
And so what? How does that happen?
Well, let's be clear. We have to understand that, the police department as an institution there's no strict accountability. What's happening right now with this current police sergeant, I believe, who, got in trouble with striking a Temple student with a baton, who was being charged. And we saw what happened. I don't know, some people didn't know this morning, but this officer is getting charged. He is the second officer next to Officer Powell, who was responsible for the death of another unarmed, a Black man in Philadelphia recently. This is the first two arrests and charges that we've seen happen in Philadelphia in the past 20 years. Police officers to be charged.
Yeah, I've been saying that might have something to do with the way that for at least the last, since about 2014, I believe, the transition in tactics from dealing with crowds into a different type of crowd control rather than confronting people. They seem to be using de-escalation techniques. I don't know necessarily why, but I've noticed that the de-escalation techniques don't seem to be percolating down to the day-to-day.
No, they don't. And I think part of that is because, again, when you don't have accountability, when there's if you want to get away with the crime in Philadelphia, in any city position, I would say it's easier to crack down on the corruption of Philadelphia politicians, which is even harder to crack than it would be to crack on corruption in Philadelphia's police officers. I mean, how many police officers in Philadelphia has been arrested and convicted of a crime and sent to jail? Zero in the past 20 years.
Right.
To a crime.
And those happen weekly.
100% of do something, get away with it, whether it's races, crimes, killings, shootings, everything could get justified. Anything can be done. I'm not saying that officers have not been fired, but officers being actually facing any type of legitimate penalty, it just doesn't happen. So it's kind of hard that they preach about law and order when that doesn't apply to their actual departments.
So a lot in the media has been said, obviously we are part of the media just because we're commenting about this on video and on Facebook and all these other places, but a lot has been said in some of the established media about how the FOP seems to have too much control over whether an officer faces charges or whether an officer faces punishment for a crime. I don't know the entire history of John McNesby, but I know as long as he's been on my radar, he's been kind of a difficult leader of the FOP to deal with as far as citizens go. What do you know about this interaction between the FOP and City Hall?
And you said the FOP and what and who?
And City Hall and like the mayor's office.
Oh, that's easy. For starters, the FOP, the Fraternal Order of Police, they endorse candidates for office. They really have a stronghold in building out support. I mean, let's not forget this, but police officers are some of the strongest voting bases in Philadelphia. They show out to elections. They show up, they show out. They do participate in the process because they really have a vested interest in who gets elected and, how they're going to factor in on their contracts. And so the FOP endorses candidates that are going to maintain the status quo or work to effectively fund them. And that has been a status quo for years, is that candidates that are backed by the FOP, any person who wants to be the mayor, any person who wants to be in the top position, they want that crucial FOP endorsement. I would say that Larry Krasner may have been the first DA in Philadelphia's recent history to not get an FOP endorsement and get elected. To get the FOP endorsement is a clutch, unless you're someone who, if you're a Democratic candidate now, they've gone Republican, they're interesting. They support Democrats, they support Republicans. They are bipartisan when it comes to who they endorse. People try to say, oh, they're Trump endorsed and they endorse Trump. Yes, because the national group did, right? But people need to understand that there are a lot of Democrats in Philadelphia that are very complicit with the status quo. This is a majority Democratic Party machine. And even some of those police people that you see, they aren't Republicans, they are Democrats, and they do want to maintain this law and order status in a quote unquote progressive city. So people need to really look at who gets those FOP endorsements. Where are those financial contributions? I will tell you that Kenny has had a deep relationship with the FOP throughout his entire history on city council. He was endorsed. Even when he supported ending stop and frisk, he said this while also getting an FOP endorsement, which, to be very clear, I knew that Kenny was never going to deliver on ending stop and frisk because it was very counterproductive. You're getting an endorsement by a group that have actively defended stop and frisk and even asked for more aggressive sanctions. And so for Kenny to continue to have this relationship with FOP, and in spite of McNesby's racist comments he's made about Black Lives Matter activists, referring to them as rabid animals when they stood out and protested Officer Purnell during that shooting. So there is a lot of, when that happened with David Jones, there was a lot of controversy. And Kenny did speak out against it, but he gives lip service, but then he doesn't divest. And so right now, this conversation around defunding the police is about a conversation around divestment. And let me also be clear on this. The Fraternal Order of Police, McNesby, he's not elected by public citizens. We don't elect him. The union, and he's also not hired by the city. So the city can fire, the mayor can fire the police chief, he can fire the fire chief, he can fire whoever he wants under city payroll. McNesby works for the union. The union members, the police themselves, will have to vote McNesby out. But I don't really believe that they will, because of the fact that he has shown that he will prioritize them over Black lives, over queer lives, over women. He will defend them to the fullest. I mean, for example, everyone saw that video of that sergeant that took that baton and struck that young man, that Temple student. McNesby walked out with this guy, this officer, okay, who hit this man on camera, walked outside of the FOP office while he was getting, turning himself in. And there was a crowd of predominantly white officers and their family members cheering and rooting them on, saying they got his back.
And now they're selling T-shirts.
Huh?
And now they're selling T-shirts.
Oh yeah, they're selling T-shirts. They're turning this, but this is the politicalness of it. They're turning these issues into personal issues. So if you don't support this man, you're against safety in the city. You're against, the police. And, quite frankly, I am against the police. I am against this type of toxic behavior. I am against people who does not believe in my humanity. I am against all of that. I mean, the fact that they've turned this into, the fact that they have they're putting out Blue Lives Matter. When, to be quite honest, I think that the city, the government prioritizes their lives and their institution more than they prioritize civilians. They're cutting school funding. They're cutting, recreational community upbuilding. So when I mean school funding, let me be clear about that. They're cutting resources that could go to improving the lives of students. There are kids right now who don't have Wi-Fi to do their homework, but they have more money for the dry cleaning officers and their suits and their uniforms.
Yeah, that's just sinful. Just circling back to that, since we're back to that, what would you say? So they're asking for, I believe, a total of $23 million in increased PPD budget, 14 million directly, and then overall a total of 23 million in increased budget. And that's if we didn't just freeze the budget, that's just year over year. That 23 million, where would you, as a Black resident of the city, think that should go?
Oh my goodness, that's a good question. First of all, let's start with education. The majority of our school students that are in public schools are Black and brown. I would say put it into the schools. I mean, we need to really get serious about education and really get serious about education in all neighborhoods. There are schools right now struggling with asbestos, and they don't have enough school counselors. They have poor drinking water. They don't have enough nurses. And this is our future. And we are really giving a big middle finger to the future of Philadelphia when we don't invest in our schools. So that would be one of the first things we would do. The second thing I would also say is that we need to invest more money in local businesses, specifically Black and brown businesses. There is less than 3% of Black businesses in the city of Philadelphia, yet there's like 43% Black people. And so that's completely unacceptable. And so we need to create an opportunity for people to get jobs and jobs by people that look like them, jobs in their communities where they're safer. They need to have that, right? There needs to be money that goes towards, fueling the opportunities, the economic opportunities. And I'm not talking about gross capitalism in a way of saying, hey, we want CEOs all over the world. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we need to invest because property taxes, unfortunately, determines the outcome of who gets what resources and areas. And you have to build, that wealth, immediate wealth, to help provide that, because there's too much unemployment. There's no resources. And so putting money into community initiatives and economic, benefits for local businesses and Black businesses specifically that are engaged with the community is definitely an important step. I would also say that we need to put more money into local community initiatives. That includes, there's a lot of talks about Parks and Rec. Parks and Rec is great, but there also needs to be a lot of money and conversation around restoration. There's a lot of property and things in the city that transportation and things and amenities in the city that needs to be, restructured. I mean, our transportation systems, how are they accessible for the disabled? You have buildings in this city that still do not accommodate people who are gender non-binary and transgender, creating more opportunities in that way to make the city more accessible. Even when it comes to healthcare places and spaces, local places that do that. And also, I forget about this, but safe injection sites.
Yes, safe injection sites.
Talk about and diversify. It doesn't cost there's money that has already been raised, but right now in this pandemic, addiction and these types of atrocities that are happening and people struggling with addiction, they still are struggling. They need help. They need support. They need resources. And so, the pandemic didn't stop that. We still had that problem. Yeah. And I guess another thing that the money could go to, which I spoke a bunch of things, is tackling poverty on various levels. Food insecurity. There's no reason to see like Philadelphia that people do not have access to food.
So just on that real quick, I'd like your opinion. I've formed an opinion and I've expressed it a lot of times online, but this opinion may be unfounded. But the owner of a lot of the ShopRites that are in underserved areas is a man named Mr. Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's labeled as a progressive in the media. I wonder what your thoughts are on him. I don't think of him as a progressive at all.
I think that the word progressive is very, progressive means different things to different people. I think that Jeff Brown's hiring practices and policies are progressive. I think the fact that he is hiring people who have left the system and needing jobs, I think that's progressive. I think he's doing something that a lot of folks haven't done. I think that it's progressive on how he centers Black products and things. I think that his politics and the people he support politically outside of the progressive policies in his own business, not as progressive. But I think that, he's a businessman and we see the limitations of capitalism, I think, in those moments, right? Because he wants to get the property, he wants to get the spaces. And I think he has to do that arm wrestle that a lot of people have to make. Especially as a white man in predominantly Black communities that's trying to provide food, and he wants to make his profit, but he also wants to find this relationship he's wrestling with the community, and that really came to a head, this week with the looting and all of the things that happened over at some of his shops, but at the end of the day, I think that for him, it's I would hope that community holds him accountable and push him to think beyond the relationships he currently has with establishment Democrats. There's a lot of people that have gotten opportunities and jobs from him and have really been able to do more. But I do wonder if he doesn't see the connection to the elected officials he support and how their policies help harm the very things that his company is trying to combat, and the economic opportunities and the opportunities for formerly incarcerated individuals, right? Like, what does it say to be in a city like Philadelphia where a guy who owns these stores is the only one that is doing it? Does he not see how elected officials in his own area are actively making it difficult for people that come out of the system to get jobs, and that his money is supporting those politicians that make it harder for him to be able to do the things that he wants to do to help the community? So I think there's going to take more pushback People need to have more, sensitive conversations with him. But I do think his heart's in the right place. I just think that people just need to challenge him more.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, I could see all that. My particular issues and political disagreements with him have to do more with the soda tax and plastic. His objections to the plastic bag ban and stuff like that. He seems to jump on both sides of the fence a lot and really make political hay.
Yeah, I mean, I was against the soda tax as well for different reasons, and I supported him on that. But I also think that it's at some point, you have to ask yourself, if you're in a position of him, is that what is the alternative that you're working on? What is your solution? I have my own solution as someone who doesn't support the soda tax, and I also think that should be what should be happening in these cases, because it can't be that you can't make the argument about yourselves. No one cares about sales. I think if you make the economic personal price cost thing, then no one wants to hear that guy, because then what you're saying is that you don't care about schools being funded. You care about yourself, your bottom line. And I think for me as a community member, it was never about the money, because I didn't own the damn store, but it was about the health, right? Because if we believe that soda and sugary soda is a bad thing, and we want to tax it to, because we believe that something like this is unnecessary to drink, but we look at the food deserts in the communities, we look at these areas that have all this fast food stuff, these bodegas, these poppy stores, all of these stores are selling soda and selling it to us fast, then you are basically exploiting the community in order to make the profit and the money to fund schools. And so if Jeff Brown would have just simply said, I don't support the soda tax because I think it's counterproductive to the community as a whole, rather than talk about his bottom line and his sales, I think people would have been more intrigued. I wanted more of those anti-soda tax people to step out publicly about it, because that was my stance. And I think he should have said something along the lines of, well, wait a minute. What are you going to do about those fancy cafes and those fancy upscale coffee shops that are in Rittenhouse and these places? Yeah, those are not soda places, but those are unnecessary. You don't need to have a Maca Latte Espresso. You should get taxed for that. And you can afford. And I think that no one wanted to push back on what else could be taxed, or better yet, what other things in the city budget we waste money on, right? Like we waste thousands of dollars cleaning the damn Rizzo statue every time it got defaced. We spend too much money. We spend money keeping the Christopher Columbus monument up, the Rizzo monument up, Rizzo's mural. We spend so much money on racist monuments in our city being uplifted and upkept, when we could have actually put that money into the things that we keep saying we care about in the city.
Absolutely.
So I think, Jeff should have focused on that. I think people who are against the soda tax should have tried to make the economic argument, because those who care about kids, that care about the community, they don't care about the economics. They don't care about that. They really want to find the best solution. And that would have been the best solution is cutting the police, right? See, defunding the help supplement what we're spending in the soda tax.
Right. Yeah, so obviously, this particular rally is about funding the arts and funding humanities. You've mentioned some of the humanities programs that would be helpful to fund. I just want to bring to the table that there's a lot of arts programs that are helpful to fund too, and they do serve African American communities and other minority identity communities much more than the police do. There's still districts in Philadelphia that seem to follow broken doors policing. I was just delivering food in the southwest of Philly, not really, not on the west side of the river, but the area below Washington and to the west of, say, 20th. I saw so many police cars that I thought that that I was about to roll up on a march or something. It seems like we waste all this money on over policing black and brown bodies, and we don't see anything from it. So I said some statistics earlier today on the broadcast. Apparently, over the 4 years from 2015 to 2019, the budget went up 30% for the PPD. But with that budget rise of 30%, violent crime went up 30% as well.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, like, what are we doing? Why are we wasting this money this way?
I think that one of the biggest things that we have to not ignore in this conversation about funding the police is that it's giving people jobs. And people are invested in this because jobs are involved in this. And we're a very scrappy town, a very blue collar town, a town that is creating the very problems that make it hard to erase, right? And what's happening in Minnesota right now is going to change the way we all think about policing. But one of the things that I've heard from officers that I've spoken to, those who've left, of course, most of them are currently on the force and not talking to me. But when I spoke to some that were Black that left the force, you know, they said what was hard was about jobs. They say, man, like these individuals get crazy salaries. You know, they're getting 80,000 starters, 70, 60 something. They're getting more than teachers and firefighters and, you know, other folks. They're getting more money than, you know, nurses are getting. I mean, they're getting really crazy money. And so they're like, look, I have money. I'm able to get a house. If I'm an officer, I get perks, I get benefits, I get hotel shares, I get food, I get travel expenses covered. I get certain things, you know, get educational advantages. I mean, when we look at our society creates opportunities like for people who serve as police officers. Like when we talk about defunding the police, we should ask institutions to stop giving incentives for people to be police officers. Like we do things like free breakfast, or if you're applying for a college application, are you a member of the U.S. military? Are you a server or this? They ask all of these questions that support the culture of policing. And so people think that, wow, I'm getting into this job because I get good benefits, I get good health benefits, I get citywide perks and things. We got to stop that, because that's also encouraging it. That's also feeding into it. And then also, too, I talk to a lot of folks who say to me, you know, you don't have to have a college degree to get that kind of money. And there's a lot of young Black men who are getting poached in their communities early at a very young age. Schools have to stop putting officers at career days. Like these are radical things that people aren't even talking about. But like I remember going to Boys Latin and speaking at Boys Latin, and I remember seeing about 4 or 5 officers that were going to be speaking in these rooms to the kids because they didn't have enough, you know, other, you know, role models and mentors and people to come. And that just broke my heart. And I was like, remember being like, you know, what can I do to stop that? Because I asked the administrator, I was like, why do you have so many cops here? They said, well, you know, we had slots that we had, and, you know, we needed some more people, and we couldn't get more people to step up. And so I'm asking people in your communities and neighborhoods, be a part of these career days, because when you don't fill in those gaps, they're about to put 5 or 10 cops in these schools that are trying to early plant that seed to be a part of the policing. So it's a cultural shift that we have to change, not just, you know, the easy direct things, but we have to take cops out of school districts. We have to take cops out of career days. We have to stop providing incentives to people for being police officers, because then that makes it glamorous, that makes it ideal, and we're not actually solving the problem.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, we've talked quite a while about all this stuff, and I want to respect your time. If you have more that you want to say, I hold the floor open for you. But if you're good, I have a video I can play. But is there anything else that you would like to talk about with this stuff?
Yeah, I would like to just simply share to people that we all come from different backgrounds and perspectives about this based on our age, based on regionalness. You know, I was born in Chicago, Illinois. I grew up in Houston, Texas. And so my experiences around policing and the culture has been very interesting. And then coming to Philadelphia, my whole perception was out the window. But that's also based on age and other experiences. And so I think what needs to happen with people, no matter how you're on the whatever level you are, is to start looking and asking the question, is this necessary? Now, some of us understand that policing in Philadelphia we think is excessive and unnecessary. Some of us think the budget is unnecessary. But I would challenge you to look at how policing plays in your daily interactions and ask yourself the question, is this necessary? Like when you go to the grocery store and there's a cop on every side of the store, ask yourself, is that necessary? Do we need to have 4 or 5 cops down in this store? Like, what is that about, right? Or if you're at your school and you see them stopping and frisking and patting down college students and kids in public schools, is that necessary? Like, ask those questions and really begin to have the conversations with the administrators and those who put these people in these places. So, you know, those are my lasting thoughts, but I really appreciate coming on and getting a chance to talk to you and, you know, to the listeners and everyone viewing. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I just pasted in all the chats a link to an article on Mother Jones, What a World Without Cops Would Look Like. I also pasted it in the chat here if you want to open it after you get off and take a look at it. I think it's an interesting thing to think about. I think that that's definitely a direction that everybody really needs to think in their own head. What does, you know, what is the move forward? What is necessary? Where should this money be spent? What are your priorities as a citizen of this city? And so yeah, that's the entire reason why I'm doing this whole thing. You know, I threw together a 24-hour rally because I think it's important that people think about these sort of things. So thank you for coming on. I really, really appreciate it. I really appreciate your time. And feel free to drop off the call whenever you want. I'm gonna put a video on an external screen here for you guys and play it back so that you can take a watch to this will be sorry, just take me a moment. This will be the Painted Bride Art Center's Building Bridges, Conversation and Birthing Creativity. This little, well, not little, this really important conversation will take us through to Gabriela Sanchez and Tiffany Janelle rejoining us to speak at 5 p.m. So please enjoy Building Bridges, Conversations in Birthing Creativity.
Okay, welcome everyone. Can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Yeah. Okay. Thank you all for joining. We're very excited about this project, Building Bridges. We started this project before the pandemic. The Painted Bride's been investigating new ways of programming, and we started this project thinking we would bring together 5 artists who haven't necessarily known each other or worked together before, and to get their ideas about what it would look like to do programming in communities throughout Philadelphia. And so we charged them all to come up with an idea of an artistic program that would happen in a neighborhood in Philadelphia. And they developed ideas, and you know, then the pandemic hit, and we really worked to shift to see, okay, well, if we can't be live and in person in communities, how can we be in communities and bring artistic process to different neighborhoods? So it you know, it was challenging in a way because, you know, artists were
I can't hear this.
You can't hear me?
I got it.
Hi, honey.
Hi.
it was challenging because it was different from the way that artists were working. And so everybody was pushed beyond their what they usually do. So it's been a wonderful experience. I'm grateful that we did have the opportunity to one time be live and in person. Our first meeting was before the pandemic, and really got to sit down with one another and get to know one another, and felt a real connection between people. So we're really excited about this group of artists working together, and we've learned a lot about each other over the past couple months. So my hope is that these projects can continue and grow and eventually be out in live in neighborhoods beyond the virtual experience. The Bride is continuing to explore how do we support artists in these times, and how do we build community when we can't gather, and how do we bring care and compassion to communities that are suffering in this time. So I hope that you all will consider supporting the project, and there'll be in the chat ways that you can support the project. Thank you to the people who have already supported the project, and 100% of the funding will go to these 5 artists. So please consider supporting them. And now I'd like to introduce Lee Sumter, the project manager. Thank you.
Thanks, Laurel, and good evening to everybody. Thank you so much for coming out or logging on tonight to join us. So this is going to be the first conversation of 2 for the Building Bridges project. And tonight I'm excited to moderate this particular conversation between artist Ursula Rucker and mother of 4, and artist Caitlin Green, mother-to-be. And so, as you probably know, the theme for tonight's conversation is birthing creativity, and that seemed pretty perfect for these 2 ladies to share their insights. And so we're going to get into, as far as what you can expect for tonight, they are going to present their work. They're going to give presentations on their works in progress for the Building Bridges project. And then I'm going to engage them in a few questions, basically a conversation for about another 20 minutes or so. And then we're going to open up questions to you all, the audience, and you can submit your questions. I think you were able to submit questions in advance through Painted Bride, right, if I'm not correct. And then I think you can also do it through the live chat now. So keep your questions in mind, jot them down, and there'll be a time when you guys can share those. But also, too, just to share also who the other artists are in the cohort. We have, as I mentioned, Caitlin Green and Ursula Rucker with us tonight. We also have Ani Gavino, James Sprang, Anthony Molden, as well, who will be joining us for the next conversation next week, the same time, Friday next week, the 29th, 7 p.m. So without further ado, I'm going to share a bit about Ursula Rucker. She is a Philadelphia-born mother of 4 sons, world-renowned, award-winning poet, activist, educator, and recording artist. She's been performing, recording, and releasing works for almost 30 years. She is dedicated to art for social change and committed to freedom fighting, fire starting, truth-telling, and peacemaking through her chosen art form. Her project, her work in progress, that she's going to be sharing with you tonight is an anti-violence viral peace anthem. And we have Caitlin Green. She is a dance artist based in Philly, originally from Huntington, PA. And in her work, Caitlin aims to activate conversation, self-evaluation, and vitality, both personally and collectively. In her obsession with dance and movement, she tends to concentrate on the body's role in wellness, individuality, and expressions of personal and collective narratives. And her project is called Hey Homebody. So let's get right into it. My first question is posed to the both of you, but maybe Ursula, you could start. I'm just wondering what you think of, when you think of motherhood or you think of mother, what ideas and images come to mind for you?
Oh, wow, that's a loaded question. Anything that has any kind of images that have to do with a lot of hard work.
That works. That works for me. How about you, Caitlin?
Motherhood, definitely
being in tune with yourself and kind of this intuitive nature and nourishment and care and yeah, that is a loaded question. Ursula's right. There's so many things. It
is. I did give you all the questions in advance. So I'm just
right.
So no, but that's cool. But that's the thing. You know, motherhood is a loaded question because motherhood, I mean, when you think of things in terms of how powerful it is, you know, we all have mothers, right? But we also have mother wounds. We have mother goddesses. I mean, there's a continuum of representations of motherhood. And given the subject of this conversation, I thought, you know, it would be good for us to have a sense of kind of where you are with these ideas before you share your work as it relates to birthing creativity, but also relating the idea of motherhood and mothering and nurturing ideas, right? And works of art. So kind of the second question around that was about the creative spirit and thinking about like, if you think of that in relationship to fertility, right? And the ideas of when ideas are most ripe for you, or when is the best time for you to create? Like, when do you feel that your mind's eye, your imagination is most fertile and ready to create?
Lee, I don't know if you mentioned that Caitlin is a mother to be in July. She's getting ready to have
I definitely did. No, I did.
Okay.
Yeah, I can answer that question to start. You said when are kind of creative ideas most ripe for us?
Right.
It definitely varies. I definitely feel like when I'm going through hardship or when I'm in a challenging place mentally, emotionally, spiritually, that it's kind of being creative is kind of my go-to in terms of like getting myself out or processing my emotions and identifying what I need. I think it kind of goes with the nature of creativity being really a way of being resilient and of like finding new pathways and discover like kind of this trial and error, like discovering new ways to be or to think about things or to process so that it's not so harsh all the time. So definitely when I'm going through something, I find myself using creativity as an outlet. But other than that, just like, I feel like I'm always pulling ideas from my environment and being perceptive, trying to be perceptive, or trying not to be perceptive, but still being perceptive. Sometimes like during times like this, I feel like there's so much going on in the world and like my mind can go in so many different directions. So sometimes I want to turn that off and I feel like I can't. But I think that, yeah, I'm always engaged with my environment and the people around me. And that definitely sparks inspiration and creativity for how to communicate that. Yeah.
Cool, thank you. How about you, Urs?
Thanks, Caitlin. Thanks, Lee. And by the way, Lee, I did read your prospectus on all the questions and everything. It was super impressive. Thank you, sis. It was amazing.
I didn't want to throw you on a curveball. That's the only thing.
Yeah. So much. I was thinking about so many things as you were speaking, Caitlin, and then so let me start with this T-shirt I have on, right?
Wow.
Because this is my oldest son, Sudan, who is 25 now. This is him in my belly. And this is a photo from press photos from my very first recording ever with King Britt and our dear brother, Imposi Tolbert, who we all loved, who was an amazing photographer and journalist.
Rest in power.
Yes, we all loved him so very much. And this is so special to me, but it kind of embodies everything we're talking about because this was like from my very first recording. you know, so it's like, here we are right here. My son was in my belly when all of this was happening, my first son, and I have 4 sons. So obviously I've never let having children stop me, although it's been super challenging and really crazy and wild, but somehow, you know, I've just been blessed to have a community and family around me to provide childcare, support. All of these things are so important when you choose to live your life as an artist and you're a parent. Oh, and you're an activist and you want to talk about some real stuff. Yeah, it gets complicated, you know. But anyway, this is my oldest son, Sudan's new song. It's called Spirits Up. What's up? You know what I mean?
And he just joined he came in.
And this is with us. And this is what it's about, Caitlin. When you have your child, your children, you're gonna support them. You're gonna big them up. You're gonna like, oh my goodness, you're gonna be their biggest fan. Even when they're getting on your nerves, you're gonna be like, oh, that's my kid. You know, yeah, it's a wild ride, and taking them to shows and, you know, taking them up in the club while you rocking the, I mean, oh my goodness. So yeah, this is why it's like, these questions are so loaded, because like my whole entire life revolves around the juxtaposition of artist mama. You know what I mean? Like that's my whole entire like universe.
Yeah. No, it's heavy. It's heavy stuff. It's heavy stuff. That's why, you know, I knew this was going to be a rich conversation, especially because, I mean, how amazing that, I mean, we're just so lucky to have you, Ursula, with all your experience and the time that you have had with your sons and the experiences that you have endured and been blessed with, you know, been challenged by. And then here we have Caitlin just on the event horizon of all this beautiful stuff to come. So yeah, I'm excited. So we're gonna let you two dive into your presentations. Thank you for sharing and kind of setting the tone for the rest of the conversation. I believe that Caitlin, you were gonna be first to present, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, take it away.
And Lanish, do you have the video or should I?
Sure, you want me to show that first?
Yeah.
All right, here we go.
During a time where introspection and self-reflection have been abundant, courtesy to the stay-at-home order issued as a response to COVID-19, I've been reminded of the many ways that my body has been a resource for regulating emotional, physical, and spiritual health. Dance has taught me to be in tune and in touch with my body in ways that have given me tools for coping with stress and some of life's most trying challenges. My body has given me insights to myself and brought some awarenesses and understanding to surface that have propelled me towards growth. I want to share what I've learned from this lifelong process of familiarizing myself with my body's language. I've spent most of 28 years of my life discovering myself through the guise of my body, using it as a means of self-expression, a guide to physical wellness, and arguably most importantly, an emotional outlet. In growing the relationship with my body over the years, I found it more challenging than expected to format my movement practice in such a way that I'd be able to share it with others. To explicitly state what I so often intuitively do came as a surprisingly difficult task. I think the added pressure of relearning my body as it makes its swift adjustments to cultivate new life has altered my process and movement practice a lot naturally. But some things have remained essential throughout my ever-changing movement practice, and I look forward to sharing them during this time of uncertainty. I want to start by first asking one question. How do you find home in your body?
Okay, so this project actually, it changed a lot from what it looked like when we first started because of, you know, coronavirus coming in and, you know, us having to kind of make all these adjustments. So I wanted to think about how have I found peace, like found tranquility, and just grounded myself in times where there's a lot of uncertainty, where things are kind of unpredictable and overwhelming, and how do I find myself and come back to myself in those moments, and to share that with others, because I think we're all kind of trying to figure out what's next, and just how to deal with everything that's going on in the world on a large scale. And then we also have our personal kind of things that we're going through as well. And what I came to is that I definitely have always used dance and movement and my body as a source of grounding and a source of coping and regulating and being able to identify what my needs are, and then begin to go for that and to get what I need for myself, whether it's a change of diet, whether it's you know, figuring out what I need emotionally. My body has been kind of that outlet and that cathartic release for me. So I wanted to tap into what is my process and what is my movement practice. And it was really funny because I wasn't really able to identify it like off the bat. It comes kind of intuitively, like different things that I do for myself for self-soothing and for grounding. So this was really an opportunity for me to reflect and to be able to kind of write down and name what are these things that I do, what are these coping mechanisms that I turn to. So jumping into this project, I definitely see my body as a comfort, as a place of kind of regrounding and recuperating. And I started thinking about the different places that I've lived and the different places where I've felt at home. And not all of the places where I've lived, I've felt at home. And I'm just thinking about we have a stay-at-home order right now, and how that looks for different people. For some people it's great, you know, some people it's like I don't have to go out too much. For some people it's you're stuck in the house with somebody that, you know, you don't get along with or you're not safe with. Some people don't have homes to come to. So just thinking about ways that you can find home in yourself and find your body as a place of regulation. So my project is going to go with 2 parts. It's going to have more of like an informative kind of me sharing my practice, my movement practice, in hopes that other people can relate to that and take some of these tools, these coping mechanisms. For instance, different ways of building self-awareness and body awareness, and then going from there, because first, being aware of your body, being aware of yourself can help you to identify your needs emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and physically, and then working towards ways that movement can support you getting what you need. So I'm going to share a little bit about that. I'm still figuring out if I want to do what the delivery of that's going to look like. So it might be a video, or it might be kind of a conversation like this one. And then the second part of the project is going to be a performative piece. So I have 2 collaborators that I'm really excited about. 2 really good friends and dancers, one is Tyra Crooks Jones Blaine. She's a recent Temple grad from the dance program. She recently got her BFA. She's also, I want to read this because I don't want to mess it up. She's also the winner of MX Everything 2018. And that's Philly's first non-binary performance competition. So she won that, and she's just an awesome human. I'm excited for people to get to see her work. And Sierra Cribb, who's actually in the house right now. Hey, she's with B Swan Dance Company, and she is on her way to getting her master's in public health. She recently got her master's in social work, so she's doing it. She's out here. And so, yeah, we're going to be collaborating. I have created a movement score, an improv score based on my movement practice that I do for self-regulation. So we're kind of going to break that down. I got 1 minute, right? Okay. And over the process of about, we're going to do 5 different sessions, and basically out of these improv score, come up with choreography to put together to show a piece. So, and it's really process oriented. So I've encouraged them to really indulge in the improv score to get what they need. There's a journaling process within it, and then we're going to use. We're going to engage in discussion to kind of process and share our experiences within that, as well as we put the choreography together. So I'm really excited about all of that. And yeah, I think that's it.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you so much. It's great to hear about it because we meet weekly for our project meetings and everything, but it's really great to hear you talk about it in such depth and how far you're coming along with your ideas and bringing on your collaborators. Welcome, Sierra. We're looking forward to the work you're going to create together. So thank you so much. And next we're going to have Ursula up to present her work.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Caitlin. That was amazing. Oh my goodness. I was like, damn, Caitlin just put me to shame. I don't got no video. That was awesome. That was beautiful. I love that. I love it. Yeah, this is such a beautiful, beautiful project entirely. Building Bridges on the Rise. I mean, I love the whole concept. I love the dynamic levels of just thinking about building bridges and all the different ways you can do that. My particular specific project, which does not have its own title yet because I am building a song, an anthem from the ground up with my super dear homie brother, Miles Orion Butler, who I've worked with on my open mic night at the Kensington storefront. We've done work at Graterford on his previous project, Songs in the Key of Free. And anyway, he's my homie, and he is part owner of my favorite coffee shop that I miss so much right now, Germantown Espresso. I want to go back. Come on, let's not hurry up outside, but let's just hurry up and be able to go back outside. So I'm building this, what I call a pro-peace, anti-violence, super Philly-centric, multi-generationalist anthem that I intend to make go viral with my 2 youngest sons, Cypress and Sage, which Lanish, I don't know if you could cue it up, but one of the photos I sent you is me standing in the middle with them on either side of me, like some years ago. I don't know if you can cue it up, but it doesn't matter.
I don't know if I have that one ready to
Okay.
go. I have a couple. You want me to show
Okay,
the
okay.
that I have?
Yeah, I was just dropping photos to you like boom, boom, boom. Look. You said you wanted photos of my sons. Here you go. I could send you like 25, so I had to hold back. Yeah, so Cypress is the one with the Batman shirt on. He is now 18. He just turned 18. Sage, my youngest, is the little one with the white shirt on there in the middle, and he's going to be 16 next month. And then each of their best friends respectively, Delvin and Saran, who they both grew up with, and so it's just gonna be great because like they're my nephews, and you can go back, Manish, and thank you. So you know we just had our first group video call this past Wednesday. Oh my God, they taught me and Miles how to have an IG video chat. I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm so cool now. Like I'm just learning all kinds of things, you know, from. I expect to just learn so much from the young people. And what I think is really beautiful, there are many things that are beautiful, but Miles, who is a super skillful, highly classically trained musician in many instruments, but he's never made a hip hop track. And so I think it's really cool that this is his first hip hop track. He's super open to everyone's suggestions, and the teenagers feel seen, they feel heard. Me and Miles feel seen and heard, and I think that's a really beautiful thing to do multi-generationally, especially right now, because coming out of this and through this, we're going to need each other. All of us are going to need each other. It doesn't matter how old or where from or what you believe in or whatever. So, you know, this is the work that we're doing right now. But Lanish, do you have the little sneak preview sound clip?
I do.
Okay,
Here you go.
can you play that? And then I'll talk about it.
Blue bridges, blue bridges, blue bridges, blue.
Okay, so it's super, super short, and it's really, really like kind of mutated in this little audio, the audio in this box right here. But I wanted Lanish to play that first because I want to tell you how I built the hook, because that's where we're starting to build the song. And I just like, I love it. Like I geek out about this stuff. So I think it's really cool. Oh, my oldest son, Sudan, said, play the audio clip one more time. Just turn it down a little bit and EQ it. I'm just playing. Turn it down a little bit. Yeah.
Blue bridges, blue bridges, blue bridges, blue.
Oh yeah, that was better. Oh, that was better. Ooh. See, you wish you could hear the whole hook now, right? Don't you? I know. That's the point. That's the point, you know. So it's like yeah. So I wrote a haiku on the way, actually, from a photo I took on the way to the Painted Bride one day. I took this photo coming off the highway there at the, what is it, the 8th Street or 6th Street exit or whatever. You remember that, right? I don't know. We haven't been outside in a while, but you know, that exit that we used to go off of when we went outside. And so I wrote this haiku, and I put it, I affixed it onto that photo. And the haiku is, what does it mean to build bridges from the inside while outside is closed? And so that hook is just a little sneak, because I don't want to give you the whole thing, but the first line is, what does it mean to build bridges from the inside? And then you can guess the rest because it's coming. And each of the teenagers is going to do their own verse. I'm going to do my own verse. We're going to be talking about really honestly about living in this city that is super amazing and unique, but very violent and very dangerous. Like, let's keep it real. And I'm just so excited and anxious to hear their perspective and see how they do it creatively, and have us build and arrange and compose and do this thing together. And they're super excited because, you know, they know that I'm involved, so they know it's real, because I don't play. Everything is going to be mixed, mastered, super professional. So thank you to the Painted Bride, Laura Raska, and everybody, Lee and Lanish and all the artists that are part of this project for giving us something to do right now.
That's real. That's real. We need to be doing stuff other than watching Netflix and eating ourselves silly, because I know. But were you finished, Urs? Because I mean, thank you so much for sharing. I didn't know if you had any more words to share, but we can go right into the questions if you are. Okay, let's go. So thank you so much to Caitlin and Ursula for sharing a little bit of their work. Yes, let's give I know you guys are on mute, but let's give some claps for Urs and Caitlin for sharing their work in progress, giving us a little sneak peek. We really appreciate that. So my first question for you guys is around your process, right? Now we know, okay, that it takes 9 months to bring a human soul, a life into the world. But I'm wondering, how long does it take you to birth a work of art, or your projects? Do you have, a usual time frame? Is it different each time? How long does it take for you to bring your work into the world? And Ursula, you can go first, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Lee. Wow, I love that question. Wow, I would say,
on average,
Yeah, I would say that I'm really, at the end of the day, and I like this phrase, at the end of the day. I think my partner Anthony, I think he despises that phrase, but I love that phrase, at the end of the day. At the end of the day, that it comes pretty fast. After I put the thought into it, right? I get the vision, I have the idea. If I'm part of somebody else's project, or if it's my own personal project, right? If you're part of somebody else's project, well, then that's different, because the time bit is also reliant upon the other people. Oh wait, they muted me. So what did you miss? Somebody muted me. What did you miss? Did you miss everything? Because I was saying
just that last syllable. Honestly, I think it was, yeah.
Okay, don't mute me. That don't go well. When people try to mute me, it's not.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
I'm just playing. Yeah. So, but when it comes pretty fast. Which I love. I love. And actually, except for Sudan, all of my sons came out pretty swift. Sudan was the one I was in labor with, my oldest, the longest, for 27 hours. It was bananas.
Wow.
Yeah, but
I was born in 45 minutes. Just saying. That's how much I love my mom.
If 45 minutes?
45 minutes flat, yeah. I was ready to come. I was ready.
Oh yeah. It went.
I'm hoping that for you, Caitlin.
Oh my gosh, yes, I'm praying on that one. I'm definitely
everybody's different. Sudan was 27 hours. My second soul was 4 hours. Then Cyprus was 1 hour, and then the youngest, who I had at home, was about 45 minutes. So
wow,
you know how we do.
Well, what about you, Caitlin? So when you're working on your choreography, on your dance pieces, is there usually a time frame, an incubation period before you feel like it's ready to go?
Definitely. And it does feel like, depending on the project, it's always different. But I definitely feel like I go through phases of the initial inspiration and motivation, excitement around starting a project. And then I come up with things pretty easily in that phase. I love to choreograph. I just do it for fun and then don't do anything with it. I'll just make up combinations to songs I'm really into or that I feel connected to, around the house. I've done that a lot, especially during the quarantine and everything. But when I have an actual project to work on, and this is more solo projects than collaborations, I guess. They could overlap too, but yeah, the period of like excitement and like it's kind of like just like coming out really easily. And then the second phase comes in where I'm like second guessing everything and I'm like being a perfectionist, and I like, you know, when you look at a picture too long and you start to like not like it anymore or something like that. I definitely go through that and then have to kind of come to grips with like, well, what about this isn't working or doesn't feel authentic or needs kind of like rethinking. And then, yeah, there's a moment of just like going for it and trusting the process. And yeah, I think that when I have work where I'm collaborating with other people, I saw that Jess is here, who I think was the last artist that I collaborated with because I was choreographing for an elementary school play. And
yes, you were.
Yes, she's amazing. And we worked so well together. And so it was like that. I kind of did my own choreography. I was working with the dancers, and I was planning at my house just for them. And then it was kind of coming out pretty easily. And then you get into the space and you're like, all right, well, all these other factors are coming in, skill level, you know, you have all the different personalities of the dancers you're working with, and like, how do they interact? How do they come together? How do you modify what you're making to fit the room and fit the bodies and fit the people and the personalities? And then on top of that, having like other collaborators come in who, like Jess was working with the actors and singers of the play. And there was a scene where we were kind of trying to figure out, like, how do our moments come together? Or is this just a dance team part? And we decided to collab on that. And so that shifted things around because there's like twice as many people on stage than I had expected in staging. And we have to like really work together to figure out like what that's gonna look like. So yeah, I think every process is different. And then like whenever I'm teaching class and teaching choreography for a class, that kind of comes at a faster pace because it's kind of really mirrors my own hobby of choreographing and coming up with things in the house. I just kind of bring that into the studio and teach it and break it down. So that process of like creating those short, and that's like maybe a minute, 2 minutes of a song. So like however many 8 counts. And so that process is a lot shorter. So yeah, it's different every time. It's really different every time. Much like what you guys are saying about childbirth. Like Ursula's 4 sons all came at different, you know, from 27 hours to 45 minutes. So yeah, definitely seeing those connections.
Awesome. Thank you for sharing that, because my next question is actually about if you could talk about when there might have been a time when creating was really a challenge, when it was hard to push the work out, right? In the sense that whether, you know, writers have writer's block, you know, there's times, I know for me, myself, like when I was trying to write my dissertation, there was a time when I couldn't write anything. And the way, you know, there was like something that helped me to get through it. I actually wound up going to like movies all the time. Movies became my sanctuary. And during that time, because I was actually writing about the movies, so in order to I had to switch gears. Instead of writing and thinking all the time, I had to consume media and think about things in a different way. So wondering if you could talk about a time when you might have had a challenge to create and how you pushed through that moment. Like, what was it that helped you get to the other side and actually create more freely? And you could start, Caitlin, actually.
Yeah, so many different moments popped in my head during whenever you're saying that. Definitely can relate on the thesis pains. And I have 2 of my committee members in here today, which is awesome. Hi, Ellen and Jacelyn. And Yeah, I think that, so there are two different like main categories of challenges for me when I'm creating. One of them is when you are collaborating with somebody who you're not vibing with all the way, or that you're having a hard time connecting to or connecting with. I think that that is so important. I think that process is so important, especially when you're collaborating with other people. And yeah, I think that, so I guess that answers the question a little bit, of when you're having a hard time, whenever I've been in the situation where I've had a hard time collaborating. I think what kind of helps overcome that is identifying it, confronting it, and really focusing on process, like really making sure that the collaborators are seeing each other, the collaborators are hearing each other, and having just a way to communicate, to push through. And then at the end of rehearsals, like closing the process in some type of way, before separating and reconvening. I think that's been really important for me, is being really intentional about how you enter a collaboration, making sure values and ideas can be shared. And then individually, when I'm running into like a creative block, I think I just like needing to step away, needing to like be out of the chaos of what's going on in my mind or my body. I think that's always, like, taking that space has given me opportunity to see clearly. And sometimes I don't let myself do that. So I think it just stirs it up more and makes it really difficult. If I'm in a time crunch, or I'm just really excited about something, but I'm feeling like I can't communicate it the way I would like to, or I don't have the narrative right. I think stepping back from it, like really letting myself not think about it, not focus on it, but then getting back to like my environment and back to connecting with other people often helps with that inspiration and gives me different ideas. So yeah, I think
that answers it. Thank you. How about you, Ursula? When have you experienced some creative blockage, and how did you get through it?
Thanks, Caitlin. Thinking so many, oh my goodness, I got emotional, just like kind of just thinking about this whole piece of being a mother and an artist and making it happen. And Ani had an amazing question, so I want to kind of wrap her question up into this one as well, because it's related. She said something about like when was there ever a time where you had to like make a decision, your art, your children, like how you gonna make it happen, like that's go take this gig and leave the baby at home because you really need this gig to feed the baby, right? But you don't really want to leave the baby because it's so hard to leave the baby. I mean, it's like, yo, shit is so real. It's the realest thing that I've ever experienced, in my life. And so the writer's block piece is like part of all of that. It's like you have to you still have to like find ways to stay inspired and creative while figuring out how to make ways out of no way, because you live and survive as an artist, and you're also a mother. And then, for me, it's like being what some would consider, an underground artist, or a, kind of not mainstream artist or whatever. So like, I'm really working hard for all of my pennies. And a lot of times the pennies don't come. And that affects, your writing as well. When you're like trying to pay the bills as an artist and a mama, and you know, you worried about if you're gonna have the house foreclosed on, if you could pay the mortgage, you don't really feel like writing and recording those songs and making those songs or anything like that. I mean, and that's real. So a lot of times mothers, artists who are also mothers, parents, whatever, just parents, okay? But you know, we're talking specifically about mamas. It's so different. I mean, like we could do let's do a whole talk on just this piece of it, because this piece is like so heavily packed, and I feel like us artists, mamas don't get, us professional, performing, working artists, mamas don't get to talk about what this is like, what this life is like, how we make it happen, what it feels like when we can't make it happen, when it's hard to make it happen. Oh my goodness. So thank you so much for asking this question. Oh, and the other part of that is, Ani, when you have to make that decision to leave the baby at home and go take that gig, oh, it's such a heartbreaker, right? It's like you have regrets about that for forever. You're like, you know, when I left my second son on his first birthday, I had a gig in upstate New York, and man, I'll never forget it. You know, I spent the whole day with him, and then I had to leave, and I still think to myself, I should have taken him with me, you know, or just, you know, being a freedom fighter and a torch holder. Some say light bringer, I say torch holder, because I set fires, okay? I set fires doing this work. I set fires doing this work. I set fires doing this work. And people don't like it. They run from it. It's hard, and it makes it hard on my kids. And it makes it hard to raise my kids and be a mother and have people understand what it takes to do this work and to be a mom and to keep doing this work, to be an artist and to try and save the planet and its people, or help the planet and its people in any way. I don't want no cookies, but yo, give me my respect. Peace.
Peace. Oh my gosh. I'm shaking. I got goosebumps. I love you, Urs. I mean, wow. And that's the thing, is the strength. It's the strength wrapped up in the vulnerability and all of that like makes moms such warriors, you know? And like the mama artist to boot, it's like, wow. Whew. Wow. Yes. Thank you, Ani, for that question. My next question is really about that postpartum, that like letting go of your babies, and not your children babies, but your babies, your artworks, right? A lot of times artists refer to their art as their babies, their projects as their babies. So wondering, you know, for you all, like, you know, is it sorrow when you have to let go of a work, say goodbye to a piece, you know, let it out into the world, or is it like a celebration, you know? How do you part with your work? Caitlin, sorry.
Well, I first want to say thank you, Ursula, for sharing that, because that's something that I worry about a lot, is doing the work and following my passions and like really making those things happen, and not being able to support my child, you know? So I definitely appreciate you speaking on like the heart that you have to put into it, and the, you know, the strife that it comes with. And I see you, and I respect you so much, because like I see you out here doing it and with so much passion, you know? And yeah, and then I see
thank you
what you've shared at the last Zoom meeting, and a little bit today with your t-shirt and with like your son's accomplishments. Like, you're an incredible mother. Like, you're such a role model, and I just respect that a lot. And your hard work and your passion, it shows.
Thank you, sis. I love you. Thank you.
And back to the question was about postpartum. so once you create a piece of work and then kind of letting it go, or letting it be from like in here, in your body, in your own kind of abstract mind, and then pushing it out for the world, for it to be a part of the world, and for other people to see it and maybe criticize it, maybe judge it, maybe destroy it in some ways, like maybe piece it apart. I think that is a really scary thing, and that's why the process can be so hard sometimes, is because I'm anticipating all of that. I think if it were not so much about products, I think if it was mostly like I think that's why I keep my movement practice to myself a lot. I was actually talking to one of my friends about this earlier today, who's also in the chat. Hi, Brittany. Yeah, once it's out there, it's like you're asking for vulnerability, you're asking for judgment, you're asking for critique, you're asking for all these eyes, like to see it and to have different feelings about it, and that can be really hard. And I definitely relating that to motherhood and being now 7.5 months. Whew, crazy. I definitely feel that as well, with like not wanting, like just feeling really protective, because right now this baby doesn't have a lot to worry about in terms of I take care of myself and I'm taking care of them. You know, I'm eating right, sleeping, like, well, I'm not doing all these things perfectly, but it seems like all I have to do is be conscious about what I'm eating, be conscious about, you know, are my sleeping patterns okay? Am I getting enough rest? What is my stress level? Like, monitoring those things for myself is taking care of them. So postpartum comes, and now I have to take care of myself and keep myself afloat, and also be taking care of another human being who can't express themselves in ways that I might be able to understand right away. And, you know, all of the other, like, that's just us. And then there's all of the other factors of the world that come into play. You know, maybe family members that I don't agree with, how they operate, or, you know, when I'm walking to the street, how different people approach us or approach them. There's a whole pandemic happening. So what does support look like with that going on? And how do we stay safe? How do we stay healthy? So it's definitely like, it's definitely a lot of pressure. It's definitely a lot of anticipation and anxiety around that. But I mean, I'm thinking like, with the same pressure that happens when I'm creating a piece of work that I'm nervous about releasing, or that I don't feel like it's quite ready, or that I just feel super open and vulnerable about, you always push through it. You always, you know, get good and bad feedback, get good and bad reactions. And then at the end of the day, it's like you kind of just, like it passes, and you keep rolling with the punches as you need to.
Yeah. I do. I can relate. How about you, Urs? How does it feel when you let go of a poem, an album, you drop an album? How does it feel? You celebrate, or you shed a tear? What do you do?
Oh, wow. It's such a good, I love all your questions like that. You thematically, you were all clever with the questions.
I gotta keep up with you, girl. I'm trying to keep up.
It's good. It's good. Thank you, Caitlin. Beautiful answer. Yeah, it's bittersweet, right? It's always bittersweet. It's like, oh, I can't wait to be finished this project. It's blah, 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 blah. You know, you put so much into it and then it's done and you're just sitting there like you have post project withdrawal. You know, you've been engaging, and if you're working on an album, you've been seeing musicians, producers, talking, communicating, and it's a lot of hard work. But I mean, when it's done, it's such a great feeling of pride and relief, but it's also like, oh my God, what am I going to do? Like, I don't have that every day, that outlet every day. But then you have to be about the work of marketing and putting it out there. And then there's probably a tour. So, you know, it's a lot of work that goes into it. You know, I didn't mention before when we were talking about touring with children, that's a whole nother conversation, you know, touring. Ooh. when you have to go away for a month and leave your children for a whole month as a mom, a whole month as a mother. You have to leave your 3 sons at home for a month and you're 7 months pregnant. Anyway, we do this shit. Give us our propers more often. I want to see it happening. Learn your lessons. Give artist mamas their respect for what they have to do to make this shit happen. And especially if they're artists of any kind of ilk that are authentic and real with their art, then you know it's always coming from the heart. And so when they give it to you, it's coming through a lot of channels and challenge to get to you. So thank you, you know, Building Bridges, for giving us this moment, this Artist Talk, me and Caitlin, you know, to talk about this life as artists and this kind of like connection, this bridge between us, her as a new mama about to be and me as an OG mama, you know, and that it's all relative and that we hold each other up and we need to support each other. And yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And look, so I just got one more question before we take some questions from the chat. Lanish, if you're standing by, could you pull up that image that I had for you?
Yes.
So while she's pulling up the image, I will share the question. Because, you know, this is a crazy time. I mean, like you said, we've addressed the idea that, you know, this project began before the pandemic happened. And now here we are, and we've been in isolation and meeting on our weekly Zoom meetings for the last several weeks. And, you know, it's putting a different perspective on the work that's being created. And also, too, because we're talking about motherhood, and honestly, in thinking about Caitlin, when Caitlin shared the news that she was gonna have a baby, and I actually had a friend who just gave birth to a baby 3 weeks ago. So I was with her during that time, and it's just like as Caitlin said, there's anxiety, there's excitement, so many things. But then I'm also thinking about, you know, how do these mothers feel? How do artists feel when they're creating in a time like this? And I wanted the question to focus on something beyond the earthly, right? Or thinking about destiny, you know, predestination. It's a concept that everyone has a special purpose and is born into the world at a given time, right? To fulfill that purpose. And that everyone maybe has their own personal destiny. And I'm wondering, do you believe that this concept of predestination could be applied to artists and the work they create in this place and time? You know, like the work that you're creating right now is coming through you for a reason, and that is going to have an impact on people because it's here to fulfill a purpose, just like humans are and souls are. You know, wondering what your take on it. And if you don't believe in predestination, that's cool too, but wondering if you just believe there's a reason for the creation of the work you're making now. How about you? Yeah, please. Wait,
thank you.
Can I just say one thing first before you go? The image, just to speak to that, since Lanish pulled it up. These images for me, like I wrote my dissertation on apocalyptic film and media, right? And I focused on protagonists, on female protagonists in apocalyptic film. And it's hard to ignore that we're kind of living in this moment right now. So I pulled some images, not all from films, but Some are about goddesses that protect the world because, you know, Mother Earth is a mother as well, and we're thinking about that theme. But there were so many images of mothers that were facing odds, death, violence, horrible times, all while trying to nurture, care for, and save their children, you know? So see, these are some of those images. And Ursula, as you were talking about your stuff, I was like, wow, like, yes, like the stuff that mothers must go through. And these are just some of the images. When you think of like Sarah Connor from Terminator, or, you know, Ripley from Aliens, and then also just thinking about history, like mamas that were taking their babies to freedom, you know, on the Underground Railroad. Like, you know, this is all real. So anyway, take it away, Ursula.
Yeah, no, I'm tripping. I'm chomping at the bit because that image on the bottom right is me, right? With a woman with 4.
Right. I was like, yo.
What is happening? What's going on right now? What are you trying to do? You know, I guess.
It's a loop, right?
Yeah, and that photo resonates with me the most because, well, I was just talking about this with someone last night, how I call on my epic memory, and I can't really teach y'all about what epic memory is because that's like a whole masterclass. You're gonna have to look that up. And but basically it's like you call on your ancestors, you call on that ancestral energy and power and spirit that you know is real because it got your ancestors through the most rugged of things, and you're connected to your ancestors, so thus you have that energy and that power to call on as well. And so when I, you know, like some of my favorite things to read are slave narratives, and they're rough on the spirit, but they're really good for the spirit too, because you need to know yourself as a Black woman, as a Black being on the planet. One of the most important things you can do is know thyself, because if you know yourself and then you can love yourself, and then you can teach your brothers and sisters to do the same, and then that's how we, you know, hold and build each other up. So yeah, when I see images like that one on the bottom right, it resonates with me so strongly, and it makes me cry for everything that we have to do and how hard we have to fight on so many levels. But it also gives me a lot of joy and encouragement because I know I have that strength inside me. So I just need to remember that and know that I have the ability to call on that epic memory and that ancestral energy and power in moments like this one that feels so impossible, so confusing, so difficult, so hurtful, so painful. Like, what are we going to do? How are we going to get through this? Well, you know, I'm connected to some people that got through some shit. So, I mean, I think I can do it.
I know you can. You made it this far.
Oh, and not only can I do it, but I intend to help some other people do it. That's my mission. Let's go.
Let's go. Speaking of which, Caitlin, what do you think? What's your thoughts about the birth of baby in this time of Corona?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. I don't know what the heck I'm doing half the time. And I think that, yeah, there is like this element of just like trusting that, like, I do believe everything happens for a reason. I do believe, like, that's such a cliche phrase. But I really believe that, and I really feel that, and I really have learned over the years to trust the process and to trust yourself and to trust your intuition and just know that what you're facing right now is meant for something, is meant for growth and learning, and it can be an opportunity. And I think that, like, the whole world right now is being checked on that right now. Like, the whole world is being kind of forced into this space of, okay, what do we need to do differently? This space of creativity, this space of, like, this is not working. What we've been doing, nah, we're not doing it right. And we need to come together and figure out what can be done, what other ways there are to, you know, to reach a greater audience of people, to make sure people have what they need, to make sure we know how to look out for ourselves in different ways, look out for each other in different ways, in the face of, you know, a pandemic, and just on a regular basis, because that's how we got here. We weren't doing that on a regular basis. So I definitely think that, like, yeah, this project, I'm definitely grateful for being a part of it, because it's kind of forced me to have more structure to the way I'm thinking about these things, and like given me kind of like more of a timeline, but also different people to bounce ideas off of who are like-minded. So I'm like grateful for everybody involved in this process, because it's great to log in with you guys every week and to check in. And even if I'm not really contributing much that day, it just feels good to be connected to you guys. And I think that that's all a part of it too. That's all a part of the process.
Definitely.
And yeah, I think what we're doing on an individual scale is just like a little small puzzle piece to what we're doing at a collective level right now. I think a lot of people are brainstorming and kind of like talking to their friends about, like, you know, all of the things that aren't where they need to be and how do we get there. So I think it's sparking some really good conversations, and like I want to see it balance out the struggle a little bit. And I think that's really optimistic, but I'm pushing for that. I'm holding on to that. So
definitely, and I'm holding on to the belief that babies being born during this time are gonna be our heroes and our heroines, and they're gonna be the ones that really like check, like you said, check the world and get us straight.
They better some superpowers, honestly.
They're gonna be superheroes for sure. You're about to give birth to a superhero, I have no doubt. And because I believe that with my friend who just gave birth, like just such a special thing to be born into this time. And I believe that about the artworks, that the artists that are able to create at this time and actually are probably the ones that are going to create these master works are going to be works that are going to like impact society, culture for ages to come. You know, I think that's really a possibility. So we got to keep an eye out for that and believe that these are some of the things that are going to get us through. But on that note, thank you so much, y'all. I'm going to turn it to the audience. I think that we got a question, actually. I saw one from Sudan. Sudan Green says, what was it like to have a partner in this? Importance, hardships, question mark. Who wants to take that? Urs, you want to take that?
Uh-oh, Sudan, what you trying to get real personal up in here? That's my oldest son. This is an interesting question. Let me be diplomatic. I'm getting better at being diplomatic as I get older and wiser. In the beginning, when I first began, and I was honestly still with my children's father. We're not together anymore, but we co-parent and try to do the best we can. But yeah, it was super helpful. A lot of times I went away and left. So many times I had to go away, go out of town for gigs, and their father Derek was there, and so that was like being able to leave the children at home with their father, but also he would travel with me very often. And so my mama, all right, since we talk about mamas, my mama watched my sons for 30 days when I went on tour that time. When I came back, she was 15 pounds lighter. She had lost 15 pounds. She came to the front door and I was like, I'm sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry, but thank you. But yeah, we make these sacrifices. That's an interesting question, Sudan. Listen, let me answer it later or tomorrow.
Well, let's see. Are there any more questions that came through the email, Anish, actually?
No, we don't have any other questions that came in.
Okay, because basically I think, one of the last things, if there are no more questions, I mean, people feel free if there are any more questions you want to add. But one of the things was that, wait, I think, did one come through?
Oh, well, wait about Caitlin's answer to that question.
Oh, okay. You're right, because it wasn't a personal question. It was from your son, but that actually was for both of you. Yes, please do answer that one, Caitlin. Do you want me to repeat it? Are you muted? The question was, where is it? I gotta scroll down. What was it like to have a partner in this? Importance, hardships.
A partner in this. So right now, I have many partners. Luckily, like when you are bringing a baby into the world, people come out of the woodwork, like community has been everything, and family and my close friends, like it's been a beautiful thing. So I don't know what I would do without them. So it's been amazing to just really see who's in your corner and see who's kind of like just ready to support and ready to show love and give, and without the expectation of getting something back. I think that's something that's just really beautiful that I've been really warmed with throughout this process, especially, now the added, I found out I was pregnant at first, and that was a whole wild ride. And then universe was like, Corona. And I was like, oh shit. And so people really came through and looked out for me in a lot of ways.
It takes a village, right?
It takes a village.
That's not cliche at all, because that's the truth. It takes a village. And really just the final thing was really for the both of you, in terms of the two of you, any kind of exchange around lessons, Ursula, that you could share with Caitlin, or any tips for other artists creating new work at this time. Ursula, first, I definitely want to know if you have any advice for Caitlin, or lessons you wanted to share, any parting words on the mother tip. Urs?
Yeah, it's hard, because I don't like, it's precarious, because every experience is different. There are some commonalities, right, that you can generalize and say there are commonalities, but every mama has to have their own journey, and I'll just say, you know what I'm going to say to you, Caitlin? I'm here. You could call a sister mama and ask a question, or cry, or scream, or whatever. You can hit a sister up. You know what I mean? That's what I will say, that now we are connected. Yes. So, yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I want to hear. I love it.
As I might.
I love it. I love it. I love it. And so then how about you, Caitlin? Do you have any questions for Ursula, actually, or anything that you might want to ask? Or also, if you have any tips for artists or moms to be like yourself that are in this situation, just like you are.
I do have a question for Ursula. As I start to think about moving into motherhood as an artist, I'm just thinking a lot about how once you become a mother, it's like a lot of times I think it can be easy to lose your identity, or to lose kind of your individuality. And as somebody who, I feel like I'm at kind of a point in my career where I'm gaining a little bit of leverage, and I don't want to lose that completely, but I don't want to not prioritize my child, of course, like that's number one. But yeah, I guess just, can you speak on kind of what it was like for you? Did you have any apprehensive, like before having your first baby, about what your career and your aspirations and your dreams would would look like and what you would have to sacrifice with that, and how you kind of maintained who you are as Ursula and also a mother, you know?
What a
Wow.
beautiful, wow.
This has been on my brain for so long.
It's a great question.
That's a I'll give the crux of the answer and to be discussed between the two of us privately at another time, because it's a lot, right? Thank you for the question. Wow. That's such a beautiful question. I've lost and found myself many times. So many times. Oh my goodness. I've deconstructed and reconstructed myself so many times over the course of my mother artist life, and I'm still doing it. It's always happening. You're always teaching them, they're always teaching you. You have to, you know, adjust. If you're having more than one, you have to adjust per child, right? Because each person comes with their own set of stuff. So it's like yeah, and it's like getting to know who you are as a mother, and then coming to know who you are as a human being, as a woman, if you choose to call yourself a woman, and then as a mother, you know, an artist. Is like crazy. It's so multi-tiered, and you have to like really you have to clarify who you are at each level, and then who you are with, you know, with the amalgam of all of those things put together. And then you constantly have to be checking on yourself, Caitlin. Be checking on yourself, Caitlin. Be checking on yourself, Caitlin. Don't let nobody stop you from looking in on you. When nobody else is looking in on you, be sure to look in on you, because organically and divinely, I know you're going to look in on your child. It's going to be second nature, you know. And maybe your partner and partners in your community, they're going to look in on you. But like, yo, if you're not looking in on you. So that's like the most important bit for me that I would say. I wish that someone had told me that and deeply pounded and ingrained it into my psyche and my spirit, because I had to teach myself, or, you know, just put it together from mentors and just the actual living and experiencing of this wild artist mama life. But yeah, be sure to check in on Caitlin.
Yeah, that's super
great advice. And Caitlin, there's actually a question, if you guys don't mind. Thank you so much for hanging tight with us. We're gonna have a final question from the audience. The question is for you, Caitlin, in terms of what does the pandemic look like in terms of movement? Can you describe it, right? Oh, and there's one for the Ursula as well. What the pandemic sounds like in words, vernacular sound. So it's both questions for the two of you. Both about the pandemic, for Caitlin, for you about movement, and for you, Ursula, about sound, vernacular. Who wants to go first? These are going to be our last questions.
I could go first.
Okay, great.
So again, this is one of those things I think that changes from day to day, but I'm gonna get up and move.
Oh, can I sing while you move?
Oh yeah.
Do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Love it.
All right. I was going to ask if we could do this anyway.
Oh, I love it. Thank you, Heather. Heather asked this question to the both of you.
Thank you, Heather. Super sister, I see you off in the distance, coming at me like a twister, packing more force than a 4-time, yes, heavyweight champion, kinky coil top cauldron of pain, passion, and black mama strength, hell bent on making your mark in this world. Angry ghetto grown world, girl, huh? Swirling, twirling your way through the darkest of days and the brightest of nights, trying to fit some love in between. Yeah. Super sister. Yeah. Super sister, sister. Yes. Super sister. I see you. Super sister, sister. Yeah.
Thank you, Ursula. That was beautiful.
That was amazing.
Amazing. You guys are amazing.
Thank you, Heather, for the question. That's awesome.
So special. So listen, y'all, thank you for everyone, but just in case you didn't see in the chat, the Painted Bride is accepting donations, 100% of which are going to go to the artists, and you can donate at paintedbride.org/donate. For their Venmo, it's at Painted Bride-Art Center. So you want to look for that information. It's also in your chat. Thank you to everyone for coming tonight and joining us. Yes.
Can I do a shameless plug for my oldest son, since we talking about artist mamas?
Of course.
Yeah, my son's song, that this shirt, he made it during this time, during this pandemic. It's his first song that he made completely on his own, made the track and everything, and he's acquired his own set. So it's very, it's connected to all of this that we're talking about, and it's called Spirits Up. His name on Instagram is at I'm Out Front, so I am OUT, front. I'm Out Front, and go check it out and listen. And thank you so much for giving me and Caitlin this moment, this platform, this opportunity to share and create.
Thank you. Oh, this was wonderful. I really enjoyed my Friday night. Now I'm back to just hanging by myself. So thank you so much.
Yep. Thank you, everyone.
Same here.
Come back next
Peace,
week.
y'all.
Bye,
Jerry. Bye, Jerry Givnish. Oh yeah, I'm moderating the talk next week, so come through. I don't know if I'm going to do as good a job. I'm not doing I'm not going to write all them bullet points and shit like you sent us, but I'm going to do my best.
Each his own. It's going to be good. I know you're going to be great.
I love y'all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night.
Bye, Art Warriors.
Okay, thanks everybody, and thanks for keeping on watching. To the Zoom chat, I'm going to welcome back a very important person, which is Gabby. Gabby, please unmute yourself, introduce yourself. Tiffany, you can unmute yourself at this point too. So you guys are live on the Zoom, on the feed as well. Just so everybody knows, my YouTube stream did get knocked off. I got a content notice saying that it was against the terms of service. Not exactly sure how my stream of political speech violates YouTube's terms of service, but apparently we're violating YouTube's terms of service somehow. So, you know what they say, when you piss people off, you got to be doing something right.
It's all good. We got a lot of people tuning in right now. So, but that's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but there's plenty of other streams still live on Periscopes, which also is live on Twitter, live on Mob Crush, and live on Facebook, and live on Twitch as well. Haven't seen any comments from anybody on any of those streams. YouTube is usually the one I get the most comments on, but we'll hopefully some of our restreamers are also having good luck with their restreams and not getting knocked off their sites. But that's one of the keys to why this rally I decided to do as a multi-stream, because if anything gets knocked off, the message still gets out there. So
yep.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to you, Gabby, and you guys can introduce yourselves, and I'm going to take a little break. I've been at this computer for like 18 hours now.
Take that break. Take that break.
Thank
I
you.
got you.
All right.
All right. So, hey y'all. Hey y'all. Hey bestie.
Hola. How you doing?
How you doing?
I am
This is so exciting.
I agree.
Isn't it funny that like we were talking about, we were like, we need to go live together, and we had like this whole plan, and we were gonna do live a while ago, and we were like, all right, let's kind of hold off a little bit, and it felt like the right time. Thanks for saying yes to joining me today. Such last minute.
Absolutely. No worries.
How you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm you know what, it's funny because we can do this on FaceTime, and it's like second nature, and right now I feel a little nervous. It's weird.
It's all good. You know what's funny is that I'm nervous, and you know how I know I'm nervous? My palms sweat when I'm nervous, and that happens every time before I start begin a performance or even with directing. My palms get really sweaty, and anyone who's ever worked with me as an actor knows that like I'm always like freaking out backstage. I'm like, look, my hands are literally sweating. So, but that always means just a good thing, right? Like I feel like these nerves are always like, it means we care. And so now that we're talking about like the nerves, right? Like just kind of feeding off of that, we'll introduce ourselves in a minute. Actually, let's introduce ourselves first, but remind me, I want to ask about, we just talked about being nervous, and like, I'm interested in like talking about our first experience with maybe stage fright and overcoming that, or like kind of going into that headspace a little bit, especially with our history as artists, which people will learn about soon. So would you like to introduce yourself, say your name, your gender pronoun, and something that has been fueling your heart with love today?
So I'm Tiffany Janelle. I'm from Philly. I go by she, her, and something that's been fueling you said what?
Your heart. Something that's like fueling your heart with like joy.
Honestly, I was on FaceTime with my niece earlier, and she lives in Delaware, and it's been a couple months that we've been able to see each other, obviously with everything happening. So we always joke that my cousin, like, you know, she had the kids, but technically they're my baby. So we're really tight like that. But anyway, she is an artist, a visual artist. She draws, she's looking into getting into graphic design. And, you know, it's awesome to see where she started having to trace and things like that. And now I'm like, oh, Leilani, like, did you freehand that? And she's like, no, Titi, I drew it myself. I wasn't tracing anything. So she was just going through like her catalog, basically, her portfolio. She was so like fired up about it. 11.
Oh my God, 11 with a portfolio. She got it ready for Kappa.
Yes, she wants to go to Kappa.
Yes.
She does.
You should hit up Christina and ask Christina to like support her in any of her needs. Christina's good at that stuff.
Oh yeah, I could do that. Oh, she'll love it. She's so excited.
So you come from like, so I'm Gabby. For those of you who may not know me, thanks for being here. I go by Gabby Sanchez. And you can follow me at Gabriella Serena _. Tiff, where can folks follow you at?
You can follow me on Instagram at Miss Tiffany Janelle, TiffanyJanell.
Cool. Yeah, so you can follow us and learn more about our work. Today is going to really be diving into our how we met each other, our friendship, and how we've been working together, and also like really learning about Tiffany. I just want to like create this space to really highlight Tiffany's multidisciplinary art form, because you're such a multidisciplinary artist, and have fallen in love with your craft and watching you grow from high school to now. So it's really exciting to just be here and, you know, probably hear some new stories that I never heard before, and also like relive some old ones and share that with the public. So, so I'm excited about that.
Thank you so much.
One of the questions I had was, so I guess, why don't we kind of go down memory lane a little bit? How did we meet one another?
So I was a freshman at Kappa.
I had to wear my real like Puerto Rican necklace, right?
Yeah. I had to wear my eyeliner.
Yes.
It gives me superpowers. So I was a freshman at Kappa, a theater major, and you came to shadow. And I remember the person you was shadowing, she wasn't paying attention. She was just, you know, in her own world. And I don't know, I just looked at you and I related to you. Like, you look like someone that could be my sister or my cousin, and I'm like, no, like, I knew how I felt when I had to go shadow there. So I feel like I remember you being there. And then the next thing I know, it was you and I just roaming the hallways of Kappa, you know? You had your long hair, was moved up, a little slick.
If y'all ain't know, Gabby came through with the slick. So that's when I rocked that gel real hard.
But yeah, I remember. I met your mom that day. Wow. And I don't remember what it looked like after that. I feel like it just fast forwards, and it was me, you, and Melissa all day, every day.
And Melissa was so Melissa was a junior, you were a sophomore, and I was a freshman coming in. And that was
all Latinas, all theater majors.
All theater majors, yeah. Okay. So we went to the Creative and Performing Arts High School downtown. And so, like, what is one of your, like, what made you, I guess, let me backtrack. I guess, when was the moment that maybe you found you discovered your voice and knew that you wanted to move forward in auditioning for Kappa, or like, even how did you learn about Kappa? Those are kind of like questions, but.
So, as a child, you couldn't tell me otherwise. I knew that I was going to be a singer, I was going to be a teacher, and I was going to be a psychiatrist. I remember my dad gave me my first karaoke machine. I was in kindergarten, and it was because I had a great report card. It's kindergarten. But I was singing nothing but Selena. I was singing some Monica, and I was singing some Deborah Cox. Because of course, like, that was all stuff my mom was listening to. And around that time is when the Selena movie came out. Anyway, at that time, I thought I was a superstar. My parents just didn't want to hurt my feelings. So they allowed me to be free creatively still. When I was 10, I remember I was driving to my grandmother's house because my uncle and his wife and their family were just moving to Philly from Puerto Rico. And Mariah Carey, Always Be My Baby, was playing, and I loved Mariah Carey. So I was singing it, and my dad turned the radio down. And I remember, like, he looked and he's like, "Tiffany, was that you or was that the radio?" And I'm like, "No, Poppy, that was me singing." And he's like, "Huh." He looks at my mom, and then the radio goes back on. We keep driving, and I didn't think anything of it. We get to my abuela's house, and they're like, "Tiffany, come over here and sing for your uncle." And I'm like, "Okay." When I first started singing for people, I had to be facing the wall. So my back was facing me. And I did that up until the very first, I was 10. I performed the first time when I was 11, singing. And up until that first stage performance, I had to have my back facing you to sing.
Wow. So when was the moment for you that your back no longer, faced your audience, right? Your supporters.
Yeah.
You kind of embraced that. But when was that, like, almost the turn, the shifting point, even in your body?
Yeah.
When was that? Do you remember that moment?
It was definitely more so that very first time I got to sing in front of people. I sang Mariah Carey Hero, and I had my karaoke machine. The karaoke CD, and I was so excited about it. But it was definitely that day because I was able to receive how the audience reacted to me. And it was my first time actually singing in front of people who weren't family members. And for them to just be like so welcoming, so open, I was like, like, if I didn't know then, I knew, like, that's what I want to do for the rest of my life. when I was 12, my mom enrolled me into AMLA, which was American Music Latin Association. It was in the building right on 6th.
AMLA, another arts and cultural organization here in Philadelphia. We're going to be shouting it out, right? The folks that have fed into our artistry as Philly Johns. We Philly Johns up in here, right?
Yes.
So shout out to AMLA. Shout out to the Creative and Performing Arts High School. That was just my insert.
Yes. But I mean, it's super important. I'm glad that you did that because AMLA changed my life. I was 11, 12 when I got enrolled. I took voice lessons with Vanessa Santi. I took piano lessons. My piano instructor was blind, and he taught me how to play. You know, I just remember the C major scale, Somewhere Over the Rainbow, and I remember. It's crazy. I remember like that was yesterday, but it was just such special times for me. And that's actually when I started to really dance salsa before I got into the groups and everything like that. But
yeah,
in AMLA, that's when I knew.
Multidisciplinary, y'all. Okay, so remember, let's just backtrack real quick because we talked about we were theater majors, right? And right now we're talking about Tiffany discovering her vocal cords, which y'all not ready. Y'all not ready. But right, and also Tiffany being a dancer, like you're and a poet, and oh my gosh, I'm like, what don't you do? Seriously. Is there anything you don't?
What don't you do?
I don't sing. I don't sing, honey. I don't sing. I wish I had those vocal cords. So
thank you.
Cool. Let me see if there, and feel free to ask me questions too, or if you want to go back to memory. I wanted to ask, you know, we're here today to really talk about, right, the importance of Philly arts and culture, right? And so besides AMLA, you know, what were other organizations that fed into your artistry? Yeah, or who were like maybe mentors that guided you along the way?
You know, what's funny is the beginning of our relationship, I felt like was definitely, I'm the big sister, you're my kid sister. And as we've like grown into, you know, the versions that we are today, I don't know if I still feel like you're my kid sister, but I can definitely say I consider you as one of my mentors. And that's something I've never told you before. But I really do. I value the things that you say. I value your actions. I value your passion and everything that you do in the community. And not just that, but how you make people feel around you. You're such a light, Gabby. And I don't know when's the last time somebody told you that, but if they haven't, I love you so much. And I appreciate you so much. Okay.
I receive. I'm a crybaby too. If people don't know me, I'm a loudmouth. I'm unapologetic, and I am fully okay with crying and living my truth publicly. I think that's something I try to showcase, and so right now I definitely am holding the tears down my throat. That's really cool. I've never heard you say that. Thank you. I've received. And it's interesting because we do have this sister relationship. It's like you looked out for me throughout all high school. And honestly, when you left and I was a senior and Melissa was out, you know, all of my, you know, I still had a lot of tight networks and friends. But it was hard. I missed you a lot. But what was so nice is that our friendship, you know, always stood grounded and together. But I do have to say that I believe our art is what kept us connected, even though at the core of who we are, I think we always would have ride for each other and loved each other.
Yeah.
But like art always brought us back to center. And, you know, there's something when, you know, we've seen each other's journey. We've took classes together as teenagers. And so there's something really remarkable and special about that experience when you grow up and you're learning about theater, right? We're reading a lot of white history in theater. But also, you know, we learned about August Wilson. You know, I don't think we ever learned about Latinx playwrights at all really during Kappa, but yeah, just like kind of going through the journey of discovering and loving an art form, right? And Kappa was one of the most profound experiences of my life. Like,
absolutely,
being able to study, being able to have 3 hours dedicated to movement, creativity, connecting with your peers, and like being innovative and brainstorming. That was
and
what was that for you?
The thing that stands out the most with me, and it's because these are things that I still do now, and these are things that I get to teach out to my nieces that I'll give vocal lessons to, or when I was a performing arts instructor and teaching grades K through 5th, like the mantras, right? So good, better, best. We'll never let it rest until our good becomes our better,
and our
better becomes our best.
Yes. Remember, we had to lap it. So y'all, we had to lap this John. You know, I was sweaty. The only thing I hated about that, my only complaint was that we would have to chant these affirmations while running, and it was first period. So first period, do you remember when first period was? Was it like 8 o'clock in the morning? It was early.
No, yeah, it was before 9.
It was before 9. So then, you know, I'm a sweaty person. So I would, every morning, I would be leaving funky, like after doing movement. But like, then you reflect on it, and that was such a good practice to move your body first thing in the morning, to chant affirmations, you know? Like at the time, it was like, ugh, like I'm over this. But like, I don't want to do this anymore. I know that senioritis was kicking in. I'm just like, I'm over this. But like, how those practices, shout out to Elsa Johnson Bass, right? Miss Bass, who like,
love you, Miss Bass.
Love you, Miss Bass. Miss Bass was like ingraining in our spirits, right? Our potential of who we could be. And so
I love Miss Bass. I always loved her. I can tell you that at least through high school, she was a mentor of mine. There were plenty of times where I would go to her office. You know, I was dealing with a lot of things. A 2-parent home turned into a single parent home for a little while, you know? So I was able to go to Kappa and let out all of that stuff on the stage, right, with Miss Bass. And then I was able to go to her office and talk with her, and she would listen. Like, she was my teacher, she was my mentor, she was my therapist, you know? And I remember when I auditioned, it was her, Mr. Mel, and I feel so bad. I forgot his name. He was only there like for my 9th grade before he went to another location. But anyway, I had to do the 2 monologues and then sing a song. And when I sang, I remember they were just like, you know, like engaging. And afterward, they were like, you know, well, what makes you want to come to the theater department? Why didn't you audition for the vocal department? And I told them, well, first off, in the theater department, I can do everything that I love. I can sing, I can dance, I can act. And I said, I didn't go for the vocal department because I had a teacher tell me that because I was a Latina, because I had a very soulful voice, that I wasn't going to get into the vocal department because you had to look and you had to sound a certain way. So me, 7th, 8th grade, that like stuck with me. But I thank them for that because I was able to be a part of the theater department and I wouldn't have had it any other way. But you know, Miss Bass was like, oh, no. And I felt like I found out the following day, like, you're in Kappa, you know, and it was probably one of the best moments of my life.
You know, and what I'm hearing too is like mentorship, right? Like mentorship isn't, you know, mentorship isn't based on age, which I love where this conversation is going. And that mentorship is also like, you know, so I've always had an issue with mentorship because I feel like it puts the mentor in a position of hierarchy. And oftentimes, like when I have been in positions of being a mentor, my mentees have actually taught me just as much. You know, it's been a co-creation, it's been a shared experience. We're learning from each other. I haven't found the right language for an alternative right now, but it's definitely something I've been thinking about. And something I like to think about is like this co-creation, this co-learning, like that. A lot of my modeling is so because when you allow it to be I think both folks, or however many folks, are open to receiving, right? So it's not like I'm here to teach you something. It's like we're here to teach each other and to learn together, and grow together. And so, talking about our mentors is such a big, important part. And educators, right? Like defunding the Philadelphia Arts and Culture is going to affect, right? Like after school programs is going to affect recreation centers that get, that artists are going into to give, programming for, is going to affect, our community as a whole, essentially,
Imagine what, I'm sorry to cut you off.
No, go for it.
I was just saying, imagine what the kids are going through right now, being quarantined, not being able to be around their friends and just their social circles. Some people, that's the only social circle or escape that they can get from their house. My niece in school, she's able to be in art class. She's able to share her drawings and like get different techniques from her friends who also share that same interest. She was saying how she wanted to get into the music class. She was going to learn the keyboard, the piano. She wanted to get in choir and all of that stuff. Like, oh yeah, with technology, there's ways to do that at home, but also for some, that's not an option. The only place that they can do it is in school or in these after school programs. How can we take that away from them? Who would you be? Who would I be today if we didn't have that opportunity?
Say that again.
Who would you?
That's so powerful.
Who would I be? Seriously, who would you or I be today if we didn't have that opportunity?
That hits. That resonates. Like that's what I talked about earlier. Like the arts has been a form of my own healing, and I'm still healing. I'm not perfect. I'm learning as I go. But the arts have, whenever I felt, like, especially like, me, like I have had insecurities. I have plenty of things, even as a being a high school, like I felt like I think people perceived me as always being confident, maybe from the exterior point of view, but I really had a lot of personal challenges. And I think many artists, that's why as a director, and we can talk a little bit later about us working together and directing and kind of what that experience was like. But as a director wise, it's so important for me as a director to create space where folks can just be their full authentic selves unapologetically.
Absolutely.
Because even when it may have looked like that for me at times, that wasn't always the case, because I was having this internal shame at times with certain things, right? With identity, with my weight, with all of the things. But when I got on stage, none of that mattered, right? When I was able to do Mama Francisca's Kitchen on stage and get an applause from seniors.
Boricua chef.
I'll never forget. I think that was, I remember, like, do you remember any like of your moments at Capo, like that, like getting standing ovations or like people like losing their shit because like they're so ecstatic for you, like your own peers rooting you on. And that was a moment of like fueling my confidence, but also affirming that I had a place in the world as an artist looking the way I did or speaking the way I did. What was that like? Was there ever like what musicals were you in? Or like, did you do My Fair Lady?
I did.
Yeah.
We were in that together.
Yeah, we were in that together. That was the only musical I was in. So,
but that was so cool. It was such a good time. We were in The Women. I was able to basically start up the process for Kappa to have like their first Hispanic Heritage showcase.
That's right. Where I was able to even do a Boricua chef. Had you not even organized that with Ms. Bass, right? I wouldn't even have had an opportunity to showcase my potential, right? So like, again, like, right, when you opening the doors for other and innovation, like as a teenager, you are already innovating. There's something here that's missing that doesn't represent, that there isn't a space for me. How do I create space for me? and like went to your mentor, asked and organized and made it happen. And it happened for 2 years, right? Or was it 3?
It did. It was 2.
Years.
Yeah.
And then the last year kind of fell off, but yeah, I remember that Bombay Plena dance. Oh my God. You remember?
But you were the only one that knew that because nobody else knew it.
Because at the end you have to drop and you had to go drop to your feet.
Yeah.
So Bombay Plena, you know, y'all, another reason why the Philadelphia Cultural Fund is so important, because, and you know, just, you know, the Arts and Culture Fund in general is that Tony Mendez from Bomberos de la Calle has done work through that programming too, like with Bombay Plena, which is preserving, you know, our African roots, you know, within the Latinx diaspora and specifically the Puerto Rican diaspora, right? And so like, you know, we're talking about all these things, but all of these things really existed because of the city putting its resources into artists. And honestly, let's keep it funky. That as folks been talking about the budget and going through it, I mean, most people don't get what they deserve. Even Power Street. I mean, we've done crazy innovative programming for very, very little. But what that very little does, right, is affirm our existence. That very little does gives me the fuel to say, you know what? I got a little bit this year, but I'm gonna work my butt off and show them that they should give me more. They should give us more, right? So that we can continue that money, that dollar is going further, is not being just Power Street, that we're being able to bring in other artists, right? And community members, right? And residents and all of those things. And so I just want to keep bringing that back to why we're here today, right? Of like everything we're talking to is so connected. That Bombay Plena dance, you know, from when we were kids and high school, the folks who are continuing to make sure that our culture is preserved, you know, that may be at risk because it's not just the arts, it's arts and culture, right? And so, yeah. You, any questions you may have, Tiff? You know what? Maybe can we take a break real quick and maybe can I show folks a little bit of one of your songs? Maybe we take a break real quick and then we can chat a bit more about your music. So would you be cool with me sharing Stand or Speak? Which one would you want to share out first?
Stand is fine.
Stand. All right, y'all. So I'm about to screen share. Give me 1 second. All right. So here we go. Stand by Tiffany Janelle, and this was also presented with Solatry. So shout out to Solatry. We'll talk a little bit more about Solatry after this video, and Tiffany's amazing, powerful voice and writing, because this is an original work, right?
Yes.
So just so y'all know, this is original. My bestie can write too. She can sing. She could do poetry. She could dance salsa. She can host. She could give you a good ass hug. She could be loyal, but she my loyal friend. So you know, I like to share people, but you know, I like to share my friends, but you know, I'm not
territorial.
I'm not. That's a good word. I'm not territorial. All right, here we go. Stan, Tiffany Janelle.
Little girl, don't you cry. I promise everything is gonna be alright. I know you think your worlds are crumbling down. You're stronger than you know, baby. Stand your ground. Stand your ground. Don't give up on it now. If it's a fight, keep hope alive. It's gonna be alright. Yeah, if it's a fight, keep hope alive. It's gonna be alright. Reflecting in the mirror, and all you see is a stranger. Look deep within, this way you'll find real love resides. And moment you're alone, in the middle of a crowd, keep your head up, you Baby, stand your ground. Stand your ground. Don't give up on it now. If it's a fight, keep hope alive. It's gonna be alright.
Yes. I'm sorry.
If it's a fight, keep hope alive. Gonna be alright. It's not how you start, but how you finish. You gotta overcome all your demons. So let them take your kindness for weakness. Baby, stand your ground, stand your ground. It's not how you start,
but how you finish. You gotta overcome all your demons. Don't let them take your kindness for weakness.
Stand your ground, stand your ground. Don't give up on it now. It's your fight, keep hope alive. Gonna be alright.
Hey.
Hey.
It's gonna be alright.
All right, I'm gonna stop here. Give me 1 second. You know, transitioning screens. You know, that's how I be. So let me stop share real quick. So, stand your ground. Like, don't give up on me now. Like, wow, like such powerful words. What inspired that song?
I actually wrote it, and it was just a moment. Earlier, you spoke about, you know, the insecurities and just the whole thought process of, especially from a creative, right? I feel like creatives feel so much more than other people do. And it was just a moment in my life that I was having a journey through my life up until that point, trying to figure out who I was, who exactly I wanted to be, where I wanted to go, how I had to get there, things like that. And then also just like trying to be my motivator, while also being the same one to kind of hold me back, you know? The mind is a very powerful thing, and a lot of times, you know, that thought process can either make or break you sometimes. So this is a song that came out of a moment in time for me, like that.
I love it's so catchy. Like, I know the lyrics. Like that's one of my favorite songs. It's also just like so much around like the feeling of that, the raising the fist, the hand to the heart, like loving yourself, like the affirmations we've been talking about, like how that affirmation is a part of your testimony, a part of your words, your song, chorus, like, you know, and so.
Fun fact about that song. So, you know, we were talking about Kappa and Miss Bass and all the affirmations she had us doing. But I remember one time she was giving us, you know, one of the Miss Bass speeches in the theater. And one of the things she said to us, I know you know what I'm talking about. One of the things she
Tiffany,
said.
I may have lost you.
Still?
I'm going to give it a minute to see if I've lost Tiffany.
How about now? You kind of froze too.
I can see both of you. Well,
okay.
I see you, Tiffany, and now Gabriella looks like she got disconnected.
Okay.
Sorry for the delay, folks. Don't know what's going on with Gabby's connection there, but sure she'll get it figured out pretty soon. I was not following along, so tell me where you were. Recap the last few minutes for us.
Gabby just showed one of my videos from YouTube And it was a song, it's an original song called Stand, and I was performing it out in New York for one of Solar Tree's events. So we're kind of just talking about that. And then came the technical difficulties.
Awesome. Well, tell us a little bit more about the event and like what you were doing. And
Yeah. So Solar Tree, Jose, good friend of mine, I know Gabby's going to talk about it too. He reached out to me on Instagram and basically invited me out to come to one of his shows. And I went out there and it was such a great vibe, a real like chill spot. And the other artists he had there and the audience, they were just dope people. They really received your message, everything you were doing. It was just a good time. And I at this point, I think I performed for a Solar Tree event 1, 2, maybe 5 times at least.
Nice.
Yeah, Solar Tree is definitely about the creatives and just creating that platform for people to be able to share what they do.
So what are your next steps? What's coming up next for you?
Gabby just texted me. She's trying to get reconnected.
Okay, cool.
So at the moment, I am writing, and I'm in the works of preparing my first EP. So I'm hoping that we can have it out early 2021.
I love live production because live unfinanced production, because you guys get to see all the bells and whistles. We got cell phones. we got getting knocked off of Twitter randomly. Oh
yeah.
Okay. Maybe. Oh hey Asaki.
Hola, Saki.
Oh, and Gabby's getting Asaki's computer. You're muted, Gabby. You're muted.
Muted. My computer's just not work. I don't know what's happening.
Okay, I'm gonna drop off again. You can continue the interview.
Thank you, James.
No, it's all of us in here. Asaki's computer. Oh.
Hola. No, he just said he was stepping out.
What's happening?
Okay, I'm gonna drop off again. You can continue the interview.
Thank you, James.
Love the echo effect here.
Oh wait.
No, he just said he was stepping out.
Why is there an echo?
It's because you have another instance playing with sound somewhere. You need to mute whatever other computer is playing sound.
Live fun. Yeah, that's what it is. I was watching
It's all good. It's all good.
High quality productions, folks. All I bring you.
It's kind of fun, you know. I have no shame in my game with this. This is a part of the experience. I can't figure this out right now. So I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna.
I think you sound good now.
Cool. Thank you all. So. All right, sorry, y'all.
It's cool.
Another thing to learn about Gabby Sanchez is that I love y'all lifting me up, but I also get a little snappy. I'm like, don't. I'm gonna just keep going. Let me just give me the computer. We're not gonna troubleshoot while I'm live.
You are just persistent and you know what you want. That's it.
Oh, can I jump in just for a sec?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I just wanted to jump in. One of the folks who's been watching and rebroadcasting for us just posted an article by Brian McCrone of NBC 10, or is that the Peacock at NBC? CBS? I forget. Anyway, Channel 10, and 14 Philadelphia city council members call for reforms and say no to police budget increase. So,
hey! Can I get a weapon? Weapon! Weapon!
So 14 of the 17 members of Philadelphia City Council wrote a letter on Monday to, and Abigail is happy about this too. 14 of the 17 members of the Philadelphia City Council wrote a letter on Monday to Mayor Jim Kenney that said they cannot accept the proposed $14 million increase to the police department. The June 8th letter also outlines numerous new guidelines to enhance accountability and transparency of police officers' actions and eliminate certain tactics, including sitting or kneeling on a person's neck, face, or head. It was signed by Council President Darrell Clark, Kenyatta Johnson, Mark Squilla, Jamie Gauthier, Curtis Jones Jr., Maria Quinones Sanchez, and Cindy Bass, Cheryl Parker, Kendra Brooks, Alan Dom, Catherine Gilmore Richardson, Derek Green, Helen Gim, and Isaiah Thomas. Nice.
Yeah.
So, yeah, protesting works, folks.
The victories are on their way, y'all. It's happening. Change
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
Yo, what great news, man. I feel like today has just been, I know that, you know, James, I just got to give you a shout out again. Every time I'm going to get on this live, I'm like, shout out to James and shout out to everyone who also has made this possible. There's a whole list. And, you know, I'll make sure to do a shout out tomorrow, naming off everyone's names. But James, thanks for, you know, making this happen, being here, and also sharing this really good news with us. This is going to fuel me to continue this next hour or so.
Nice.
That we have. Also, shout out, just so y'all know, at 6 o'clock, I have Christina May joining me for 20 minutes. So if you love yourself some Christina May, you better get on here now, because I'm ready. I figured out my solution with this computer, okay? And Tiff, you're welcome to also just stay on for the conversation or bounce at 6. It's up to you. It's going to be just organic. Have you met Christina? You know Christina.
I have. Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh, sorry. There's a moment that was like,
oh my God.
Can you give me a little more real quick? Can I get a little sample? Can your best friend get a sample? Cántame algo. Yeah, what you think?
Okay, yeah.
Like we just got some exciting news. We gotta sing. We got some. This is. Come on, changes here. Changes now. Let's go. Cántame algo.
Hey, Gabby.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to also recognize that Cynthia Kwan joined as a guest, and she wanted to give like a little testimony to this afternoon. I had her scheduled for later, but if she wants to jump in, she can. Just has to turn on her video and audio.
Cool.
So
Cynthia, you're welcome to join us. I'm gonna have Tiffany sing us a little something real quick, just to honor the time that was scheduled out for her, and then me and you can chat it up too. All right. So Tiff, can you sing us a little something?
Yes. Is it okay that it's a cover? A quick cover? It's not original.
If you're gonna sing a cover, it just has to no backing track that's pre-recorded.
Yeah.
Other than that,
I'm only gonna
you
sing.
should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean it's Andre Day Rise, so it's it's fitting. How can I not? And just we'll rise up, rise like the day. We'll rise up. Rise unafraid, we'll rise up and do it 1,000 times again.
Yes.
That's it. I don't know how loud it's going. So.
Yes. Thanks, boo. Thanks.
Thank
I got
you
you now.
having me.
I got you on my Instagram because unfortunately it doesn't sync to Instagram, so I'm trying to do like multitasking. I've learned that I have a capacity where my brain can multitask, but this is one of them. I was like, I need my Instagrammers to hear "Rise Up," yes, by Andre. Cool. So, Cynthia, feel free to if you want to join in on the call or ask a question or give a testimony. We welcome you here. Asaki just joined. Okay. Hey, this is all the people I love. Cool. I think maybe she's trying to figure out what's happening with my computer. Oh no, my computer's right there. So, Tiff, we have about 10 more minutes. And so I, you know, I guess, you know, a big part of my question is like, we've been talking about it, but I kind of want to ask it again, like, what does arts and culture mean to you, specifically in Philadelphia, and someone who being born and raised in Philadelphia, going to the creative performing arts, going, you know, participating in some of the biggest cultural Latino institutions in the city? Like, what, you know, what is your connection to arts and culture, and why is it so important to you? We've been hearing it, but I want to, just in case if folks are tuning in again, can you share that with us?
Yes, the arts and culture in Philly is like literally the one of the main reasons I am who I am today. Like a Philly John, you know, everything just being here. It's molded me into the artist that I am today. It's crazy because I don't think Philly necessarily gets enough credit for the talent that's here. You know, the underground arts, the soul that's born in Philly. You can't get that anywhere else. I mean, you can, but you know, it's a little different when it's coming from here. So it's, I don't know what life is without it. You know, if someone who didn't know me were coming to you and they would ask you, you know, who's Tiffany Janelle, the first thing that's going to come to mind is something creative, you know. So it's my identity, you know. So geez, I mean, I don't want to sound too cliche, but if it wasn't there, who am I? You know? And the biggest thing to stress is, you know, we were blessed to have that influence, right? We were blessed to go through the different memories that we built in the arts in Philly. But what about the kids now? You know, like, do you have a heart? Do you have a soul? Like, don't take that away from the kids. Don't take it from the kids, especially now. We're hearing the youth louder now than I feel like we've heard them before. That just don't take that from them, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear that, and I hear you really making a call for young people, right? And we both have been, you know, teaching artists, working with kids, you know, youth kids of all ages, and you know, young people have so much to say, you know, and they're so intelligent and they're so creative, and you know, art is a tool for fostering like learning, for fostering, you know, imagination, for fostering critical thinking, right? There's so many skills that you know, team building, right? Communication, time management. I mean, there's so many life skills that, you know, are applicable. I can never say that word. So you see, this is where you go live. If I wasn't live, I would like edit that part, but you know, that word, you know, that resonate with the work. So is there any questions you may have for me, Asaki, for yourself, maybe or a memory that you want to go down? I have some more. I think I have like maybe one or two more questions if there's something here. Let me see. So me and you have worked together. I mean, recently, actually, we were working on a project together. Do you want to just, you know, for the last little bit of time that we have here, we have about 8 minutes, want to share anything about like this new project we were working on, and unfortunately what transpired due to COVID. But yeah, want to share anything about that experience?
Yes, Kiss of Addiction. And initially it started out as a it wasn't even a full play. It was a skit. It started out as a skit, and me, you, Edwin, B, Angelique, you know, we all went around North Philly, you know, just observing the neighborhood, observing the people, you know, just sharing different memories that we've all individually have had growing up in Philly, and pretty much just building our skit around the opioid crisis specific to Philly, or specific to Kensington. And wow, the way the project has evolved from the very first time we got together, when we first got to perform at Roberto Clemente, up until now, you know, that baby was really about to be showcased. I was so excited. I'm still excited because it was just postponed. We are definitely gonna get to do it. But I love the process. I had like a love-hate relationship with it. The hate part was more so like the thought process, because I haven't done theater since Kappa. Singing, you know, I do that all the time, but theater, but I know I still love it. I still have that passion there. So I was really excited. And one thing I was looking forward to with the whole project was just being able to work with you. And I knew that you were going to get me out of my head. I knew that you were gonna like bring something out of me on that stage. Man, even though there's times I'm like, oh my God, Gabby, you know, I was like, I'm gonna bite my tongue because I know it's for a good reason. I know. Wow.
What is one of your favorite memories from Kids of Addiction, like in the rehearsal process? Or even like we were doing story circles, right? We did story circles with youth. We did story circles with the community around health and justice. I mean, that was also interconnected with the work, you know, that is the work, right? That was a part of the process. So it's also that part too. Was there a particular memory that felt special to you?
Yes. Actually, when we went to, where was it, LaSalle?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and oh yeah, that was the one where we did get to perform in front of all the kids. It was like a camp outing or something for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. My favorite part about that whole thing was the Q&A session at the end, and just hearing them say like, oh, you know, hearing them explain how they were able to relate to what they saw, you know, and how they were able to recognize, you know, what's wrong and what's the right way, and kind of be able to point out, like I don't want to give too much away, but basically Oz's character at that time, you know, being able to say like, oh, well, I have someone in my family, or you know, my brother, or you know, even we had somebody stand up and say something, and they were that person, you know. So to be able to speak to them in that way, that was awesome. That was awesome.
I remember that. It was like 50 kids, and predominantly like Black and Latino kids in the audience,
Yep.
ranging from like, they're like teenagers.
Mhm.
And they also like, there was so much compassion for the
Mhm.
characters, which was
Mhm.
like really powerful to witness and watch and be in the
They were
audience.
in it.
They were so in it. And we
Yeah.
didn't do it with a stage. I mean, we did it like in a like office setting. It was like this office kind of setting that could fit probably like 75 people, and with tables and chairs, and there was food, you know. Power Street is good at like making what we have with, you know, we're like, you know, you want us to perform in the streets, we'll perform in the streets. You want us to perform at the church, we'll perform at the church. You want us to perform in the garden, we'll do it there. If you want us to do it in the basement, you want us to do it in the classroom. And
because we are resilient in our art, and it is because of the art and culture that it builds those type of characteristics. It builds on that passion that we had then, and that we've been able to grow now. You know.
So I'm just checking in with Christina May, making sure that we good. You know, for the next 20 minutes.
I have to go give a virtual voice lesson in a few.
Of course you do. So yeah, so how can people, you know, stay connected to you? Why don't you share again how people can stay connected to you, and if there's any like, you know, last things you want to share with you know, our audience, with the city of Philadelphia, with our mayor, with our council members, like what are your words that you want to share with folks?
Absolutely. Please don't defund Philly's art and culture. Tell a friend who knows a friend. Like it, love it, stalk it, share with everyone. Please don't defund Philly's art and culture. Don't defund Philly's art and culture, in case I didn't say it before. You can find me on Instagram at Miss Tiffany Janelle MS. TiffanyJanell. You can find me on YouTube, Tiffany Janelle. Hey, Christina. Yes, stalk me. I'll stalk you back. That's totally fine.
Yes.
Gabby, thank you so much for bringing me on here. I love you so, so, so much.
I love you too, sis. And fun fact, it's really nice to have Tiffany, Asaki, and Starfire, Christina May on here, because we all also met with Power Streets, I think it was our first open mic ever. It was the first moment I ever realized actually I was a producer, and I was like, oh, people actually believe in me? This is kind of cool. And Christina, I always laugh a little bit because I'm like, your hair length is like the length of our friendship, because your hair was like shorter back then. I remember
it's long.
Wow. Yeah.
Oh,
beautiful.
wow.
Your hair was beautiful back then and it's beautiful now. But I have pictures of you with your hair shorter. So I just remember being like, wow, it's been so long.
7 years. Because I think I just went into my 30th decade when I was at that open mic, or I was about to turn into it. Might even be more.
8 years. I think actually, no, lies. I think it's 9 years because we were doing fundraising before we even did Minority Land.
Y'all been doing the thing since the beginning. They need to open up the daggone and the banks of the government and just have y'all funded forever. Power Street Theater Company, Theater of the X, PIPA, Kaleidoscope, all the small organizations.
Yeah.
Because
Ninth Planet, there's so many.
Tell them.
Yes. So Tiffany, I don't want to hold you any longer. Thanks for being with me today. Thanks for all, thanks Christina Starfire for joining me. This has all been last minute. I wanted to go live with people that I love and the people that have influence.
I like your weapon.
All right, Tiff, love you.
Bye, love you.
You keep shining, okay?
Thank you. You too.
Oh, I will. Okay.
Bye.
Look at those glasses. She can't help but shine.
Yeah.
Say it again.
So, Starfire, how are you doing? One of my favorite people in the world, man. I love you. Can I just say it? I just need to let the world know how much I love you. I love you. Thanks for saying yes to being here. Thanks for being, we were talking about mentorship earlier, and I was just like, Christina, you've been one of my mentors and someone that I look up to. I wish I had a fraction of your greatness. You're just so amazing.
It's in all of us. Thank you for calling me. Thank you for the invitation. I just sit back, meditate, keep my inner sanctuary up till I get the art call. And I was like, okay, Gabby, let's have this conversation.
I was like, email's not working right now. So I was like, I'm gonna start texting all my folks and doing just the wink face, like, yeah.
Know what's going on today?
Yeah.
Yes. It's in the building. And thank y'all. Once again, I just want to point out, shout out to Power Street. Shout out to everybody who really came together to make this happen. Because once again, it's the Black people, it's the Latino people, it's the people of color who are always at the forefront of demanding the change that needs to happen. And hopefully, when they get the funding in, y'all don't have to jump over the same hoops you did. Because what people don't talk about is how much hoops you have to go through just to get a check. People just think, I can just apply. The nose that you had to cry through, the nose.
The nose.
The bureaucracy, the all of it, just so you can finally get the coin. Open up the floodgates. Be consensual.
Open up the floodgates. Funders, I hope our funders are listening, because I think you're right. And I think me and you have always had this conversation, because I'm almost sure that I've cried to you about the challenges of grant writing. And I think maybe that's something I should actually share in the future with folks too, because I'm not as vocal about it, because it's very hard for me to talk about actually. But interpersonally, I think it's easier for me to talk about because it's something that I probably need a lot of emotional support once I actually let myself talk about how hard it is. And yeah, like I think something that you've always kind of made me think about was like alternative ways, you know, that we cannot just rely on the funding of, you know, the funders, and what are other innovative ways we can think about it, but also how we deserve that coin, you know. And
hello, because if you really, and it's a lot of psychological, you know. I see you, James Jackson. I love you. I love everybody on this call. I love you, Saki. Hold up, I'm just scrolling on the side. Wait a minute. Okay, all right, and whoever's watching, no, it's so important because I just had to say hi to everybody.
Thank you.
It's so hey. It's hard out here in these streets. It's a challenge because you're doing this every day, and you're meeting resistance at every step of the way. And here's the thing: in all this necessary bleeding that's happening in this country, all this necessary rage, all this necessary in front of your face about systematic racism and the realness around this country, you know, I think it's important to understand, because most people think about art as like a fragile, frugal thing to focus on. And so while we're fighting for the nation's justice system, we also need to support the arts in addition to that. So what my understanding is, all right, when you get this new coin, how are we going to support it in new ways? Because one of the things is, okay, you finally get to the point where you get your coin. How do we continue to like support these organizations and individual artists that are even not a part of, that are doing their thing on the side for nothing? Like imagine getting $1,000 when you're doing a project, just to say, you know what, I see what you're doing, I support you. It's not much, but that's where the private donations. And one of the things I want to shout out, in addition to going to the mayor and going to the government, is in the Theater Philadelphia community. When I was able to host, and I looked on the front row at all those wealthy white people just smiling like Chester cats that they was getting money. Imagine if each of those individuals put up a fund that's exclusively for Black people, for brown people, for people of color, and paid someone that's Black, that's a person of color to run it, to make sure those funds get into the actual people's hands, because it's not easy. It's not like it's easy to shoulder whatever you're going through mentally and being who you are, whether you're Black, Latino, queer, trans, disabled, all those things that get into your mentals. And also, if you didn't have to worry about getting money, you could have time to rest. And one of the main things that I'm an advocate for is the mental health and well-being of those in the front lines, those who are always called. James, I love you, bro. Let me tell you why I love you. Because these people don't be here for you all the time. They be really trying to. I gotta travel because I'm at 10%. I should have known I need to charge my phone.
I'm over here trying to multitask to get my computer back up. I love you.
You know, because the 10% was in the mix. I tried to give you the Dewey look. I gotta switch it up to the right. But it's
that reminded me.
I was just.
Mine's fine.
So, you know, and how it's one thing to call things out on social media, but it's what you do outside of this thing. It's how are we going to build the organization? How are we going to make sure, you know what, these are the people that have been doing it? Because by the time you get on, or when you do get money and you finally do get the funding, there's a weird thing that happens. It's like, oh, we got this money, but if you're still mentally trying to get it, you can't even enjoy it once you actually have it. And like, there's so many small organizations. So y'all really like the love that North Philly has for y'all, the way when we did Hidden Disabilities, the way the actual like people came in and really felt it was like bizarre. Let me tell you something. It was bizarre, but we did it. They was like, what the hell is this?
It was that show changed my life. I mean, you've changed my life. Like, you really have changed my life. And, you know, if there was a call to action that I had in this moment, I would be like, y'all, whatever you can to support Christina May in this moment, you know, please do. You know, Sen Christina has helped this theater community in ways that go beyond what I could express. And so now is the time. Now is the time to show up with affirmations, show up with your coins, right? It's also on us to, you know, one of the things I've been really thinking about, you know, Faith Jones. Why am I forgetting Faith's last name? Faith Jones, you know, this whole thing, you know, was taking the lead on facilitating. And there's so many of us that have been facilitators, leaders, lovers, mentors, right? And so I think now is the time, and always, right? I think I've always feel like it was always, but now more than ever is the time to show your appreciation for your teachers. Because Christina May, you have been my teacher. You know, I feel like I've jumped into the world of directing, and I remember being like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, but I'm gonna act like I know what I'm doing. And you just like kind of put a mirror up to me and said, look at your greatness. And so you've always been someone that has just led by example, and has always just spoken love in a way that I that's what I'm saying. Like, I wish I was like, I feel like I'm just like, I wish I could have a fraction of your greatness, just because like, I'm like, I remember being in the rehearsal room with you. And there was a moment that I asked myself, I said, I don't think ever in my life, knowing Christina, out of the 9 years that we've known each other, which is almost a decade, that's a long time. I don't think I've ever seen you sad, or like right? Like, or known that you were sad. And there was a moment I remember asking you, I said, do you ever get sad? I don't know if you remember this conversation, and you were just so honest with me, but I said, you know, you have just always shown up with grace, love, and also like loud and unapologetic. And, you know, and there's times that we may have not even like agreed at times, right? Like, I think that that's another thing is like, there's times that like we've just raised each other up, and it's not about always agreeing with one another, but we have shown up as our full selves with each other. And so thank you for creating that space for me, because that has multiplied for others. And so I just want you to know how you're one of my biggest mentors, teachers, in this theater industry. And I really feel like you were part of that vessel, that spirit vessel, to keep me moving forward in times when I wanted to give up. And you've also planted seeds of thinking differently, outside the box. And there's something in that as an artist, of being able to not go the way that mainstream wants you to go. Mm-hmm. And you the shit.
Oh, thank you.
Or you're amazing. That, I probably shouldn't curse on here, but
no, hey, say it. It's the truth. Now you speak that time.
YouTheBomb.com. You beat it. You're amazing.
I will say it's a privilege, and I will always say thank you, because the work that you do, and I remember when we first were going to work together, I'm all about making sure that these art institutions and organizations are holistically sustained. And like the many hats that people have to wear just in building something, because there is nothing to exist. The reason why we're forced to think out the box is because the mainstream way isn't always for us. And so I'm challenging with the energy and the time, and with the conversations that are going forward about diversity and inclusion, and putting the Black voice and Latin and queer voice that we are hiring, not just on the stage, but behind as consultants. Because how many times have you been in a situation where you was there for the cultural energy, but they didn't really want to hear what you had to say? But at the end of the day, regardless of all that, we're still saying yes to this. And the reason why we're here is because I also believe in private partnerships in addition to the government subsidies that are happening. So private funders and supporters of theater actually putting money where your mouth is. If you're feeling guilty about it, what can I do? Write a mother effing check. Sign it to Power Street, sign it to all these organizations, because how many times you didn't put
Can you name some of your favorite organizations? Can you name some of your favorite organizations?
Absolutely. Individuals, off the dome, in the cut. Power Theater Company, I love y'all. Theater in the X, HAFA, PIFA, the Asian one with the Asian persuasion. Shout out to my Asian. That's it. That's it. We got a Putty Dance Project. You know, I love the Painted Bride Art Center. There's individual queer Black artists like Chanel Edwards, Ashley Davis.
Yes, Ashley.
Oh, don't you love Ashley? Love it.
I love Ashley.
And they also have a hub with poets and creative organizations. There's so many things. Kaleidoscope doing their thing in the mix. Nicole Stacy is an artist that's been in the game doing a thing. There's a project coming up with I don't know if I'm saying it right, Jowska's Playworks. It's happening with Teresa Miller, and that's happening in the end of July, where they're building playwrights that are speaking about the Black experience in America, different forms. So we up in there. Okay.
Of course we are. I just want to hear. These are all people I love, and I'm like, how do we use this platform to also just say their names, talk about their organizations, and how they're how we've been here. That's the whole point. We've been here. We've been doing the work, and we deserve these coins more than anything.
And we shouldn't even have to be the ones that are at the forefront. It takes, and I'm thinking like, wow. Thank you to Faith. Thank y'all. Thank you, James. Thank y'all, Power Street. Thank y'all, whoever decides to come. But to constantly have to be at the forefront, that is equity that we don't have the capacity to be able to use to refill our cup. We is tired. We is tired of asking for money. We are tired of begging you. So if you're not gonna do it, then don't play us. Period. And I'm okay. I want at the end of the day, give these organizations the coin and make sure that you're in positions, even when you're sitting on a position of panel, that you're there hired. You're a person in the community. You're a business person. You've been in the game. There's this constant ideal of constantly having to prove that we're worthy when you've already seen the work, you've experienced the work, you've seen the ramifications of how it affects the community, and how do bigger organizations with coin partner with other organizations. Nothing should be happening in a Latino community in Philadelphia without Power Street's name being a part of it. Point blank, period. Nothing should be happening in West Philly or in Malcolm X Park or in that area without Theater of the X being a part of it. Nothing should happen in these communities because we are who we are because we had to be. Do you understand? We had to be. And even, I want to say this to you, Gabby, and everybody that's listening on this call, even when you don't feel like it, even when you don't know, you are great. Your artistry is necessary. And it's okay to ask for what you want. I want the coin. We need the coin. So what you gonna do with that $14.5 million? How much of that's allotted for the Philadelphia theater community is going to go to Black people, to Black queer people, to Latinx people, to Asian people, to people who don't art? Because you know what? The people will gobble up and continue, and they be getting them grants. They be having teams of people in there writing for diversity grants. And where your money at? Where your money at, Gabby? Where your money at, Saki?
I love you so much, Christina May. Like,
and fun. And can I share something? Can I share a resource real quick for you?
But I'm not getting no coins to do that. So I'm gonna be. If it ruffles your feathers, write a check. Sit in your inner sanctorum. But I mean, I love it. And if you can't write a check, then make sure that you use your power, your influence, your connections to make sure that they know, because you're going to get a text right off the donation. Why don't you put it in the hands of the community? And let's not put who could you gain and because I'm not here for it. I know you love me. I know you and our allies and organizations that are actually, because the arts community gets scraps. Do you hear what I'm saying? The scraps. You trying to make $1 out of 15 cents. And asking folks to do it out of the love, and we do it out of the love, but we need to eat, we need to get fed. It is just as much of an issue as cops killing Black people. It's just the same. It's different, but it's the same, because you want our creative juices. You want our coin. You want the energy of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? This is serious.
Yeah, and I wanted to share 2 resources with you, Christina, in case you don't know about them. And I think if you do, awesome. But Swim Pony right now is doing. I heard that Swim. Shout out to Swim Pony. Y'all better get them checks.
Y'all better like.
I hope that you applied. You know, Asaki's going to be reviewing it. Black POC folks are, you know, are going to be reviewing it. And
people that are doing that, people who are doing that, they need to be the one that has the money. We need to start amplifying those folks that are actually saying, what can I do? Let me at least do something. That stuff matters, even in the smallest way. Thank you, Swim Pony.
Yes.
First off, they come out with that Trail Off app down in where people can go in the park. They're forward thinking. These are organizations that need the coin, the corporate. Now, we want to support, put it in the arts and culture community, because without arts and without culture, it's a world without any color, without any spice. It's void and it's mute.
Preach. One last resource I wanted to share too. Theater Philadelphia is having the second round of the second wave of $300, so you can reapply. So if you got $300 the first round, you can now reapply for the second round. So I also encourage you, right there alone, that's $300 right there for artists. I will make sure that I will be applying, because let's be real, y'all. I don't think people understand that I'm not full-time with Power Street.
And also, like, how many hours we have been pouring into to organize, like us, you know, James, other people who have been, you know, helping us organize this, and free to save your ass. I'm sorry, I didn't say that, but I said that.
I'm agreeing with you, Asaki. Out of the love, out of the energy it takes just to show up in a space as the only one out of the masses. The energy that it takes to hold up. So before I gotta go, I just want to say thank you for those resources. You know, everybody can. One message I want to leave is make sure that you are restoring your inner sanctuary as you're fighting, as you're pushing, as you're creating. Make sure that it's okay to rest. It's okay not to be on social media today. It's okay to deplug. You know, especially, you know, my Black people, my people of color right now in the world. It's okay. Even for our allies, it's okay with all the information coming down, that you make sure that thing goes into the crevices of your heart. Because if it's not a heart change, it don't last for shit. Okay? And nobody's in the community, especially the Theater Philadelphia community, the arts and culture community in the city, has an ability to be forward in a way that we care for the heart and for the soul of our creative economy. And hopefully there's a new wave coming up, and everybody on this call, everybody supporting, can get checks for ideas, for their energy and expertise. Because most of the time we got the answer. We just got to believe that when we do get called to the table, hello, I'm here. Where's my goddamn coin? Let's get it. Save the arts. Save the culture.
You know, thank you so much for being here, friend.
Thank you, Christina.
You're more like fam to me at this point. And you know, I am so happy that you're here with me. I'm gonna switch over, James, real quick to my actual laptop, because I want to screen share some stuff and share stuff with folks for the next half hour.
Thank you.
I love you, Asaki. I love you, Gabby.
I love you too.
Thank you.
I love you too. Love and light to everybody. Starfire in my mouth.
Gabby, so I'm getting info that our Facebook stream was cut as well.
Oh, shit.
So, losing stream,
you're muted.
I didn't hear anything you said.
I said I'm getting info that our Facebook stream was cut as well. Of course, they wait until I'm trying to eat dinner to do all this. So.
Oh no, the whole thing was cut?
Yeah, Facebook cut our stream as well.
Yeah.
I don't know if any of our rebroadcasters are watching and can get in touch, because some of our rebroadcasters are working off of Mob Crush. So if any of our rebroadcasters are around, let me know if they still have a rebroadcast. I'm just gonna check with a couple people.
Yeah, I'm looking right now, and it's over. Do we know when did it go over? Dad, that sucks.
It was like a beginning at the end of Tiffany's call, and I was wondering what was happening. Gabby, I'm coming up to grab my PC, okay?
Oh no, so Christina's got me and Christina's thing that I captured.
It was about 20 minutes. 2 minutes ago that it got cut because that's when I got the notice.
Okay.
So.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's still on. And Gabby, you need to rename yourself again. It's still on Mob Crush. Let me see here. It only just stopped on my end, Jay says. I don't know any of the other restreamers, so I'm gonna where'd you go? Anyway, I don't know any of the other restreamers off the top of my head. If any of you can get in touch within the next couple of seconds, I'm gonna set up to stop and start this stream again, so we can continue.
Sounds good. I got a little bit of Christina on my Instagram. So Pure Joy. Oh God, Christina Joy.
Broadcast info saved. All right, ladies and gentlemen who are watching on other streams, I'm just going to go ahead and cut this stream and start a new stream. We'll be right back with you.